Hey guys, you are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku had wings like hawks. Here is short summary. Well, Hawks stammered, his wings puffing up a little as he worked himself up. I might have convinced the commission to let me stay here for a bit to boost my ratings. Boost your ratings, Izuku echoed, frowning thoughtfully. How? I told them I was scouting for interns, Hawks admitted, and that being in the same city as the #1 hero would increase my presence. Hawks, Kacchan was shaking with repressed laughter, did you lie to the commission? Hawks, Izuku squawked incredulously, noticing the guilty expression on the hero's face. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Kacchan, Izuku greeted, running to catch up to his friend. Are you ready? He didn't have to elaborate as to what he was talking about as Kacchan answered haughtily, of course, I'm ready, nerd. Izuku could tell that Kacchan had no place he'd rather be right then. Just don't mess this up. Mess what up? Izuku asked, curious about what his friend was referring to. The warning was directed at both of them, not just Izuku. Don't you know the reputation this school has? Kacchan scoffed. He smirked as he continued, some guy expelled his whole class last year. I didn't know you believed rumors so easily, Kacchan. Izuku teased, bumping Kacchan's shoulder with his own. Though, I did hear that too. I even heard one of them became a villain. Ha, Kacchan barked, a bitter smile on his face. It's better that they became a villain than an incompetent hero. Kacchan's so harsh. Izuku squeaked, his face flushed as he admitted, but I agree. They probably put fewer people in danger as a villain than if they'd become a lazy hero. I'm always right, idiot, Kacchan remarked. It seemed almost automatic at this point. It probably was. No, Izuku shook his head, remember that time in the diner? Shut up, Kacchan interrupted, cutting Izuku off. We don't need to go and point out every time there's an exception, you numbskull. All right, Kacchan, Izuku conceded, dropping the subject with a teasing grin. So why'd you know of that rumor anyway? It's not like it's something you'd just hear as you walk down the street. I researched the places I'm going to spend years at, idiot, Kacchan explained roughly. I have to know what I'm getting into. Kacchan's so smart, Izuku cheered. Hey, did you know? They talked like so for the whole journey there, exchanging information they knew about UA and what to expect. They were thoroughly prepared to attend the most prestigious school in the country. Or so they thought. The gates don't look any less intimidating, Izuku muttered to himself, staring up at the entrance to UA. They aren't intimidating, nerd, Kacchan grumbled, walking past him through the gate. You're just nervous for the first day of school. You're a freaking toddler. It's not the real first day, Kacchan. Izuku corrected him, following him onto campus. It's just orientation, and I am not a toddler. Whatever, idiot, Kacchan groaned dramatically as they entered the building. Just don't go humiliating yourself by stuttering and all that. Me, never, Izuku claimed, his cheeks flushing with the blatant lie. The unimpressed look Kacchan shot him also told him he wasn't fooling anyone. Hey, it's not like we'll be doing much today. We'll have an assembly and a brief get-to-know-you period with the teachers, and that's all. Don't act like you know everything, Kacchan admonished, shoving Izuku lightly. You can't know that for certain. I'm going to laugh when it's seen that you jinxed us. Just wait, Kacchan, Izuku retorted. These claims aren't empty. Don't be stupid, Kacchan sighed. You make too many gosh dang assumptions. I do know. Wow, that was fast, Izuku remarked upon seeing the door of their classroom, 1A. It would have taken you thrice as long with your awful sense of direction, Kacchan snorted. That you don't have to say it, Izuku protested, his cheeks heating up again. I'm right, though, Kacchan replied coolly, pulling the overly large door open. As they walked in, they noticed that only one other kid was there. Izuku stiffened as he remembered who it was. It's the bold boy from the assembly, Izuku thought, staring apprehensively at the rigid boy. You, the boy shouted, rising from his seat and approaching Izuku. He looked to Kacchan for assistance, but his friend seemed content and amused to watch this play out. Izuku knew he'd step in if it got truly hostile. Still, jerk. What do you think you're doing, wearing your tie in such an atrocious way? Izuku stared at the boy, gaping openly. His hands unconsciously found their way around his tie. What? I don't even know how you managed to do such a thing to your tie, but it is a mockery of the prestige of this establishment. The boy chastised Izuku, his arms swinging around wildly in straight, powerful chops. Izuku was speechless, wondering what he did to deserve being openly reprimanded like this. His wings fluffed up in a mixture of indignation and embarrassment. His tie didn't deserve such verbal abuse. It was beautiful the way it was. Kacchan gave up on it on the train ride to Ua. He had no idea how to fix the strangled mess that was the cloth around Izuku's neck. Now, however, Kacchan was cackling at Izuku's misfortune. This is not a point of amusement. The boy admonished the laughing, still swinging away. To think that you two were allowed into Ua, much less the hero course, with such delinquency. Oi! 4 eyes, Kacchan choked out, reining his mirth in. Who are you to decide who gets into this place and who doesn't, huh? You can't address others in such a demeaning. The boy stammered, but Kacchan cut him off. Leave him alone. Nowhere in the stupid rulebook does it say you have to tie the darn tie correctly, Kacchan interrupted, uncaring of the boy's sputtering. And you shouldn't act all high and mighty with your own issues. You act like you're the dang principal of this place. You don't trust Nezu and whatever loser teaches this class to deal with delinquents, like us. Did your old school have no rules or something, or were you held to a higher standard than us peons, huh? I am from Some Private Academy, the boy stated defensively. It was a wonderful school to go to. And I must. Born with a silver spoon in your mouth, huh? Kacchan taunted, leaning rudely into the boy's personal space. He looked at the boy's rigid posture and remarked, what, you got a stick up your butt? Or were you born with it? I bet you. Hey, Kacchan, Izuku interrupted, stepping between the two, his wings fluttering nervously. This had gone long enough. Izuku ignored the part of him that held a vindictive pleasure from watching the verbal smackdown. Kacchan had influenced Izuku, sue him. Why don't we leave him be? Let's go find our seats, okay. Suddenly the boy perked up, his eyes zeroed in on Izuku's wings. I remember you now, he exclaimed. You're the boy who won first place in the exams. Ah, yeah, I guess I did, Izuku chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly. My apologies for my rudeness, the boy continued. Truly, you are the superior candidate for a school like this, the boy claimed loudly, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. What? Izuku exclaimed, waving his hands as if to physically dismiss the thought. And no. What are you talking about? You discerned the true nature of the exam. The boy explained earnestly. Setting aside your own goals for the sake of helping others is the true essence of a hero. You are truly more suited for a place like this, even with your non-traditional style of tie-tying. Izuku's feathers fluffed up as his face heated considerably. No, I had no idea that there were rescue points, I swear. That makes it all the more true. The boy exclaimed, straightening and staring at Izuku with awe and respect. Izuku opened his mouth to protest or something he didn't know when a voice called from the hall, Angel Boy. Izuku turned, curious as to who would be referred to by such a flattering name when he saw the girl he saved in the exam staring right at him. Izuku, when he realized she was referring to her, flushed a deep red. Me. His wings fluffed up, and suddenly he could see where the nickname originated from. Yeah, I'd recognize those wings anywhere. The girl affirmed, bouncing up to him. You saved me back in the exam from the 0-pointer. Of course, I'd remember you. I remember, Izuku confirmed with a nod. I'm happy you got in. Same. The girl agreed, smiling brightly. I'm Uraraka Ochako. Izuku beamed back, ignoring the dramatic way Kacchan shielded his face as if from a bright light. The boy stared openly at though, confused. Midoriya Izuku. This over here is Bakugo Katsuki. I am Iida Tenya. The boy, Iida, added loudly. My apologies for not introducing myself sooner. Izuku opened his mouth to dismiss the apology when a new smell entered his nose. This wasn't a student, surely. They also didn't mean any harm. He looked over to the door, where the new scent was coming from, and his breath left his lungs as the thing stared back. Izuku let out a strangled yelp and hopped a few feet into the air, his wings automatically flashing out to catch him. He rarely got so scared he instinctively flew away, but this was an exception. Some weird yellow caterpillar was looking in the door, slurping on a packet of fruit something. Izuku wasn't sure what it was. Jelly, maybe. Ha! Kacchan exclaimed, staring incredulously at Izuku, who had also attracted the attention of the entire room aside from two other kids. A girl with earphone jacks attached to her earlobes and a boy with 6 arms were staring at the door with equal expressions of bewilderment. Kacchan turned to look at what Izuku was supposedly scared of, and he let off a surprised spark at the sight. Ha! To use your quirks without authorization is against the law. It is unbefitting of a prestigious academy like UA. Iida lectured them, but it was in one ear and out the other to them. To think, he cut himself off with a surprised, strangled gasp as he saw what had garnered their attention. Izuku was half sure he saw a smirk on the caterpillar's face. It was amused by their reactions to it. "What are you guys looking at?" Uraraka asked, turning to see the caterpillar as well. "Gah, what is that?" The caterpillar seemed to finally have enough of watching people one by one notice it, as it sat up and, much to Izuku's surprise, started splitting in half. The caterpillar was not, in fact, a caterpillar at all. It was a man in a sleeping bag. The man grumbled about something incoherent to most, including Izuku, but the girl seemed to have heard it, as she flushed self-consciously. It must have been a compliment for something. Did they know each other before? Was it aimed at more than just her? "If you're here to make friends," the man interrupted Izuku's train of thought, "you should leave now. Hero work is not about socializing." The room fell into a shocked, slightly awkward silence. The man raised an eyebrow at their stillness. "Get to your seats," he demanded expectantly. Izuku had never flown so fast in his life. He was a couple of feet in the air one moment and in his assigned chair the next. Who knew fear was such an incredible motivator? Izuku. Actually, Izuku knew that. The sludge villain incident is a pretty good example. Anyway, oblivious to Izuku's inner monologue, the man walked up to the front of the room and leaned on the podium. He could have sworn the man looked impressed by something, but that didn't make a whole lot of sense. Izuku ignored it. The man, once everyone was properly seated, stated, "It took 15 seconds for you all to quiet down. We're going to make that a lot shorter. Every second counts here in UA. You only have 3 years to master the skills needed to become a hero." The class shuffled uncomfortably under the man's judgmental stare and the weight of his words. "I'm Aizawa Shota, your new homeroom teacher," he introduced himself gruffly. The man then bent under his podium and pulled a box out from it. He set it on an empty spot on his desk and said, "These are your gym uniforms. Meet me out on the field in 10 minutes if you want to stay in this class." With that, Aizawa-sensei walked out of the room, heedless of the chaos in his wake. Izuku watched in shock as the classroom exploded into shouts of surprise and bewilderment, scrambling to seize a uniform. Once the crowd had thinned, Izuku regained his bearings and received his own uniform as well. He followed the throng of people to the locker room. "Why does my uniform have 2 zippers in the back?" a low, confused voice asked. Izuku had been staring at his uniform wondering why it didn't have the wing accommodations. Aldera never had any, but Izuku thought UA was above such petty oversights. "Ah," Izuku exclaimed, pleased to know his initial assessment had been wrong. "I think we accidentally switched uniforms. Here, this one's yours," he said, handing over the uniform in his hands and taking the offered one from the bird-headed boy. "That explains it," the boy muttered, accepting the correct uniform. "What's your name?" Izuku asked as he slipped into a stall to change. He didn't like people seeing the evidence of his time in junior high. "I'm Midoriya Izuku. Tokiyami Fumikage." The boy, Tokiyami, answered through the door. Suddenly, a second shadow accompanied Tokiyami's under the door. A more jovial, slightly distorted voice rang through the door. "I'm Dark Shadow." When Izuku opened the door, He froze, shocked to see a purple bird shadow thing coming out of Tokiyami's stomach. He stared at it in bewilderment, and as the two birds started shrinking into themselves, likely assuming that Izuku was looking down on them, he replied, "Hello. I'm Midoriya Izuku, but you probably already heard that." "Oi, nerd," Kacchan called from the exit of the locker room. "Stop making friends over there and come on. Your stupid butt better not get expelled, you hear me?" "Sorry, Kacchan," Izuku apologized, watching his friend huff and trudge out the door. "He's right, we don't want to get in trouble on the first day." Tokiyami nodded as Dark Shadow retreated into his stomach. They walked out together onto the field to see that they weren't quite last, but they certainly weren't the first out there. When the last student joined them, Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat and told them, "You shouldn't waste so much time changing. It's a few seconds from the 10-minute mark." The throng of students shuffled and mumbled apologies to the teacher. "Anyway, we're going to be doing a fitness exam to evaluate where you're at and where you need to go." "What about orientation?" a tall, raven-haired girl asked. Her hair was pulled up into a high ponytail, and she had her hand half raised as if she was unsure of herself. "It's a waste of time," Aizawa-sensei grumbled. "You all know that UA is an unorthodox school with unorthodox teaching methods. Us teachers have liberties to teach you as we see fit. We are not going to the orientation ceremony." The crowd of kids became alive with chatter again as they discussed what this could mean for future lessons. Aizawa-sensei quickly got sick of that and interrupted them with, "Midoriya." Izuku jumped, his eyes drawn to the teacher once more and his back rigid. "Why yes, sensei. You came first in the entrance exam, correct?" he asked. The kids looked at Izuku curiously, trying to see how he could have pulled that off. Izuku's mouth twitched amusedly at Kacchan's quiet mutter, "By a handful of points." "Yes, sir," Izuku answered with a nod. "Catch," Aizawa-sensei instructed as he chucked the ball at Izuku. Izuku's hands came up instantly, his eyes widening at the sudden throw. It landed neatly in his hands, and he looked up at Aizawa-sensei inquisitively. "What was your last score in the ball throw?" he asked. 62 meters, Izuku answered, flushing at the scoff from Kacchan. "Do it again," Aizawa-sensei said, "but this time, you can use your quirk." Izuku gaped at him, and he numbly walked into the circle. He stared at the man for further clarification. "Were there any other rules?" "You can't step foot outside of the circle," Aizawa-sensei continued. "That is the only rule." Izuku flapped his wings experimentally, seeing if Aizawa-sensei would amend his wording at the subtle reminder. The teacher ignored it. Izuku grinned at the obvious permission. Izuku could fly. "What does it measure by, sensei?" Izuku asked innocently, and he almost laughed when he saw the contrast between Kacchan's smug face versus the confused and, "Is he stupid?" looks from the other kids. "The distance of the ball from the circle in that direction," Aizawa-sensei answered with a sigh and a point in the direction of the field. "Perfect. Thank you, sensei," Izuku grinned again. And like that, Izuku was off, speeding down the field. He'd left a cloud of dust in his wake, causing the others to cough and fan their faces to disperse it. Izuku didn't know how far to go, but he knew he could probably cross the 10-kilometer mark and make it back in a reasonable time. He didn't want to keep the other kids waiting. Fueled by this thought, Izuku flew faster, speeding over the campus. He was tempted to go until he saw the end of it. With a new goal, Izuku kept flying, even when he was sure he'd breached the 10 kilometers goal he'd previously set. He kept flying past the main building until he was in view of the wall on the other side of campus. Just as he made it there, Izuku tossed the ball over it, unaware of the swivel of a camera as it followed the path. Izuku zoomed back to the others, flying faster than he had before so he wouldn't hold the class up. As he saw the dots of the others, he heard an excited shout, "This is going to be so fun." Izuku winced. She shouldn't say things like that in front of a notoriously strict teacher who clearly took this all very seriously. "Fun," Aizawa-sensei scoffed, glaring at the offending student. She had bright pink everything and yellow horns to match her eyes. Izuku winced again at the harsh tone. "Nothing about hero work is fun. This is not a game. This is life or death." Izuku landed neatly in the circle at the end of the man's statement, but he nearly stumbled out of it when he heard his teacher continue. Since you think this is so entertaining, the last place scorer will be expelled from the hero class. Izuku's voice chorused with the other students in a shout of surprise, outrage, and bewilderment. Sensei, Uraraka shouted confusedly. That's not fair at all. Fair? Aizawa-sensei sneered. Nothing about this field is fair. Will natural disasters play by the rules? Electrical fires? Villains? The only person that didn't look remotely scared was the girl with raven hair. She looked confused at the others' reactions, but she didn't look fearful. Was she so self-assured that she thought she couldn't possibly be in last place? Did she doubt Aizawa-sensei's claim? Izuku turned to Aizawa-sensei and asked, "What was my score, sensei?" 30,276.4 meters, Aizawa-sensei answered shortly, clearly still agitated. Izuku nodded and hurried out of the circle. He didn't want to upset the man more than he already was. We'll start with the sprints, Aizawa-sensei announced, walking over to the designated area. Izuku scurried behind with the rest of the kids. Midoriya and Bakugo, Aizawa-sensei called, summoning them to the starting lines. You ready to die, dweeb? Kacchan growled with a feral grin in place. Izuku ignored the indignant sputter from Iida at the insult. I don't know. Ready to lose, Kacchan? Izuku shot back with an equally competitive smile. Their banter ended when a robotic voice announced, 3. Izuku's wings flared out, waiting to push him forward. 2. Kacchan's hands sparked excitedly, and they grinned eagerly. 1. Izuku and Kacchan made eye contact with matching challenging grins. Go. They took off, and Izuku barely managed to pull ahead before Kacchan's explosions could singe his wings, knock him back, or otherwise slow him down. It felt like an eternity as they flew down the track. 3.03 seconds, the robotic voice rang from the speaker by the finish line. Izuku quickly landed and shook out his wings, grinning victoriously. He turned to see Kacchan cross the finish line only a second later. 4.13 seconds, the robot announced as Kacchan crossed. You idiot, Kacchan shouted, storming forward. Calm down, Kacchan, Izuku teased, dancing around the, it's only a test. Kacchan continued forward, heedless of Izuku's retreating steps as he backed up. Eventually, Izuku was tired of the silent game and flew above Kacchan. Come on, we don't want to keep everyone waiting on us. Kacchan huffed but followed Izuku back to the others. As Izuku went to stand beside Kacchan in the group, his wrist was seized, and he was pulled back by someone. He clamped down on the knee-jerk reaction of yanking his wrist out and incapacitating the assailant. Izuku made a questioning noise as he saw Uraraka staring up at him with concern. Are you okay? He asked, scanning her for any injuries. Are you okay? She retorted, frowning deeper. Why wouldn't I be? Izuku asked, sparing a glance at Kacchan who was clearly eavesdropping if his proximity had anything to say. Uraraka hummed uncertainly, following his gaze when she seemed to reach a conclusion, her eyes gaining an understanding Izuku wasn't following the logic on. We'll talk after school. Izuku nodded. Okay. Uraraka nodded to herself and went back to Iida, who she'd been talking with before. They both looked rather worried. Did I do something? Izuku asked Kacchan quietly, scanning himself for anything that could be considered concerning. He was a bit small for his age, but that was the extent of it, and that was due to his quirk. Always, Kacchan answered, glancing back at them with just as much confusion as Izuku was feeling. Izuku pouted at him, and he elaborated, but nothing out of the norm for you. Izuku hummed thoughtfully and moved to the next test when everyone had finished. Next is the grip strength test, Aizawa-sensei announced. Izuku watched as the boy with 6 arms, Aizawa-sensei had called him Shoji, walk up to the small machine. If the boy only had 2 arms, he still would have gotten an outstanding score, but with 6 arms. Shoji got a score of 540 kg. That was amazing, Izuku exclaimed, flushing when all eyes landed on him. Wow, you're so strong, Shoji, he continued, walking up to the taller boy. Shoji stared at Izuku with confusion, asking silently what in the world Izuku was doing. I mean, your quirk is really awesome. Izuku complimented, ignoring the redness crawling up the boy's face. He was in too deep to stop now, not that he wanted to. This was fascinating. He'd reached his limit for resisting gushing today. Not only are you incredibly strong, but you can enhance your senses by changing the tips of your extra limbs. What all can you transform them into? Is it limited to sensory body parts like hands and eyes? Can you transform your hands into feet? Your hearing's clearly enhanced when you have more than 2 ears, but are the new ears more sensitive to sound than the ones on your head? Are your hands more sensitive? If you transform your limbs into eyes, are those stronger than the eyes in your head as well? You're asking a lot of questions, Shoji commented quietly, seemingly intimidated by Izuku's interrogation. I didn't catch a lot of that. I'm sorry. What? Izuku blinked, coming out of his gushing state. Oh, shoot, I'm sorry, Shoji. I didn't mean to ramble like that. Of course you couldn't remember half of what I said. I don't even remember half of what I said. Still, your quirk is super cool. I mean, think of all the ways it could apply to rescue work. And you'd be super good at close combat with your quirk as well. Have you had any hand-to-hand training? I bet we'll. Shoji glanced toward Aizawa-sensei for help as Izuku continued to ramble, but the man was looking at them with something near imperceptible amusement and nostalgia in his eyes. Oi, nerd, Kacchan grumbled, snapping Izuku out of his mutterstorm again. Stop harassing the guy and get back over here. Sorry, Kacchan. Izuku apologized. Sorry if I overwhelmed you, Shoji. Shoji remained silent as Izuku bounced back to the others. That was unexpectedly bold of you, Kacchan remarked quietly once Izuku had returned. Izuku blinked, surprised to realize that, yes, that had been out of character. But his quirk was just so cool. While he was squeezing that grip thing to death, Kacchan scoffed, rolling his eyes. You didn't fawn over 4 eyes when he got a score just under yours with his engines. You didn't gush at Ponytail when she made freaking rocket boots for the sprint. Izuku hummed consideringly when he heard this. Maybe that's because Iida and Uraraka are acting weird. And, Izuku flushed, thinking about his reason for the latter argument. Well, she's really pretty, and I don't know how to talk to girls because the only one who ever treated me with kindness was Mom before today. And Kacchan sighed and nudged his shoulder. Don't worry about it, Feathers. Just try to let the people you're interrogating answer your questions first. As expected, Izuku had done significantly above average on the grip strength test. Thank you. Bird quirk exceptionally well on the standing long jump. He can fly. So that was obvious. A little below average on the side steps. Wings were hard. Okay. Very well on the distance run. Sensei had to call for Yaoyorozu and Izuku to stop. Flying didn't take a whole lot of energy, and a little less well on the seated toe touch and the sit-up tests. Wings were not fun with that last one. Now, the kids were all gathered in front of the large scoreboard, waiting anxiously for their names to show up. A lot of them were watching the far-right blank rectangle, hoping desperately for it not to have their name on it. Now that you're all done, here are the results, Aizawa-sensei announced, pressing some button on the remote in his hand. The rectangles flipped to reveal the names of the people on the scoreboard. Izuku jolted in surprise when he heard a loud, whiny, no. He whirled around to see the incredibly short, Ed kid wailing with tears streaming down his face. He was hitting the ground frustratedly, and a puddle was quickly forming around him from the sheer amount of water coming from his eyes. Izuku couldn't help but think it was deserved as he reflected on his attitude toward the girls in class. Shoji had absent-mindedly confided in Tokiyami about a comment the boy had made to him after the grip strength test, so it wasn't just the girls who suffered. Mineta Minoru, Aizawa-sensei said, gaining the small boy's attention. You are hereby expelled from the UA Hero course. If you so choose, you can remain enrolled in the general education department. The girl with the ponytail gasped, as if not expecting Aizawa-sensei's words to hold true. You can't do this, Mineta cried angrily, tears still streaming down his face. You can't. It's not fair. Not fair at all. Mineta, Aizawa-sensei repeated coldly, silencing the boy. You aren't expelled for getting last place. That part was a logical ruse. Then why? Mineta shouted, heedless of the glares he was receiving. They were particularly from the girls. "I'm not blind," Aizawa-sensei growled. "I saw the way you looked at your peers. I heard the lewd things you said to them. I saw the intentional touches. I will not have someone who holds no respect for his peers in my class. Go change and wait outside the locker room. If you aren't there when I get there, then your parents will be contacted and you will have no choice of staying in UA at all." Mineta opened his mouth to argue, but he seemed to have the sense to know that it would be useless, and it was closed again. The class remained silent as Mineta entered the building. "Congratulations," Aizawa-sensei said flatly. "You made it through orientation. Go change back into your normal clothes and go home." Izuku followed orders and walked back into the locker room just in time to see Mineta leave. "You," Mineta snarled. "What makes you any better than me?" Izuku looked behind him at the other boys, but they all looked just as confused. "Me?" he asked, pointing at himself hesitantly. "Who else?" Mineta exclaimed incredulously. Izuku stepped further into the room to allow the other boys in, suddenly conscious of his obstructive position, but none of them made a move to enter. They all stayed outside the door, watching to see what would happen next. Kacchan probably would have walked in, but the others were blocking the way. "I've got no idea what you're talking about, so I don't know," Izuku replied. "That robot is also getting on my nerves." Mineta's voice shook angrily. "How come when you guys get closer to the girls in our class, Sensei doesn't expel you?" Iida chose that moment to step in beside Izuku, and he chopped his arms as he explained, "We didn't make lewd comments to our peers or touch the girls in the slightest. You were blatantly disrespectful to almost everyone in the class, and thus the proper action was taken." "Move out of the way, extras," Kacchan growled as he shouldered through the crowd blocking the door. "Oi, grape stain, get out of here, stop wasting all our time. Let's just ignore him, guys," Izuku said placatingly, moving over to his locker. "Come on, some of us have trains to catch." Murmurs of agreement echoed through the group as they all finally moved into the room. "Hey," Mineta shouted, but no one paid him any mind. "Stupid animal," Mineta muttered after a while of busy silence. "Excuse me," Izuku asked, halfway into his stall. He set his clothes down and walked back out, glaring at Mineta. His feathers were ruffled and his face spelled violence. "What did you say?" "Mineta," some red-haired kid, Kirishima, admonished. "You can't say stuff like that. That's super quirkist." Tokiyami had frozen in place, staring vacantly at his locker with his clothes in his hands. Shoji was working to comfort the boy, murmuring placating assurances. "They are," Mineta defended. "They're hardly human. Humans don't have bird wings." "This one does," Izuku growled, walking closer to Tokiyami in silent comfort. He was probably only defending himself because what Mineta said didn't only hurt Izuku himself, but the other kids with animal-like mutation quirks. Shoji didn't have one, but he'd probably also been picked on. Most mutant-type quirked people were. "No, they don't," Mineta argued. "Humans don't just sit around the opposite and feel nothing. Are you saying that because I wasn't harassing the girls I'm not human?" Izuku exclaimed incredulously. "That's the most ridiculous reason I've ever heard." "Oh, yeah," Mineta retorted. "I bet a fragile bird like you doesn't know what it feels like to even." "Shut up," Izuku shouted, startling the room into silence. "Fragile." Izuku wasn't fragile. He wasn't. "Right. What did I tell you about waiting outside of the locker room?" Aizawa-sensei's voice snapped Izuku out of his frozen state. "Sensei, they hung out with the girls too," Mineta shouted. "Why aren't they expelled, huh?" "Because they," Aizawa-sensei snarled, "don't say things or touch them when and where they don't want to be touched. Get out. We'll discuss your punishment with Nezu." "What?" Mineta whined, but he followed obediently out the door. The boys waited for the voices to fade from the hall before they all turned to Izuku. "Are you okay?" A yellow-haired kid, Kaminari, Izuku's mind supplied, asked. "Wow, that must have beeped. Sorry, we didn't do more." "Yeah, that wasn't manly of us at all." A red-haired kid, Kirishima agreed. He held a swirl of self-deprecation in his eyes. He was blaming himself. The other boys voiced their agreement with the sentiment aside from Shoji, Tokiyami, Todoroki, and Kacchan. Kacchan, who was seething with rage. Hey, let's all calm down. It's fine, and he didn't say anything too bad, Izuku comforted them. Let's just forget about him and go home, okay? The other boys muttered agreement and trailed out the door, one by one. Eventually, it was just Kacchan and Izuku left in the room. He'll pay for that, Kacchan growled after a while of silence. Yeah, legally, Izuku retorted. We can't go killing people, Kacchan. I'd leave him alive, Kacchan scoffed. At Izuku's disbelieving look, he added, maybe. Izuku sighed and lightly punched his friend's shoulder. Well, no harm was done, so we can forget about it and go home. We don't need to pursue revenge or whatever. Kacchan scowled at the ground for a few long moments before his face suddenly lit up with an idea, and he looked up once more. I'll tell Birdbrain. No, don't do that. Izuku protested, but Kacchan was already out the door. Kacchan. Don't try and stop me, idiot. Kacchan shouted over his shoulder as he bolted down the hall. Isn't this a bit too much? Izuku yelled after him. It's fine, really. Heck no, Kacchan immediately rebuked. You're really going to let him get away with all of that? He's already facing punishment, Izuku replied. I don't have to do anything. Yeah, right, Kacchan scoffed. We learned ages ago that schools don't do a thing when it comes to quirkism. It's fine, Kacchan. This is Ua, Izuku protested, nearly gasping when he saw the classroom door come into view. Wait. Izuku's cry went unnoticed as Kacchan zipped into the classroom. By the time Izuku was in there, he heard Keigo shouting incredulously over the phone. He sagged against the frame, already knowing he'd lost. I thought the top hero school would be different. Izuku heard Keigo exclaim. It is, Kacchan replied coolly, guys facing expulsion. Darn right, Keigo cooed proudly. We'll talk later, I promise. There's an incident on my side, so I've got to go. Bye, Katsuki. Whatever, loser. Kacchan tsked. Kacchan turned around as Izuku sighed from the doorway. I'm so screwed. No, that shorty is screwed, Kacchan denied, grabbing both of their bags and shoving Izuku's at him. That's why I called Keigo. Izuku just hummed in response. He was ready to go home. Wait, was he forgetting something? As Izuku walked outside with Kacchan, he remembered. Uraraka, his mind supplied as he saw the familiar brunette. Kacchan, I need to talk with someone real quick, but I'll catch up, okay? Izuku blurted before rushing off. He barely heard the exasperated huff as he ran toward his friend. Uraraka, I'm so sorry I forgot. Something happened in the locker rooms and, Izuku gushed, his mouth running a mile a second when Uraraka cut him off. Don't worry about it, she said placatingly, calming him down. Iida explained what happened to me. Honestly, I wouldn't have blamed you if you didn't come at all. Iida will be here any second now. He had to use the restroom real quick. I have returned, the aforementioned boy declared, walking up to them. Midoriya, I'm glad you decided to come. We have some concerns, Uraraka stated bluntly. About, I've known you two for a day, Izuku asked, confused. I couldn't have done anything too bad, right? Bakugo, Iida answered bluntly. Kacchan, Izuku chuckled incredulously. Is something wrong? Yes, Uraraka cried. Yes, the way he treats you, it is unbecoming of a future hero. Iida cut in. Izuku snorted at the instant ridiculousness of this conversation. You think what? Kacchan's a bad friend. He's a friend, Uraraka asked. Sure doesn't act like one. He kept chasing you after you beat him in the 50-meter dash. Don't you think, Izuku started, chuckling a little still, that Aizawa-sensei would have stopped him if Kacchan went too far? It's a small, friendly rivalry. A competition if that makes you feel better. Kacchan would never do something like you're making him out to do. Uraraka and Iida stared at Izuku uncertainly, still not buying what Izuku was saying. Listen, Izuku sighed, his mirth gone, Kacchan and I have been friends since we were little, okay? We've always been competitive, but that's in the nature of this field. Kacchan would never hurt me or anyone who doesn't deserve it, okay? I'd like for you two to calm down and just think about the accusations you're making. But he dragged you by your collar at the entrance exams. Uraraka argued, but her resolve was wavering. He just didn't want me to get lost, Izuku replied. That's fair, really. I'm bad with directions. He has a weird way of showing he cares. Besides, if he did it any other way, he might show that he has these disgusting things called emotions. What about the constant insults? Iida asked. Or the way he didn't defend you from Mineta in the locker rooms? The constant insults are terms of endearment, Izuku huffed. I don't get it either, but he gives them to people he's comfortable around. The incident in the locker rooms was purely self-restraint on his part. If Kacchan had done what he wanted to do, I don't think Mineta would have made it to the principal's office. And none of the boys get to judge Kacchan for not stepping in after not one person stepped up either. Iida winced, conceding the point, and Uraraka flinched back, focused on the middle of Izuku's explanation. That's really bad, Midoriya. What? Izuku exclaimed. The fact that he restrained himself is growth. He doesn't care for many people, but when he cares a lot. Our old junior high was super quirkist, and Kacchan had a hard time restraining himself from getting into fights. I'm proud of him, frankly. Is he really as good as you say? Uraraka asked quietly. He's not a bad person, Izuku stated patiently. He's just a tough nut to crack. Think on it. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, okay? I'm a bit tired, and Kacchan's waiting on me. See you then, Uraraka replied thoughtfully. Goodbye, Midoriya, Iida agreed, waving stiffly. Izuku smiled at them and took off through the gates. Kacchan was not waiting for him. He knew better than to do that. Eventually, after weaving through the crowds of kids also going home from school, Izuku caught sight of familiar hair. Kacchan. His friend turned to see Izuku maneuvering through the crowd, his wings pressed close to his back. Where have you been? Sorry I took so long, Izuku apologized. Uraraka and Iida thought you were bullying me. Isn't that weird? Ha, Kacchan exclaimed, but it didn't have the usual spirit. Don't tell me, Izuku muttered, scrutinizing his friend's face. You don't think that's plausible, do you? You're a good friend to me, Kacchan. Okay, Izuku, the grumbled. We'll talk about this later, Izuku resolved. Anyway, are you proud of how you did on that fitness test? Ha, Kacchan laughed. I beat you this time, nerd. Izuku smiled at his friend's improved mood. Yeah, by 1 place. You were 4th, I was 3rd. There's nothing else to it, Kacchan replied smugly. If you want to play that way, Izuku scoffed, I still beat you in the exams. Shut up, loser, Kacchan shouted, shoving Izuku lightly. I thought I just said I beat you in the exams. Izuku teased, dancing out of the way of another light punch. Sounds like I'm not the loser here. You dang, Kacchan roared, but he had a smirk on his face as he chased Izuku around the station. Izuku didn't forget about his friend's insecurities. He'd definitely confront Kacchan later. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. The next day, Izuku had shut the world out, his ears were unhearing of the noises around him, and his eyes were blind to the colors and shapes outside of his notebook. He usually got like this when he was deep into analysis. He couldn't help it. UA's students had the most interesting and versatile quirks Izuku had ever seen. It took everything in him not to race back into the locker room to grab his notebook during the quirk assessment test yesterday. As soon as he'd gotten home, he began writing as much as he could remember, and sitting in class today just jogged his memory and gave way to new ideas. Suddenly, a shadow was cast over his notebook, prompting him to look up into the red eyes of his friend who sat in front of him. Whose quirk are you writing about now, nerd? Kacchan asked, sitting backward in his chair to lean over Izuku's desk. It's not just their quirks, Kacchan. Izuku pouted, his feathers fluffing indignantly. Their personalities, their fighting styles, their thought processes, all of these factor into what makes them great heroes or heroes in training. The fights between heroes and villains are also in here, you know. Whatever, dweeb, Kacchan huffed. Your stupid stalker notebooks are going to get you in trouble one day. Someone's going to get scared, and you'll get talked to. Neither of them mentioned how often that happened in junior high. Anyway, what have you scrounged up about your friend's quirks? The ones you made yesterday, that is. Well, Izuku tapped his pen against his chin. I haven't seen them in a combative context, but I'm curious about a couple of other things. Like, for instance, what acts as the fuel for Ida's leg engines? If they overheat, does it damage or burn his legs? What about Uraraka? What's her limit? Is it a concrete limit? Can it be pushed? Is it different if she floats herself? Okay, I get it, Kacchan blurted, interrupting Izuku's mutterstorm. You can stop there. To answer your first inquiry about my quirk, Iida interrupted, seemingly unaware of how he could be perceived as rude. My engines are fueled by orange juice. For the second one, yes, it hurts quite a lot. However, it is much better than when I first started using my quirk. Ah, Izuku jolted in surprise, his head whipping up to look at Iida. Thank you. I can't express to you how much it means to me. I was answering your questions, Iida explained vaguely. It is trivial knowledge to me. Hey, kid, Hawks started as they sat on the floor, gulping down their water bottles. You have a danger sense type secondary quirk, right? You mean like your ability to telepathically control your feathers? Izuku asked as he pulled the bottle away from his face. I guess you can say that. Where is it from? Hawks pressed. From. Izuku frowned uncertainly. As in, where does the quirk manifest? Yeah, Hawks affirmed, grinning proudly. My secondary quirk's all mental, you know. I guess it also manifests in my feathers because that's the only thing I can control, but telepathy is generally a mental quirk. It has to do with my nose, Izuku answered, pointing to the referred part. Your nose, Hawks repeated confusedly. I thought hummingbirds couldn't smell anything. That's actually a myth, Izuku clarified, grinning at the opportunity to teach his mentor something new. He'd always liked teaching and helping others grow, even in trivial things like this. Hummingbirds use their sense of smell to sense if a predator is nearby. That's where the quirk comes from. Is it stronger or do you only smell others' presence? Hawks inquired, his eyes widening with intrigue. It's a bit stronger than that, Izuku chuckled, scratching the back of his head. It tells me the vague position of others around me, like the direction from me they're in, and the intent of those close to me. The intent part is like a spectrum. It ranges from pure, or passive, to evil, or hostile. While this was an enlightening session, Hawks sighed, leaning back against the wall. You should be more careful, chickadee. What? Izuku exclaimed, straightening up and checking around himself for missing items. With what? Well, what if I'd been a villain? Hawks asked, gazing sharply into Izuku's own alert eyes. What if I was someone who intended to use this information to harm? I'd be able to smell that, Izuku mumbled. But you're right, Hawks. I'll be more careful now. It's not trivial. What if I was a villain? Izuku asked, the memory resurfacing in his mind. What if I was a traitor or something? I could use this knowledge to defeat you. Ah, Iida lowered his head as his face flushed. I did not consider such things. You truly are insightful, Midoriya. It's a good lesson to learn, Aizawa-sensei's voice cut in, silencing the classroom. Izuku swiveled his head to stare at the man. He looked somewhat surprised. Don't go chattering about how great or how awful your quirk is. Any information like that is a powerful tool in the hands of your enemies. Yes, sensei. The class chorused. Get in your seats. Class starts now, Aizawa-sensei ordered, sending Iida rushing to his chair along with a few other conversationalists. Kacchan turned to face the proper way in his seat as well. I expect that you all came prepared with your schedules. If not, be better prepared next time. Share with someone next to you or something. Now, Izuku noticed the other kids in his class kept glancing up at the clock, checking to see how many minutes there were until heroics. He couldn't judge them. He was guilty of the same thing. His hands wouldn't stay still, and he was this close to pacing around the room. That'd be rude to Ectoplasm Sensei, though, so he barely refrained. As if prompted by Izuku's increasing restlessness and impatience, the bell mercifully rang, and it was the most beautiful sound Izuku had ever heard. He ignored the amused snort from Kacchan in front of him. He didn't feel any relief or excitement. Shut up. Ectoplasm left with a reminder to do the work he assigned tonight, and the class immediately broke into excited whispers. Izuku himself was buzzing in his seat, his wings flapping as silently as they could to get rid of some energy. He hoped he wasn't bothering Yaoyorozu too much. Little did he know, focusing on the wings fluttering in front of her helped her concentrate on something that wasn't her excitement for foundational heroics. Izuku heard heavy footsteps from the stairs, and, from the now alert Jiro's and Shoji's reactions, they did too. Kacchan turned around, probably to tease Izuku about being so excited he couldn't stay still, but froze when he saw Izuku listening carefully. "Oi!" Kacchan shouted, making Izuku flinch from the sudden noise, but he listened closer anyway. The teacher was just down the hall. "Shut up. Sensei's almost here." The room fell into a dead silence, everyone listening for the steps of their mystery teacher. Now everyone could hear the footsteps, and the room stayed so quiet you would hear the drop of a pin echo. Suddenly, the steps stopped right in front of the door. Izuku heard the teacher take in a huge breath before the door slammed open and, before anyone could take a breath to shout excitedly, All Might announced, "I am coming through the door like a normal person." All Might. The class seemed to unanimously scream. Izuku immediately launched into excited murmuring, saying, "All Might teaches here." It would explain why he was on the holographic disc we received if we passed, but wow. I thought maybe Ua had just asked a favor of him. I wonder if he's our only heroics teacher or if we have more. Is that his Silver Age costume? Izuku was cut off by a heavy hand falling on his desk. "Shut up, nerd," Kacchan warned, staring at Jiro and Shoji, who were staring at Izuku. "Listen for once in your life." Izuku huffed, but he turned his attention to the front, where All Might was explaining his position. "I will teach you the basics of hero training. Today, you will all be participating in." All Might pulled out a whiteboard from somewhere. As he flipped it over, he finished, "combat training." The class started whispering among themselves, either gushing about how fun this will be or anxiously muttering how screwed they are. Izuku was in the middle, but Hawk's training should come into play here. However, it was likely that not everyone in class had experience, however small, with fighting. "Along with your first heroics class, your costumes are ready." All Might cheered, pressing a button that caused cases to slide out of the wall. "Put on your hero suits and meet me in ground beta." Everyone rushed to get their costumes, and Izuku was pretty sure some just seized the closest case. All he could hope for was that there were no mix-ups between guys and girls. Izuku, while distracted, didn't notice that he grabbed the wrong case number. He rushed to the locker rooms, scared of expulsion like the rest of the kids. He threw his case open and froze when he saw a dark cloak. He didn't have a cloak in his costume. "Why is our costume green, Fumi?" Izuku heard Dark Shadow ask. His head shot up to meet Tokiyami's gaze, and Izuku burst into incredulous giggles. Again, Izuku chuckled, handing Tokiyami the proper case and accepting his own. "What a coincidence." "Revelry in the dark," Tokiyami muttered with amusement in his voice. Izuku didn't know what exactly that meant, but it didn't seem to have negative connotations, so he didn't invest more thought into it. Izuku opened the proper case and took out his costume, checking for all the different parts. Finding nothing missing, he took his case to a stall and looked in it more thoroughly. It was even better than what he'd had in mind. The first thing Izuku slid on was the thick green jumpsuit with white accents. It had several warming-cooling pads inside to regulate Izuku's body temperature since there was a chance he'd have to fly at high altitudes. The pads also served as protection. This was followed by a white cloth mask that had a filtration device and was linked to an oxygen tank. The oxygen was collected from the air around him and stored so that when he was in an environment with less oxygen than he needed, such as a supremely high altitude, he could still breathe. The oxygen tank was hidden in a sturdy but light box that was attached to the back of his costume. It was the same white as the accents on his costume and positioned in such a way that Izuku's wings could still fit comfortably through the holes in the back of his jumpsuit. Along with the base things, additional support items were added to Izuku's costume. He reached into his case for his goggles and earphones. They would protect his face while he was flying, and they were modeled the same way hawks were except they were green and white instead of yellow and black. It was a small nod to his mentor. Izuku buckled a red utility belt around his waist which contained zip ties, a first aid kit, extra flight protection gear, a pocket notebook for quick observations, and a couple of water bottles. There were a couple of empty pockets for extra things as well. He pulled on steel-toed red sneakers which would aid in his dive kick and finally tugged bulky white gloves onto his hands to finish the look. Izuku looked at his costume and nodded approvingly. It fit perfectly and it fit every requirement he'd written on his sheet of paper. Izuku walked out of the stall, put his case in his locker, and left to go find Kacchan. He never waited for Izuku for long, and Izuku had been too busy admiring the parts of his costume to accommodate that. Izuku jogged up to the others, his wings flapping excitedly. "Kacchan," Izuku called, catching his friend's attention. "Oi, what took you so long?" Kacchan asked rudely, looking Izuku up and down. "Your costume doesn't look complicated." "I was appreciating it," Izuku defended. He looked down at his costume again and smiled brighter. "It's even better than what I asked for. Look, it's just like you know who's," he said as he gestured to his goggles and headphones. "Yeah, okay, nerd," Kacchan huffed, but when he turned around Izuku saw solid stripes of red down his back that were spaced apart similar to how wings were, and he couldn't help but burst into giggles. "You are just as bad as me, Kacchan," Izuku claimed, poking him in the shoulder. "Don't even hide it." "Shut up, idiot," Kacchan barked, his face turning a bright red. "Ah, and you even used my gauntlet idea," Izuku cooed, teasing Kacchan a little more. "Do you like them?" "Shut up." "Yes, I do," Kacchan blurted, his face redder than a stop sign. "They're a bit bulky, though." Izuku hummed and grabbed one of them, turning it this way and that but being mindful of Kacchan's arms. "They are a bit big. You should get them streamlined when we get the chance." Kacchan, who'd been tolerating Izuku's prodding, yanked his arm down, out of Izuku's loose grip. "Knock it off, Feathers. I'll keep it in mind." Just then, All Might appeared in front of the class and surveyed all of them. His smile widened approvingly as he said, "They say the clothes make the man, and you all look like pro heroes already." "Who says that?" Izuku couldn't help but mutter confusedly. Distantly, he heard Jiro cover up a snort with a cough. Kacchan leaned over and answered, "It's a Latin proverb." Izuku made an "oh" shape with his mouth and nodded. He didn't even question how Kacchan knew that in the first place. He tuned back into All Might's speech to hear, "Time for combat training." Izuku really hoped he hadn't missed an important explanation. "All Might Sensei," Iida called, raising his hand straight above his head. When All Might gestured for him to continue, he said, "Are we going to participate in urban battles similar to the entrance exam?" "Close, but no," All Might shook his head. "We will conduct indoor battles instead." Izuku gaped. "Indoor battles, close quarters." Thus far, there have been no quirk restrictions. Little to no fighting experience in most of the students. Was All Might insane? They were going to accidentally severely injure each other. You will fight each other in teams of 2, heroes versus villains, All Might explained. He shamelessly pulled a slip of paper from his back pocket and read it, seemingly word for word. "The villains will be defending a fake bomb, and it's the hero's job to either find the bomb or capture the villains. To win as the villains, the time must either run out or you must capture both heroes. To win as the heroes, you must capture the villains or tap the bomb. You have 5 minutes to prepare and 15 to fight." "Are we doing this all without training, hero?" Asui asked. Her voice, while flat, still conveyed disbelief and confusion. Izuku resonated with her at that moment. "This seems very American," Izuku muttered under his breath to Kacchan. Kacchan and Jiro both snickered. Izuku was glad that Jiro didn't find his quiet comments annoying at least. "The battles will be basic training. After all, the best way to learn is through experience," All Might answered without a hint of uncertainty. Izuku's eye twitched. Keigo didn't pull stuff like this when he was training Izuku and Kacchan. Izuku wanted to believe that it was because Hawks had trained them one-on-one or one-on-two, but he knew that wasn't the problem. "Any other questions?" "How will the teams be decided?" Iida asked. Will we be expelled if we do poorly? Uraraka worried. Isn't my cape magnifique? Aoyama turned in such a way that the incredibly shiny cape fluttered behind him, causing sparkles to appear around him. It was a pretty cool cape, honestly. The teams will be decided by drawing lots. All Might explained, holding up a small box with several slips of paper in it. No, you will not be expelled for subpar performance, and yes, young Aoyama, your cape is incredible. Such a random way to pick teams. Iida cried, his voice showing all of his disappointment. Are you sure that's how they'll be decided? Maybe it's because some pro-hero teams are made spontaneously, Izuku rationalized. We won't always get to pick our partners, nor will teams always be built on the best strategical matches. Iida's helmet blocked his full facial expression, but from what Izuku could see, Iida was staring at him with admiration. Such foresight, sensei. Please pardon my bluntness. All is well, young Iida. All Might assured him. If that is all, come up and draw your lots. Izuku looked at his slip and called, who's on Team G? Yaoyorozu, who was standing right next to him, jolted and looked over at his slip. That would be me. Sorry, Izuku apologized, flushing with the unnecessary volume. Thankfully, instead of being the only one who used that tactic, everyone else was inspired by it and began calling their team letter. Anyway, your quirk is making stuff, right? I don't know what you named it, but that's what I saw during the quirk test. My quirk is creation, Yaoyorozu clarified. I'm assuming that yours is your wings, yes. Yeah, Izuku affirmed, flapping his wings a little to show them off. What are the limitations of your quirk, Yaoyorozu? I have to know she went to answer, but she was quickly cut off by All Might announcing, it seems as though we have an odd number of students. All Might hummed, scanning the students consideringly. Okay, everyone, play rock, paper, scissors with your teammate. Whoever wins must find a new person to go against. After 3 rounds, we should only have one person left to go twice. Rock, paper, scissors. Yaoyorozu repeated, confused. Jenkin, Izuku explained. Rock, paper, scissors is the American name for it, but it's the same game. Yaoyorozu hummed understandingly and held up her hands to play. Seisho wa gu, Jenkin pon. Yaoyorozu won. Izuku nodded acceptingly and wandered over to Kacchan, who'd been the odd one out, to wait. Who do you think will win? He asked quietly. I don't know, Kacchan shrugged. I don't care either. I'll win no matter who I'm paired with. Izuku snorted and nudged Kacchan, but he didn't argue. He didn't doubt his friend at all. The winner was Ojiro, who had to be both on Sato's and Kacchan's teams. Izuku almost felt bad for him, but he wouldn't have minded going twice himself, so he didn't feel too much sympathy. The teams were as follows. Team A, Ojiro and Bakugo. Team B, Jiro and Asui. Team C, Uraraka and Koda. Team D, Iida and Kaminari. Team E, Aoyama and Ashido. Team F, Tokiyami and Todoroki. Team G, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. Team H, Kirishima and Shiro. Team I, Ojiro and Sato. Team J, Hagakure and Shoji. Izuku waved goodbye to his friend and walked over to Yaoyorozu again. She looked like she was conflicted between relief that she didn't have to fight twice and embarrassment from losing. What's wrong? Izuku asked, frowning worriedly. I lost, Yaoyorozu admitted, her cheeks heating up. It's a silly thing, I know, but losing's never fun, Izuku agreed. But hey, do you like watching fights and analyzing them? I enjoy analyzing battles, yes, Yaoyorozu nodded hesitantly. Why? Do you see the monitors over there? Izuku asked, pointing at the large screens behind All Might. Those probably show what's happening in the building we're going to fight in. Do you think it's more beneficial to fight when you're already tired or analyze active fights? Yaoyorozu perked up a little. Analyze them. See, Izuku grinned. It's a good thing you lost. You never finished explaining your quirk, so. The first match will be Team A as the heroes and Team F as the villains. All Might announced. Again, you will have 5 minutes to prepare and 15 minutes to battle it out. The rest of you can observe what's happening through the monitors over here. As Ojiro, Kacchan, Tokiyami, and Todoroki left, the rest of the class gathered around the monitors. Izuku wormed his way to the front with Yaoyorozu following behind. He didn't want to miss his best friend's match. Izuku watched as Todoroki froze over the entire building, dark shadow lifting Tokiyami off of the ground to keep him unfrozen. Izuku worried about Kacchan's explosions since his fuel was his sweat and Tokiyami in general. It couldn't be healthy to remain in such a cold environment for 20 minutes. Izuku watched as the windows were frozen shut, but the room Tokiyami was in had ice blocking most of the light from getting in. It was probably to strengthen his quirk. Kacchan started stretching when he saw the building get coated in ice, much to the confusion of his partner and everyone in the viewing room. Izuku took the liberty to explain, the fuel for his quirk comes from his sweat, so he can't just walk into a cold building and expect to make great explosions. Everyone nodded understandingly after that, and from Ojiro's now clear face, Kacchan explained it to him as well. Supposedly 5 minutes later, Izuku hadn't been counting. All Might leaned into the microphone and announced, "Your 15 minutes begins now." Kacchan rushed into the wall, launching an explosion that easily blew the doors open. Ojiro followed, shivering as he entered the iced-over building. Kacchan said something that Ojiro seemed to protest, but he eventually won the tailed boy over. Izuku watched Kacchan go upstairs while Ojiro double-checked the first floor. Todoroki, who was wandering the halls of the third floor, 2 floors below the bomb, was just around the corner from Kacchan. Now, Kacchan isn't stealthy at all, so Todoroki knew he was on the third floor with him as soon as he ascended the stairs. Suddenly, Kacchan was encased in ice, and Todoroki was in front of him. Kacchan exploded it easily and tried to stay in the air, but his hands were too cold. Izuku watched as he used small blasts to propel himself away from attacks, but he couldn't really fly to save himself. Todoroki looked slightly annoyed, like there was a particularly annoying fly bothering him. Izuku knew Kacchan wouldn't like that. Kacchan eventually got enough air so that he vaulted over Todoroki and, before the other could react, Kacchan kicked him down. Todoroki immediately had an ice pillar launch him up and away from Kacchan, who had pulled out his capture tape. Ojiro, meanwhile, had heard this scuffle and was racing up the stairs to provide assistance. Kacchan shouted something into his earpiece, and Ojiro bypassed the third floor, going all the way to the top. Todoroki was shivering at this point, so it was apparent to Izuku that both Kacchan and Todoroki were nearing their limits. Kacchan was shivering as well, but the fight was drawing a little bit of sweat from him. Todoroki was more careful with his strikes, only sending ice to capture Kacchan when there was an opening. Izuku switched his attention from that battle to Ojiro, who had just found the bomb room. The door was sealed shut, but Ojiro swung around and slammed it open with his tail, freeing it from its icy cage. Tokiyami was standing in the middle of the room, and a rather large dark shadow was posed menacingly behind him. Ojiro looked tempted to shut the door and forfeit the match. In all fairness, Izuku thought dryly, Todoroki and Tokiyami are an incredibly powerful team, and Tokiyami looks pretty intimidating in the dark like that. Ojiro beeped up his courage and walked in, but he opened the door the furthest it could be first. It was probably to let the most light he could in. He readied himself into a fighting stance, and Izuku saw him lay eyes on the bomb. Dark shadow surged forward, but Ojiro used his tail to propel himself away from him. And toward the bomb. Tokiyami immediately noticed this and pointed at the bomb to direct his quirk. Ojiro tried to make a run for the bomb, but he was forced to dodge backward as dark shadow interfered again. Izuku watched closely as Ojiro started inching toward Tokiyami, who was so focused on keeping Ojiro away from the bomb that he didn't notice. Eventually, Ojiro noticed that he was close enough to make a dash for Tokiyami, so he disengaged from Dark Shadow and whipped out his capture tape. Dark Shadow hovered over the two, watching helplessly as the two fought, if you could even call it that. Tokiyami clearly had no fighting experience and was far too reliant on his quirk. Dark Shadow couldn't find a safe opening to stop the fight if he didn't want to accidentally injure Tokiyami. Ojiro quickly wrapped Tokiyami in capture tape and stepped back, proud of his victory. Izuku scribbled all of his observations into his pocket notebook, muttering up a storm as he observed the fights. Todoroki was too reliant on his ice, and it was clear that wasn't the only part of his quirk. Kacchan needed to have a warmer costume for situations like the one he was in. Ojiro was smart, but he was weak to a quirk like Todoroki's. However, Kacchan had saved him from having to deal with an opponent like that. Tokiyami relied too much on Dark Shadow and needed to improve his close combat skills. He also needed to become more aware of his opponent's intentions. Izuku snapped out of his note-taking when All Might announced, "Tokiyami has been captured." Todoroki seemed to startle and tried to disengage Kacchan, but Izuku's friend persisted, keeping Todoroki stuck on the third floor. Ojiro tapped the bomb, signaling a win for the hero team. Heroes win, All Might announced, causing Todoroki and Kacchan to stop fighting. Ojiro freed Tokiyami from the capture tape and they walked out of the building together, talking amiably. Todoroki and Kacchan stopped fighting, both breathing heavily but neither was sweating much. Todoroki was shivering violently, and he placed his left hand over his right. The frost that was prominent over the right side of him thawed, and Todoroki sent steam into the air. He looked livid. "So his other half is fire," Izuku noted, watching the steam rise and dissipate. "Why didn't he use it when it was so clear that he needed to thaw himself?" Kacchan looked annoyed at this development and stomped off, rubbing his arms to warm himself up. Izuku wrote down a suggestion for himself, thinking that he might need something to warm up people in too cold environments or people he was flying around. After all, the air at the height he often flew at was chilly, especially if it was nighttime. Izuku noticed that most people in the viewing room were shivering. He then noticed that his warming pads were the only reason he wasn't. Yaoyorozu and Hagakure especially seemed to be cold, hugging themselves and shivering violently. Izuku regretted not thinking about the blanket or coat to warm victims up sooner. "Why don't you make yourself a coat?" Izuku asked Yaoyorozu quietly. "I don't want to use up any of my lipids before my match," Yaoyorozu explained. Izuku stared at her, shocked. She was preserving her body fat. "That's why." "It's fine," Izuku whisper shouted to assure her. "It's just a coat, right?" Yaoyorozu hesitated, but then she pointed to the monitor that showed the hall where Kacchan and Todoroki had fought. Todoroki had his hand against the wall, and the building was thawing at a rapid pace. "It's not worth it. The room will warm up in a few minutes anyway." Izuku frowned worriedly, but he let go of the topic. "Next time," he thought, "I'll be prepared." "Who do you all think is the MVP?" All Might asked. Izuku watched Shiro clarify what that was for Todoroki when the boy looked confused at the question. Yaoyorozu raised her hand along with Izuku and Iida. "Young Yaoyorozu. I think Ojiro is the MVP here," Yaoyorozu answered. While Bakugo fought valiantly, he should have accommodated his weakness to cold, and Todoroki should have used the other half of his quirk to heat himself up. Tokiyami relied far too much on his quirk, but Ojiro, aside from his weakness to long range, was clever and tricked Tokiyami into believing he was aiming for the bomb. When Tokiyami didn't notice that Ojiro was really aiming to capture, Ojiro took that opportunity and subdued his opponent. He was the one that secured the win. However, a lot of it was luck on his part because if Bakugo had not subdued Todoroki for the whole match, Ojiro would have been in a tough spot as he has no way to counter ice forcing him to remain still. The room murmured in agreement, and Izuku sent Yaoyorozu an encouraging smile, causing her to smile softly back. "You're really smart, Yaoyorozu," Izuku muttered, causing her to fluster slightly and wave away the compliment. "You are. That was a good summary of the match." "Thank you," Yaoyorozu replied politely. Izuku beamed at her and turned his eyes back to the front, where the number one hero waited patiently for everyone to quiet down. "Thank you, young Yaoyorozu. The next match will be between Team E as the heroes and Team H as the villains." All Might announced. Aoyama, Ashido, Kirishima, and Shiro all left the viewing room with equal parts nervous and excited smiles. Aoyama and Ashido stopped outside of the building and started talking quietly to each other, likely planning how to infiltrate the building and stop the villains. Meanwhile, Kirishima and Shiro started laying traps down around the bomb, but Izuku noticed that the traps, while clever, also led to the bomb. "They should have laid down some red herring pathways," Izuku commented quietly. He heard a hum of agreement from Yaoyorozu. Ashido is a good counter as well, Yaoyorozu added. Her acid is probably highly effective on Shiro's tape. Izuku nodded. Yeah, it's a toss-up on this one. Your 15 minutes begin now. Aoyama and Ashido ran into the building, and a trap immediately got triggered. Izuku facepalmed. Ashido had tripped and faceplanted into a web of tape that normally would have incapacitated someone, but she just melted through it. Aoyama had barely stopped in time to stay out of the trap. Ashido huffed and picked the tape off her arms and legs, melting the parts that wouldn't come off, and they continued with more caution than before. If Ashido didn't have an acid quirk, that would have been 5 minutes gone, Izuku remarked. Aoyama probably would have taken a while to free her. Aoyama pointed out that the traps probably led to the bomb, so instead of checking the rooms, they continued to follow the trail of tape. Meanwhile, Kirishima stood protectively in front of the bomb while Shiro was hanging from the ceiling. Both lay in wait for the opposing team to arrive. Ashido and Aoyama eventually came to the end of the trail to see a closed door that had the bomb behind it. Aoyama burst it open with his naval laser and Ashido sprang in, releasing acid to counter any potential attacks. Kirishima rushed forward, stumbling when Ashido easily danced around him. Unfortunately, Aoyama had been right behind her, so Kirishima crashed into him instead. Aoyama struggled to roll out from under him, but his armor was far too bulky and he couldn't move properly nor push Kirishima off of him. Kirishima took advantage of this and pulled out his capture tape, finally wrapping it around Aoyama. Aoyama has been captured, All Might announced. Kirishima dived for Ashido again, who was very close to the bomb, but she rolled out of the way once more. The way she moved reminded Izuku of dance in its fluidity. She hopped around the boys, slowly recovering the distance she'd lost. Every time Shiro shot tape at her, it was dodged or melted, and Kirishima couldn't get close enough to do much either. Izuku watched as she did a backward cartwheel and tapped the bomb with the toe of her shoe, effectively ending the round. Heroes win, All Might announced again. Kirishima stopped his advances and deflated a little before running up to Ashido and congratulating her. Shiro freed Aoyama and the four of them headed back together. Now, WHO was the MVP for this one. All Might asked as the teams returned to the monitor room. Izuku raised his hand. Young Midoriya, I think the MVP was Ashido this time, Izuku answered. She was quick on her feet and she made the most of the situation she was put in. Her teammate was captured, but she managed to dodge her way around the two and touch the bomb. I believe Shiro also did well, Yaoyorozu piped up when Izuku seemingly finished. If it wasn't for Ashido's quirk, the traps would have worked. However, I do think that the traps led them to the bomb, and thus ended up as more than a hindrance than a help. Thank you for your observations, All Might said before either of them could continue to the other two. The next match is between Team Century as the heroes and Team G as the villains. Izuku broke into an excited grin and bounced out of the room with Yaoyorozu beside him. Uraraka also looked excited from what Izuku saw, but Kota just seemed really nervous. We've got this, Yaoyorozu. Izuku cheered, his wings buzzing as he pumped a fist into the air. I also hope we'll do well, Yaoyorozu agreed mildly. Don't just hope, Izuku said. Believe, we will do well. Yaoyorozu huffed amusedly and nodded. Don't get too confident, Uraraka teased, blowing a childish raspberry when Izuku turned to face her. Izuku grinned and retorted, right back at you. You have 5 minutes to plan. All Might reminded them over the speakers, and Izuku and Yaoyorozu raced inside. What floor should we put it on? Izuku asked as he grabbed the, admittedly rather large, bomb. Uraraka can float herself or Kota up to the higher floors, so maybe we could stick it in the middle. Yaoyorozu suggested, her confidence lacking. That way, no matter what approach they take, it will cost some time. Izuku nodded. That's a good plan. How are we going to counter Kota's quirk? It's good for reconnaissance and hard to combat. He can send rather small creatures to get information, and we have almost no way to stop it. Yaoyorozu also seemed stumped by this before she perked up and suggested, what if we stuffed things under the door and covered the windows? We'd have to do it in multiple rooms, and we'd probably have to split up so they'd have to make a decision about which is the bomb room, but that could work, Izuku grinned. You're a genius. You're only saying that, Yaoyorozu flushed. Izuku shook his head, but there wasn't enough time for him to argue that right now. Okay, can you make expanding foam? Expanding foam, Yaoyorozu echoed. I believe so. Okay, if you'd make a couple of cans of that and maybe some slabs of styrofoam, I think we can start preparing, Izuku said. We have 2 minutes, though, so we'll have to hurry. Yaoyorozu nodded, and as she made stuff Izuku asked, who will be in the actual bomb room, though? Which of us is better at combat? Yaoyorozu countered, the cans of expanding foam coming out of her arm. I'm pretty good at it, but I don't know what training you've received, Izuku answered. I'm proficient with a bow staff, Yaoyorozu elaborated. And I can hold my own in hand-to-hand. I've been training in it for the year leading up to UA, Izuku added. It was with an experienced pro hero as well. We don't have enough time to spar to get an estimate of who's better, though. Yaoyorozu took a deep breath and thrust a can and several slabs of styrofoam into Izuku's arms. You can guard the bomb. Call me over the earpieces if and when they infiltrate. Izuku nodded seriously before cracking a smile. Will do. Yaoyorozu nodded and sprinted out of the room, and Izuku got to work. He sprayed the can of foam over the cracks in the door and in the frame of the windows. He quickly put the styrofoam in the frames as it expanded, effectively trapping himself in the room with the bomb. From what he could remember from the match between Tokiyami and Kacchan, the cameras had night vision, so he wasn't blocking any of the spectators' view by doing this. Izuku took a deep breath and let it out as All Might announced, your 15 minutes starts now. He crossed over to where the bomb was and stood in front of it. He hardly breathed as he didn't want to give away how nervous he was. He wondered if Yaoyorozu was as nervous as he was. Have you finished preparing the bomb room? Izuku whispered into his earpiece. He was specifically misleading them in case something was outside of the door that could hear him. It's ready, Yaoyorozu answered breathlessly. She did run up the stairs and immediately prepare the room, after all. She's probably also half-starved. He'd have to pack some snacks for hungry civilians as well. To think that he got so many ideas for his costume that came from battle training. I think I heard a thud from the roof. I suspect Koda, but it could be Uraraka. If it's Koda, I'd be surprised, Izuku replied quietly. He could hear steps approaching through the stairwell. I am the perfect counter to Uraraka's quirk. However, I don't think Uraraka can float herself for very long. It could go either way. She didn't float herself for any of the tests yesterday, did she? Yaoyorozu gasps. It's probably Koda, then. Izuku went to answer when a bang sounded from Yaoyorozu's side. It's Koda. Was all he got before Yaoyorozu's comm went quiet. Izuku heard footsteps, presumably Uraraka's, from the hall leading to the room. Wait, Izuku realized. I've heard that expanding foam is like concrete. Can she even break through the door? A bang echoed through the room, startling Izuku from his thoughts. The door hadn't budged. Suddenly, the steps retreated. Izuku had a feeling that that wouldn't be the end of Izuku's encounter with Uraraka. He was proven right when he heard a louder bang from the door. She'd probably gotten something to ram it open with. With an even louder bang, the door swung open, flooding the room with light. Izuku immediately sprung into action, ignoring the way the sudden light left spots in his eyes. Uraraka squeaked as she was thrown backward into the hall. Izuku had adjusted to light now and saw that she'd rammed the door open with a metal crate. He didn't have time to observe more than that when Uraraka lunged around him. Izuku quickly darted in front of her and whipped out his capture tape. Halt, hero, he cried. Hey, he was in character at least. Uraraka stifled a giggle and tried to tap him with all 5 fingers. Izuku snatched her wrist and tried to tie the capture tape around it, but she kneed him in the stomach, launching herself back and making Izuku let go. Izuku lunged forward this time, dipping under her outstretched hand, and tackled her. She tapped him with all 5 fingers, but Izuku held onto her in an almost hug-like hold, and she anchored him to the ground. Uraraka pushed him off of her with ease, causing him to float above her, only anchored by his grip on her arm. Uraraka started shaking her arm, much to Izuku's dismay and nausea, but he held firm. Let go. Uraraka growled with frustration, shaking her arm faster and pushing against his face. Izuku took advantage and caught her other wrist. Now they were at a stalemate as Izuku couldn't really stay on the ground and both of his hands were occupied, so he couldn't use tape, and Uraraka was stuck without her hands. She began to walk toward the bomb again to tap it with her foot, but Izuku flew backward, flying into the air and bringing Uraraka with him. Flying was a lot easier when he was weightless. He almost slammed into the ceiling, and now Uraraka was effectively stuck to the ceiling. Izuku realized that he could return his weight by forcing Uraraka's hands together faster than she could curl them into fists. So that's what he did. His wings started working overtime as he regained his weight, and he grinned victoriously. Uraraka kicked her legs futilely as she wasn't flexible enough to kick over her head. It rocked Izuku a bit, but he could stay in the air. He dropped his capture tape to maintain his grip better. He couldn't use it anyway. Suddenly, All Might announced, "Kota has been captured." Izuku sighed in relief. "Hey, are you coming down here?" "I'm on my way," Yaoyorozu assured him. "What's the situation?" "We're at a stalemate," Izuku answered. "A stalemate?" Yaoyorozu echoed, confused. "How?" "She is currently in the air strung by her arms, but it is taking both of my arms to keep her there," Izuku explained. Yaoyorozu seemed to chuckle over the earpiece and said, "I'll be there in a second." Izuku kept her there, Uraraka huffing as she once again failed to remove herself from his grip. "This is the end for you, hero," Izuku smirked as evilly as he could. "Say goodbye to this city. You're good at this villain thing," Uraraka said. "Thank you," Izuku chirped. "I mean, what an odd compliment from hero trash like you." Uraraka snorted. "Incredible." Just then, Yaoyorozu burst into the room to see Uraraka dangling from her wrists as Izuku kept them in the air. "Would you have let me go before the time ran out?" Uraraka asked. Wouldn't your arms or your wings get tired from carrying me for so long?" "You'd think," Izuku huffed. "No, I trained with Kacchan to build my strength when it comes to carrying people. I can fly with him for about an hour and a half before my arms start to ache." "I take it she's much lighter than him," Yaoyorozu chuckled as she dipped to pick the capture tape up from the ground. "Yeah," Izuku affirmed. Uraraka sighed defeatedly as Yaoyorozu tied her legs with the capture tape. "Uraraka has been captured. The villain team wins," All Might announced. Yaoyorozu immediately unwrapped the tape and turned to go upstairs to free Kota. Izuku lowered them to the ground and Uraraka rubbed her shoulders, which were probably sore by now. "Do you want to wait for the other two?" Uraraka asked, looking pointedly at the stairs. Izuku made an affirmative noise and they walked to the stairwell together to wait. Yaoyorozu and Kota were quick to return to the pair, and they all walked out together. Izuku returned to hear All Might ask, "Who do you believe is the MVP this round?" Iida shot his hand into the air and answered, "I believe that Yaoyorozu was the MVP." Izuku grinned at her encouragingly. "You're amazing, Yaoyorozu." The girl in question ducked her head with a bright flush as Iida continued. She was a key player in the strategy that Midoriya and she came up with and prepared her room in a short amount of time, not allowing the opposing team to realize that her room was a decoy. She also managed to capture a member of the opposing team by herself. She had to assist Midoriya in capturing Uraraka once he had neutralized them both. She played every role near flawlessly. Izuku nudged her cheerfully, bouncing on the balls of his feet as Iida rambled about how well she'd done in the exercise. "It's all true, you know. You did just as well as me," Yaoyorozu countered, half-heartedly glaring at Izuku through her fingers. "You defended the bomb well and neutralized your opponent in a way that allowed you to restrain her until the time ran out." "Yeah, and you captured your opponent and helped me capture mine," Izuku shot back with a grin. "Except that you did well, partner." Yaoyorozu sighed as Iida's speech came to a close and conceded, "Okay. Next up is Team B as the heroes and Team D as the villains." Izuku reflected on the last two matches as he left the viewing room. The match between Team B and Team D resulted in a win for the villains. Iida had been left on his own from the start because Kaminari had immediately shorted out, something that Izuku would have to talk to him about later. Iida had, however, managed to outmaneuver both Jiro and Asui for the remaining 10 minutes. Asui had come close a few times, though. Izuku remembered how genuinely touched Iida had been when Yaoyorozu had proclaimed him as the MVP. He did really well, and Izuku knew he deserved it. The last match had been between Team J as the heroes and Team I as the villains. Izuku wondered how Ojiro had felt being on both sides of the conflict. Unfortunately, Team I had lost to Shoji and Hagakure, as they had no way to combat Hagakure's invisibility and stealth and Shoji's reconnaissance and strength. Sato had ultimately put up a good fight, but Shoji had managed to distract him from protecting the bomb so Hagakure could tap it. She had to shove it on its side to prove that she actually touched it, though. Shoji had been labeled the MVP for his strategic planning and essential strength. Now, Izuku was walking out of the locker rooms to go retrieve his backpack and leave with Kacchan. Speaking of, oi, nerd. Kacchan. Izuku greeted him, turning to face his friend. How easy is it to slip out of your stupid costume, huh? Kacchan huffed as he jogged up to Izuku. Those darn gauntlets were nightmares. Ah, Izuku hummed. Yeah, I wasn't admiring it this time, and it doesn't have too many parts. Whatever, nerd. Don't leave me behind again. Kacchan rolled his eyes, falling into step beside Izuku. Yeah, Izuku sighed teasingly. Come on, Mom's making spicy katsudon for dinner. Heck yeah, Kacchan cheered, a wide grin on his face. Most would call it scary, or feral, but Izuku didn't see it. Auntie can actually cook, too. Auntie cooks great meals, what do you mean? Izuku defended all too quickly. He fought back a grimace as the memory of the taste of the Bakugo's katsudon rushed back to him. Don't even try to lie, Feathers, Kacchan cackled. You know the old hag can't cook to save her life. Izuku pressed his lips together and his wings fluffed a little, but he didn't outright argue against the claim. That's what I thought, Kacchan said smugly. Fine, Izuku conceded. You're terrible at lying, by the way, Kacchan commented after a beat of silence, all but shoving Izuku as he nudged him teasingly. I get it from my dad, Izuku grinned, giggling as he ran from the now foe enraged. You don't have one of those, you idiot. Calm down, Kacchan. No running in the halls. Iida shouted after them as he speed-walked their way, but they were in their own little world. Izuku could get used to this. I have an idea, Izuku stated, staring up at the school. Specifically, he was staring at the window of their classroom. Oh no, Kacchan gasped dramatically. You're so mean, Kacchan. Izuku huffed. Anyway, so you know how Iida was in the classroom, like, 30 minutes before class starts yesterday. I wouldn't put it past him making that a habit. Kacchan nodded, his confusion still etched on his face. So, I was thinking, Izuku cut himself off with a burst of giggles. Kacchan looked vaguely terrified. He's a huge stickler for the rules. What if, hear me out, we entered the building through the window? Kacchan's horror faded into mischievous amusement, and he nodded readily. Well, what are we waiting for, loser? Izuku walked around Kacchan, sweeping his feet out from under him and securing him so he wouldn't fall. Ready. Just go, idiot, Kacchan barked impatiently, wrapping his arms around Izuku's neck. Izuku easily complied, lifting into the air. Wait, Izuku jolted, and he almost dropped Kacchan to the ground. He turned to see Kaminari grinning up at him sheepishly. Come back for me. Izuku snorted. Will do. You're the best, Mido. Kaminari grinned. Izuku did his best to ignore the nickname. He had only 3 people call him remotely nice nicknames. Feathers was a bit more neutral, though. I heard the press is in front of the gates from Aoyama, so a lot of the others will probably also ask. Thank you for the heads up, Izuku said gratefully, nodding seriously at the boy. Be back soon. Kacchan remained quiet as they ascended to the window of their classroom, watching carefully to double-check. There. Got it, Izuku chirped, flying toward the window above his own desk. Can you open it? Suddenly, the window opened on its own. Kacchan and Izuku stared at it before realizing it was probably Nezu. Nezu was a lifesaver. Izuku dropped off Kacchan in the room, ignoring Iida's indignant cries of, Such tomfoolery is unbecoming of a student of such a prestigious academy. How dare you offend Ua in such a manner? As he flew back down to Kaminari. Ready. Just to warn you, Ida's not happy, Izuku chuckled. Of course, dude, Kaminari agreed easily. I want to know what it's like to fly. Have you ever been on a plane? Izuku asked. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, Kaminari answered with an excited grin. Izuku kicked his legs out from under him and caught him in a bridal carry, ignoring the startled shriek from his new friend. This is nothing like that, Izuku replied and surged into the air, taking amusement from Kaminari's odd, whoa. Mido, you have got to do this again sometime for me, Kaminari said seriously, looking up at Izuku. This is even better than the amusement park. Nothing beats flying, Izuku hummed sagely. Get prepared for a lecture if Kacchan hasn't insulted Ida into a catatonic state yet. Kaminari laughed at the comment. Worth it, I'm glad you think so, Izuku smirked as he approached the window. Get ready to land. Kaminari nodded as Izuku flew into the classroom for a second time. Izuku gently set him down and plopped down in his seat. He noticed, however, that the window hadn't closed yet. Hey, did anyone see us and also want a ride? Izuku asked, staring at the still open window. Oh, Uraraka and Jiro texted the chat, Kaminari answered, staring at his phone. After another ding, he added, so does Kirishima. Izuku nodded and flew back down, meeting the trio outside the school. Is the press not your favorite? He teased as he landed in front of them. I just wanted to fly, Uraraka admitted, rubbing the back of her head. Yes, Jiro nodded. No, Midobro, I wanted to fly. It looks so manly, Kirishima replied. Alright, I'll move Jiro to the classroom first, then, Izuku decided. Uraraka and Kirishima groaned as Jiro snorted. Okay, then. Izuku did the same thing he did to Kaminari, sweeping her legs out from under her before catching her in a princess carry. Listen, if he was giving free rides to people, he wanted to have fun too, okay. Jiro shrieked at a similar pitch that Kaminari had reached, much to Izuku's amusement. Her arms were around Izuku's neck in a vice grip, and he was almost worried she was going to strangle him before they landed. Eventually, she settled down, relaxing and flushing at her own reaction. Hey, don't worry, Izuku assured the obviously embarrassed girl. It happens to the best of us. Don't tell him I told you, but Kacchan did that the first time I went flying with him. It was the funniest thing. Really? Jiro asked, looking up at him. Yeah, Izuku chuckled at the memory. We're here, by the way. Jiro sighed, and Izuku couldn't tell if it was relief or disappointment. Be prepared for a lecture from Iida. Jiro sighed again, this time clearly from disappointment, and nodded. Izuku set her down in front of his desk like he had for the other two passengers and flew back down to the other two. You two ready? Yeah, Kirishima agreed as Uraraka answered, as I'll ever be. Kirishima, you'll go first, Izuku said, sweeping him up just like everyone before him. Be right back, Uraraka. Bye, Uraraka giggled as they took off again. So, what's all this about a group chat? Izuku asked the redhead. Is it a class-wide thing that I was just never informed of? No, man, Kirishima assured him. Well, it is for the whole class, but you and Bakubro were gone too fast for any of us to tell you about it. Izuku nodded. Got it, we're here. Kirishima pouted and nodded disappointedly as Izuku neared the window. Okay. Izuku dropped him off, noticing several more people in the room than before leaving for the last time to retrieve Uraraka. We've got to hurry, Izuku said in lieu of a greeting, unceremoniously scooping her up as well. We're going to be late if I take too long. Uraraka nodded and Izuku took off like a bullet. Uraraka squealed and giggled as the wind rushed past her face. This is a lot more fun than dangling by my arms, she commented. I sure hope so, Izuku scoffed lightheartedly, getting to the window in record time. He landed them both in the classroom just as the bell rang, much to their relief. Izuku sat down, watching Uraraka scurry to her own seat, and sighed. The window closed behind them. That was a bit of a workout. Has Iida lectured you yet? He whispered to Kacchan. Not yet, he was waiting for you, Idiot, Kacchan snickered. Izuku stifled a groan and turned to look at Iida, who was frowning disapprovingly at him. Now he was stifling a chuckle. Iida, Aizawa-sensei called in such a way that it seemed like he'd been calling the boy's name for a while. Izuku figured that as a tactic to spook the boy. It worked. Aizawa-sensei, my deepest apologies for not hearing you the first time. Iida cried, bowing at a perfect 90-degree angle. Calm down, the man huffed. Why were you staring at Midoriya? Sensei. Iida began to explain in detail what Izuku had done. He denounced Izuku's disheveled appearance as well, gesturing to the still disheveled Izuku. His tie was just as bad as it had been on orientation day as well, which didn't help matters. Snitch, Kacchan snarled, but Izuku also heard a little amusement. It was mostly annoyance, though. Izuku shushed him and lightly kicked his chair. I don't recall there being a rule against what he did, Aizawa-sensei hummed when Iida had finished relaying the events of the morning. In fact, I'd even call his actions heroic. Heroic, Izuku echoed softly. Only Kacchan and the two people with hearing quirks heard him. Iida frowned thoughtfully and asked, how so? With genuine curiosity. Izuku's pretty sure he wasn't being intentionally mean. Aizawa-sensei took a deep breath. He carried a quarter of your class out of an uncomfortable situation that they couldn't otherwise avoid. Does that not sound heroic? Izuku was half sure Aizawa-sensei was teasing Iida in his own subtle way, but he could never be sure, and no one would ever believe him. Yes, I suppose it does sound rather noble, Iida muttered thoughtfully. I shall apologize after class. Aizawa-sensei sighed and turned back to the front after Iida sat down once more. We have something important to do today, he informed them, causing apprehension to spread through the room. The class waited in tense silence as Aizawa-sensei surveyed them. We're picking class presidents. A beat of shocked silence before pick me. Izuku covered his ears as the room filled with shouts and promises that they were the best and I could be a good president. He sometimes wished he could turn off his enhanced hearing. He saw this sentiment reflected in Jiro's face as she grimaced as well. Silence, Iida cried, standing upright. The room quieted, but only enough so that Iida could be heard. I suggest we do a vote. How will we know if people won't just vote for themselves? Shiro asked, leaning back in his chair. It seems counterproductive if you ask me. That makes the elected much more worthy. Iida claimed. If someone is so strongly moved by a person's leadership that they sacrifice a vote for themselves, it is truly decided. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room and it was settled. They'd vote on the class presidents. Yaoyorozu made a ballot box and put it up front as people took out index cards to write a name on. Before she'd even returned to her seat, people were getting up to submit their votes. Izuku scribbled, Yaoyorozu, on his card and slipped it into the box. Iida, once he saw that no one had any voting cards left, walked up to the front and counted the votes. Izuku could tell from the involuntary frown that none of them had his name on them. He felt a little bad, but he stood by his vote. He sighed and walked to the chalkboard, writing in perfectly neat handwriting the results of the ballot. It read, Hey, how do we know that he didn't rig them? Kaminari teased lightly. Can someone else count the votes? Iida, who would never do something like that in his life but conceded that it was a good point despite it being a joke, nodded. Tokiyami rose, counted the slips, and affirmed that, yes, the count was accurate, and no, Iida didn't lie. It was then that Aizawa-sensei got up and summoned Izuku and Yaoyorozu up to the front, announcing them as the president and vice president respectively. I voted for you, you know. Izuku whispered to her, I'm glad you got the position. Yaoyorozu smiled back at him and replied, I voted for you as well. Speech, Kaminari demanded with a stupid grin. He started chanting with his friends, speech, speech, speech. Give them what they want so they'll shut up, Aizawa-sensei groaned, rubbing his temples. Isn't that rewarding bad behavior? Izuku's mouth snarked before Izuku's brain could abort. Oh, his wings fluffed, alarmed, and he flinched as if expecting a smack, which was usually what he got when he talked back, but Aizawa-sensei only huffed amusedly and said, just this once. Izuku turned and calmed the others down, oblivious to the concerned stare of his teacher. I'll look into that during my free period later, Shota swore to himself, watching as the boy quickly recovered from the bout of fear. But later is not now, so Shota moved on. Okay, I'll do a speech, Izuku shouted at the top of his lungs, which really wasn't loud at all, over the din, and the room quieted. Yaoyorozu huffed a laugh next to him and stared expectantly. I, Midoriya Izuku, will do my best to serve all of you to the best of my ability, Izuku started, his hand over his heart. That includes helping you through difficult subjects in school, internal struggles, and all other reasonable and responsible things that representatives do. Kacchan snorted. Izuku glared at him. Kaminari sniffled and wiped a non-existent tear out of his eye and said, "That was so beautiful." Bravo. Izuku sighed as the class erupted into polite clapping. I'm going back to my desk. Yaoyorozu nodded and followed suit. Izuku had never been any good at impromptu speeches. I can't believe I was elected, Izuku muttered to himself as he walked to the cafeteria with Uraraka, Iida, and Kacchan. This makes no sense. What did I even do to earn this position? Are you saying that the judgment of almost half of the class is flawed, nerd? Kacchan asked gruffly, his lips twitching as he tried to keep a smirk off of his face. Do you think you're better than us, huh? And no, Izuku cried, waving his hands frantically. No, Calm down, Mido, Uraraka giggled, bouncing alongside him. He's just teasing. I know, Izuku groaned. I just didn't know if you knew, and I'd hate for anyone to think I was looking down on them, and… Shut up, Kacchan shouted, we get it. Izuku chuckled sheepishly as his hands twisted together, only to be forced apart by the… Stop that, dingus, you'll hurt them. Izuku pouted at Kacchan, but the glare he received made him knock it off. Fine. Kacchan rolled his eyes and shoved past Izuku, effectively cutting him in line. Izuku supposed he deserved that. Iida did not. Bakugo, it is highly disrespectful to your friend to cut in front of him, and I ask that you apologize and move back to your rightful spot immediately. This sort of behavior is childish and deplorable for a student of such a place as UA. Iida ranted, his arms swinging wildly with his conviction, forcing Izuku or Uraraka to duck as they swung over their heads. You still haven't apologized to the nerd yet, so I don't wanna hear it. Kacchan retorted, snatching a tray from the pile. Iida gasped, scandalized at his own absent-mindedness, and bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle to say, my apologies, Midoriya. I should not have had such a petty and easily avoidable oversight. Please accept my apology for both forgetting to apologize and for overlooking your heroic actions this morning. It's fine, Iida, I swear. Izuku sputtered, waving his arms in front of him again. No hard feelings. Your heroic and forgiving nature persists even to those who have slighted you, Iida muttered, staring at Izuku in awe. He didn't know that he was the only one who perceived any of what had happened today as a slight. Izuku set his things down at the corner of the table, Kacchan quickly claiming the seat next to him. Uraraka sat across from him, and Iida sat diagonally from him. The way you talk, Uraraka wondered aloud, staring contemplatively at Iida. Iida, are you a rich kid? Iida jolted before staring widely at Uraraka. I was hoping that my manner of speech wasn't so obvious. It's obvious to everyone and their mothers, 4 eyes, Kacchan rolled his eyes. You were born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Kacchan, Izuku protested, nudging him slightly. Aside from the rude delivery, you didn't cover it up very well, Iida. I am the heir to the Idaidan agency, Iida admitted. A fond and admiring look took over his features as he continued, I am the younger brother of the current Ingenium, a hero name that has been passed down for generations. Wow, that's really cool, Izuku began to remark, but he was interrupted by the blaring of an alarm. Izuku's knee banged against the underside of the table as he startled, his eyes wider than dinner plates. What is that? Izuku cried, his hands going up to his ears to block out the noise. Through his hands, he heard an upperclassman answer, it's a level 3 security breach. It means someone's broken into UA. This has never happened before in my 3 years of being here. Another upperclassman shouted, panicked. Izuku slowly removed his hands from his head, allowing unfiltered noise to attack him. Who was even here at UA? Izuku's wings buzzed as he launched into the air and toward the windows, easily soaring over the stampede. He pressed up against the seemingly empty air, as Izuku couldn't see glass, and saw that it was the press. Izuku beeped in a deep breath and shouted, "It's just the press." As loud as he could. Unfortunately, that wasn't very loud. However, Iida was loud, and Izuku knew where he was. He flew over to the broad-shouldered boy and tapped his shoulder to get his attention. "Midoriya," Iida exclaimed, looking up at the airborne boy. "What? I need your help," Izuku interrupted. "My voice isn't loud at all, but yours is. I need you to announce to everyone that it's just the press." "It's just the press," Iida exclaimed. "Of course, I will help you, Midoriya." Izuku nodded and circled behind the boy, correcting him when he tried to face him again. "It's better if I help you fly from the back." Izuku grunted as he took to the air again. Iida wasn't too heavy, but he was heavier than Kacchan, who was the heaviest person Izuku had carried up to now. He maneuvered them to be just above the exit and told Iida, "Go ahead." "Hey!" Iida shouted, his voice echoing in the cafeteria, even with the alarms and the clamor. The speed and intensity at which his arms flew through the air rocked Izuku just a bit. It is only the press, and there is no danger. It is unbecoming of UA students to be so disorganized in the face of a crisis. Please, file through the doors in an orderly manner that is fitting of those enrolled in such a prestigious school. Izuku had almost dropped Iida when he'd started shouting, but that would ruin the whole plan and possibly break Iida's legs, neither of which Izuku wanted, so he held fast. As Iida's speech came to a close, Izuku lowered them to the ground, nodding thankfully at the parting crowd. "Thanks for the help, Iida," Izuku said gratefully. "Of course, Midoriya," Iida replied. "Hey, are you guys okay?" Uraraka asked, running up to them, winding through the still crowd. "Yeah." Izuku froze, stiffening as a faint smell hit his nose. "Danger." He whirled around, scanning the halls, but there were too many people. Where? Who? Why? It was just the press, wasn't it? "Mido." Uraraka's voice startled him out of his trance. "What's up?" There's someone here. Someone who's not supposed to be," Izuku answered distractedly. "I don't know where they are, though." Uraraka's eyes widened as well as Iida's. "I thought it was just the press." Iida hissed as quietly as he could. "I did too," Izuku replied urgently. And just like that, the danger was gone. "I guess it was. Maybe it was just a fluke." "A fluke," Iida murmured. "What prompted you to believe there was an intruder anyway?" "I smelled something," Izuku answered, much to the confusion of his friends. "What?" Kacchan exclaimed as softly as he could. He must have broken through the crowd when Izuku was distracted. "You what? I thought it was just the press, idiot." "It is. Now, anyway," Izuku assured him. "It might have been a. If you say it was a fluke, I'll smack you," Kacchan growled. Izuku's eyes blew wide and he looked up at his friend. "The last time you said that we ended up almost getting kidnapped, so shut up about that. Whatever it was, you need to tell someone." "Oh okay," Izuku muttered. "Good. Now we left our lunches and they're getting cold, so come on," Kacchan huffed, taking Izuku's wrist and dragging him through the crowd. Kacchan," Izuku sputtered, stumbling after him. "Hey, it's the heroes of the school." Kaminari cheered as Izuku walked in. "You guys were so cool. You two were so manly," Hiroshima declared, shedding tears for some reason. It wasn't much. I just noticed that it was only the press," Kacchan shot Izuku a glare. "Tell someone." "So I had Iida tell all of you. Why didn't you do it yourself?" Asui asked, genuine curiosity on her face. Suddenly, her eyes widened with a realization, and she assured him, "Sorry, Hiro. I've been told I'm too blunt at times." "No, it's a good question," Izuku comforted her, calming down at her nod. "My voice doesn't project well. I can't get very loud at all. Iida is, though, so I knew you would be able to hear him." Murmurs of realization rumbled through the room as Izuku walked to his seat and sat down. Who knew the second day of school could be so hectic? Izuku jolted to attention as he sensed Aizawa-sensei enter the room. Everyone else was wrapped up in their own conversations, unaware of the new presence. Aizawa-sensei cleared his throat, alerting the class. We'll work on your situational awareness later. For now, we're going to comb through your other classes' syllabuses since you've been to every class you'll have this year at this point. Pull out present Mike-sen. Aizawa-sensei. Izuku muttered, his feet shuffling nervously. Do you, know how I can arrange an appointment or something with Mr. Principal Sensei? Nezu. Aizawa-sensei echoed, a small hint of confusion leaking through. That was probably intentional. What do you need from him, and how soon do you need it? Izuku stammered, wringing his hands together. I think something was wrong. During the break-in, someone who wasn't supposed to be here was in the building. A villain. Aizawa-sensei pressed. Maybe. They had malicious intent, Izuku answered with a squeak. If they hadn't intended harm, then Izuku wouldn't have been able to separate it from all of the other students. Aizawa-sensei, how can I tell Mr. Principal Sensei about this? Follow me, Aizawa-sensei ordered as he turned and walked out of the room. Izuku rushed to follow behind him, making sure he was a couple of paces behind the teacher. They took many twists and turns, winding their way through the maze that was UA's main building. Izuku lost track after a while of just going up and down stairs and turning through endless hallways. What felt like an hour of walking was actually maybe 5 minutes. We're here, Aizawa-sensei grunted, leading Izuku up to a plain yet important-looking wooden door. As the man raised his fist to knock, the door swung open, revealing Mr. Principal Sensei himself. Hello, Aizawa, Mr. Principal Sensei chirped. What brings you and Midoriya here? Kid has something to tell you, Aizawa-sensei answered shortly, looking vaguely annoyed for some reason. Well, more than usual anyway. Hello, Mr. Principal Sensei, Izuku greeted the principal. I'm Midoriya Izuku. Hello, Midoriya, Mr. Principal Sensei replied, his voice a tad softer than it had been with Izuku's teacher. Please, call me Nezu-sensei. What did you have to tell me that was so important that Aizawa brought you himself? Well, Izuku stammered. He took a deep breath and answered, I sensed someone with malicious intent on campus. Someone who wasn't there before the break-in. Are you certain it wasn't a stray reporter? Nezu-sensei asked. Or perhaps an angry student? Izuku shook his head with conviction. No, Nezu-sensei. It was after the press had been herded out. They were a diversion, I believe. Even if it was an angry student, it appeared and disappeared so suddenly that it didn't make sense. The person I sensed, Nezu-sensei, I believe they're a villain. Nezu-sensei sat up and hummed thoughtfully. Well, we can look at the feed from earlier today to see if anything was caught on the cameras. Izuku nodded and waited patiently, his wings twitching anxiously as he started twisting his fingers to release some of the nervous energy. Aizawa-sensei slowly grew tenser and tenser as the silence stretched on. That didn't help Izuku's nerves. Well, I fear you may be right, Midoriya, Nezu-sensei commented almost neutrally. Izuku could feel the surprise and slight anxiety radiating off of him. This was a surprise. No one surprised Nezu-sensei. The cameras in the break room were all blacked out by an external source. It looks like a purple cloud. Izuku nodded, and his wings fluffed nervously. He was right. Are the students still going to the USJ tomorrow? Aizawa-sensei asked. I don't see why not, Nezu-sensei answered. The only person in the world who is smart enough to plan fast enough to attack tomorrow is dead. He died 6 years ago. Aizawa-sensei hummed noncommittally, but a slight eye twitch gave away his displeasure. Okay. Aizawa-sensei took Nezu-sensei's silence as a dismissal and led Izuku out of the office. Don't go spilling this to your friends now. Don't go sharing this around, understand? Izuku stiffened at the familiar wording, prompting his teacher to turn to face him curiously. Sorry. Yeah, I won't tell. Just I've been told that before. Oh, Aizawa-sensei humored him, tilting his head to show he was listening. Can't tell, sensei, Izuku grinned hesitantly, testing the waters. He hadn't been hit during class earlier. Would this be different now that they were alone? Aizawa-sensei only huffed and walked in silence. He seemed to tolerate a little bit of snark as long as it wasn't outright disrespectful, which Izuku would never dream of being. Kacchan, on the other hand. Well, Kacchan demanded, getting up from his seat on the bench outside of Ua. I told Nezu-sensei and Aizawa-sensei, Izuku assured him. There was someone here. Are they doing anything about it? Kacchan asked, his voice tinged with frustration. Not that they showed me, but I think Nezu-sensei will work on it, Izuku replied. It's fine. If we get attacked, I'm blaming the rat, Kacchan spat. Careless idiot. Hey, he's the smartest being in Japan, Izuku defended lightly. I wouldn't take his practice so lightly. Yeah, Kacchan sighed. Whatever, loser. I hope nothing bad. A hand clapped over Izuku's mouth before he could finish his sentence. Are you stupid? Izuku stared wide-eyed at his enraged friend. Do you know how badly you're jinxing us by even thinking that? Izuku smiled sheepishly once his face was freed. Sorry, Kacchan. Well, now if we get attacked, it's on both you and the rat, Kacchan huffed. No, Izuku cried dramatically, drawing the "oh" out. Oh, shut up, nerd, Kacchan groaned into the air. 2 days in and there's already been a break-in. That's Ua, Izuku giggled. Though, I don't think it happens too often. Better not, Kacchan said. You'd think this school's security would be better. Did you see the gate? Izuku asked incredulously. I don't think anything would have protected well against that. Kacchan shrugged. Izuku huffed fondly. Well, at least the day was over now. Race you to the station. That's cheating. Feathers. Izuku yawned as he stretched his arms and wings, his wings flapping a few times to warm up. He hadn't gotten a whole lot of sleep last night because he was so excited about his first UA field trip. Unfortunately, that restless excitement might have ruined his wakefulness during it. They'd been told to wear either their hero costumes or gym outfits, and Izuku's choice was obvious. He needed to know how to do things with his costume on, after all. Idiot, Kacchan grumbled as he ducked beneath Izuku's wing. You can't be at half energy for our first freaking field trip. Izuku hummed and sagged against his friend, taking a moment to briefly fade out of awareness. Kacchan huffed but didn't move Izuku. He didn't want Izuku to go at this half-heartedly any more than Izuku did. Hey, guys, a bubbly voice, Uraraka, greeted. Izuku opened his eyes when had he closed them, to see the brunette standing in front of them and bouncing on her toes. Are you excited? Yeah, Izuku affirmed, perking up a little at the mention of the cause of his exhaustion. I wonder where we're going, though. Who knew we'd have a field trip so early in the year? Kaminari added as he walked up to them as well. I bet this'll be really interesting. Izuku fully pushed himself off of Kacchan and nodded. I think we're going to do rescue stuff. Oh, Uraraka hummed. What makes you say that, Mido? Well, on our first day, excluding orientation, we did combat training. Yesterday, we participated in an obstacle course, which is what we were supposed to do on our first day according to Aizawa-sensei. It makes sense that we're being introduced to the very elements of being a hero early on, and we've already covered the most fundamental basics, Izuku answered. Unfortunately, his answer devolved into mumbling, which Kacchan, who'd endured the mutters the most, could barely decipher on a good day. A good assessment, but it's full of assumptions, Aizawa-sensei said, his sleeping bag in a roll under his arm as he emptied a jelly packet. Apparently, he was better at figuring out what Izuku was saying. For example, we could have been trying to build your strength and mobility so you could safely navigate a rescue situation. Or we could have been teaching you first aid to prepare you. However, your assumptions, in this case, were correct. Thank you, sensei. Izuku bowed gratefully and grinned at his teacher. I appreciate the criticism. Aizawa-sensei nodded and walked to the front of the gathering of students. Board the bus, everyone, and make sure you aren't forgetting anything important. If you are, you better run like your life depends on it to get back here in time to join the trip. No one moved, and, after an awkward for everyone else pause, Aizawa-sensei continued, get on the bus. Class reps, make sure no one's left behind. Izuku and Yaoyorozu nodded, taking a head count as everyone boarded. The lack of structure seemed to be killing Iida on the inside, though, with the way he was shaking with suppressed complaints and calls for order. I counted 20 including ourselves and sensei, Izuku said, getting an affirmative nod from Yaoyorozu before they both boarded the bus. Izuku plopped down in the seat next to Kacchan, shifting so his wings were comfortable. Chairs had always been the bane of his existence, and UA's bus seats were no exception. It's unfortunate that they didn't have backless accommodations. Oi! How long is the bus ride, sensei? Kacchan shouted as respectfully as he would physically allow himself to be. Around 20 minutes, Aizawa-sensei answered. Izuku figured that was a fine amount of time for a nap and promptly tried to fall asleep. Midoriya, Hiro, I have a question, Asui piped up, much to his quiet annoyance. He just wanted to sleep, but unfortunately, he was too nice to ignore her. He'd feel bad, and Asui didn't deserve that. She was a good person from his limited interactions and observations. Yes, Asui, Izuku prompted her, opening his eyes a fraction. She looked at him apologetically, but she continued regardless, your quirk is very similar to Hawk's. Your costume also looks inspired by him. Yes, we both have wings, Izuku affirmed. He's always been an inspiration for me. Your quirk's really cool, man. Kaminari exclaimed. Being able to fly with so much control has got to be the best part. Yeah, it's super flashy too. Kirishima agreed. Not like mine. I just make myself a bit tougher. I think your quirk is super cool, Kirishima. Izuku retorted. It has so many practical uses for hero work. It's so versatile. Ah, you're just saying that, man. Kirishima chuckled self-deprecatingly. Unacceptable. If we're talking about flashy, though, Kaminari started, interrupting Izuku's train of thought. I guess I'd have to hand it to Bakugo and Todoroki. Those two are real powerhouses. The conversation continued like so, never giving Izuku a chance to sleep, but he found that he didn't mind too much. This was the friendliest conversation he'd been a part of since elementary school. Well, aside from his mom, Keigo, and Kacchan, that is. Oi, nerd, Kacchan shook Izuku's shoulder. Frustrated, a little pop jolted Izuku into awareness. Guess he did fall asleep after all. We're here, idiot. Izuku blinked and looked around groggily. So they were. Sorry. Get more sleep next time, Kacchan admonished. I don't know how you managed to sleep with those extras chatting. Izuku chuckled sheepishly and followed his friend off the bus. It's a talent. You have enhanced hearing, so that makes it even more unrealistic, Kacchan continued, not acknowledging Izuku's claim. Stop talking, Aizawa-sensei demanded, and all of the chatter ceased instantly. Today, we have another staff member helping lecture today. Be respectful to 13, he said as the class entered the large building. Gasps of awe rang through the crowd as they surveyed the impressively large building. 13. Uraraka squealed. She's one of the greatest rescue heroes ever. She's my inspiration. Isn't she so cool? Izuku agreed, breaking away from Kacchan to go fanboy with Uraraka. She's got one of the highest rescue counts in the business. She's in the top 10 rescue heroes. Even though her quirk is so volatile, she's still saving so many lives. They both fell silent as 13 approached the class and announced with a playful bow, "Welcome to the USJ. I designed the place myself. It's optimized to help you prepare for every rescue situation you'll encounter and then some." Universal Studios Japan. Izuku heard Kaminari joke. He barely restrained himself from giggling. Unforeseen simulation joint, Aizawa-sensei corrected, deadpan. Izuku felt that the name fit the building rather well as he looked around at all of the disaster zones. 13 looked over the crowd with a confused frown on her display. Hey, where's All Might? She whispered. Jiro, Shoji, and Izuku were probably the only ones who'd heard it. He had an appointment he had to attend, Aizawa-sensei explained, holding up 3 fingers between them. 13 nodded understandingly. Izuku's eyes widened as the realization kicked in. All Might was out of time for the day. Before we really kick off, I have just one point to make, 13 stated, raising a finger. Or 2, or 3, or 4, or 5, I have a lot of points to go over. Giggles rippled through the class. Now, something very important to have with your quirks is control, 13 continued gravely. The mood turned somber instantly. On the first day of school, you had battle training. This tested your use of quirks in a combative situation. However, not every situation you get into will your quirk be a valid solution or aid. Izuku tried to listen. He really did. But about halfway through her speech, Izuku's nose flooded with danger, 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 and suddenly Izuku was covering his nose and whimpering. His wings fluffed uncomfortably as the invasive smell screamed at him, "Run, you're in danger." "Darn it, I knew this would happen," Kacchan growled, suddenly by his side. "Oi, sensei. What's that down there?" Kirishima asked, pointing to the plaza which coincidentally was the source of the danger. Izuku couldn't see it from his vantage point, though. Even if he could, Izuku's eyes were squeezed shut against the bitter smell of hostility. "Is that part of the exercise?" "Back up. Those are real villains," Aizawa-sensei shouted, startling everyone. Izuku got over the initial shock and huffed out a breath, opening his eyes again. He straightened and looked over the sea of villains. There were so many of them. There was a blue-haired man with a purple cloud man at the back, seemingly the leaders of the horde. There was also a large hulking creature towering over them as well. 13. Protect the students. Izuku watched as his teacher dove into the crowd of villains and a wordless shout tore out of his throat. "We have to go, Izuku," Kacchan said urgently, tugging Izuku away from the plaza. "You heard Hobo-sensei. He knows what he's doing." Izuku was too out of sorts to respond, but he was pulled reluctantly away from the plaza. He had to trust Aizawa-sensei. He had to trust that the teacher could take care of himself. Izuku followed Kacchan to the back of the crowd and gaped up at the large purple cloud man in their way. Izuku clenched Kacchan's wrist in his hand as the man spoke. "Greetings, children and 13. I am Kurogiri, and we are the League of Villains. It seems that All Might is not here, contrary to our intel." "Where is he?" Izuku stared fearfully up at the towering figure. No one spoke a word, but 13 pushed her way to the front. She stood protectively in front of them, but the silence was broken by, "Well, if none of you will answer me, then I suppose we'll have to draw him out." 13 went to flip the cap on her costume when Kirishima jumped in, shouting, "Not if we can help it." Izuku felt Kacchan jerk beneath his death grip, but Izuku held firm. Izuku's grip didn't physically prevent Kacchan from moving because of just how large the gauntlets on his wrists were, but Kacchan could probably see or feel something, at least. "Ah, that was close," Kurogiri sighed disinterestedly, teleporting Kirishima off to who knows where. Kacchan narrowed his eyes at the villain, and Izuku let go of his wrist. "I've had enough of waiting. I will serve my purpose in our plan by spreading you out and torturing you to death." The villain expanded, no longer a solid shape, and enveloped the group. Portals swallowed people left and right, and Izuku watched with horror as Kacchan disappeared first. Izuku reacted fast, though, and, before he could get teleported too, he lunged forward and snagged Hagakure and Kaminari around their waists, pulling them up and out of their portals and into the sky. He'd definitely have to talk to Sensei and Hagakure about the latter's costume later, though. But later is not now, so Izuku focused on the danger that surrounded him and his friends. "Tokiyami," Izuku shouted, catching the bird-like boy's attention. He, too, was falling into a void, but Dark Shadow caught him and lifted him into the sky, taking Ojiro as well. Izuku watched helplessly, struggling to stay airborne with 2 passengers, as his classmates were warped away by the endless clouds. As soon as they dissipated, Izuku dropped, panting as he rotated his arms and wings to relax the tension in them. "Sorry," he gasped, looking apologetically at Hagakure and Kaminari. "What for?" Kaminari asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. "You totally save our hides there, man." "Yeah, thanks, Prez," Hagakure agreed cheerfully. However, before Izuku could wonder about how the invisible girl had so much joyful energy during a villain attack, a suffocating chill settled over them. Kurogiri was still there with them, after all. "It appears that I didn't catch everyone." Yuga choked down a surprised yelp as he went from standing to falling face first in a second. He flopped onto the ground gracelessly, a rarity really, with a clunk from his armor. He pried himself off of the ground to see a group of villains surrounding him. His eyes widened, but he knew he was safe. He had his immunity, right? As he rose and turned to run, Yuga heard a cry of surprise from behind him, and he recognized the voice as Asui's. If it had been anyone else, Yuga wouldn't have been sure, but the frog girl had a distinctive voice. He heard the sounds of a scuffle as well as grunts of surprise and pain from the villains. Yuga couldn't fight, though. That'd be a betrayal. Would hurt his family. His parents. He just couldn't. He had to run. For his parents. It wasn't because he was a coward. It wasn't. It couldn't be. His classmate was in trouble, and he was fleeing for his parents and not his cowardice. A startled croak had Yuga's head turning against his will, though. He watched in conflicted horror as a villain with a scorpion mutation-type quirk pinned her, pressing her into the scorching asphalt. He couldn't interfere. He couldn't. Yuga noticed the dryness of her skin, though. It was dehydrated. She was dehydrated. Kurogiri had gotten lucky with where he'd teleported Asui. The conflagration zone appeared to be her weakness. Yuga watched as the scorpion villain smirked, teasing her poison-tipped tail closer and closer to Asui's neck and laughing as the frog girl squirmed beneath her. He had to interfere. He had to. His classmate would die if he didn't. He knew this going in. He knew he might have to stand by willingly but helplessly as his classmates were murdered by villains. He knew. It didn't stop Yuga from racing forward with a wordless shout of distress. As he prepared his laser, it hurt so much. Why did he get this quirk? To blast the tail away, Asui spat some sort of liquid at the villain. The villain reared back, unintentionally dodging Yuga's laser, and scratched viciously at her face. It had gone blotchy and red, but that seemed to be the extent of the effect of whatever liquid Asui had spat aside from itchiness. Asui sprang to her feet, the backs of her wrists a bright red from the burning asphalt they'd been pressed against. Asui jumped and kicked the villain's head, knocking her out before turning to face Yuga. He couldn't run now. He doesn't know if he would have even if she hadn't known he was here. Asui's eyes suddenly widened, and an urgency entered her tone as she shouted, "Aoyama, duck." Yuga's reaction was too slow. He froze up, his limbs locking as he felt the wind from the oncoming blow. He squeezed his eyes shut, hoping that it wouldn't hurt too much, and he felt a gust of wind beside his ear, but he didn't feel any pain. He opened his eyes curiously to see Asui's tongue receding back into her mouth. She'd protected him, even when he'd failed to protect her. Had hesitated in an internal debate with himself about if he was willing to let her die for something that wasn't her fault at all. Yuga wasted no time dwelling on this, however. He'd learned his lesson. He turned with a raised arm, smacking the villain in the face and knocking him out. His armor was good for more than fashion and defense, after all. Metal was a valid weapon. It was stiflingly warm on the surface as well, leaving a burn on the villain's face. "Thank you, Mon Ami," Yuga sighed, turning to face Asui. He saw her knocking another villain out, but she stumbled on the landing, coughing harshly. The lack of water in the environment and the excessively high temperature were getting to her. He ran over to her, stabilized her without letting the metal of the armor touch her, and offered, "If you would, Asui, I can carry you out of here. You don't have enough strength to stay upright, much less fight our way out." Asui eyed him gratefully and nodded. "Call me Sue." "Of course, Sue," Yuga agreed easily, the personal and friendly name burning on his tongue. He didn't deserve this. Not after what he'd done. Not after what he was going to do if this didn't pan out the way they wanted it to. Still, Yuga kneeled to allow Asui to climb onto his back, using his cape to protect her from the too hot metal of his costume. He'd have to fix that soon. That or prevent it from getting to extreme temperatures. Yuga batted away a few more stray villains as they maneuvered through the uncomfortably hot environment. Thankfully, when Yuga had designed his costume, he'd asked for a cooling feature for himself because of the heightened temperature of his quirk. His stomach protested as he blasted a villain guarding the exit through the doors behind the criminal. He fought down a wave of nausea as he continued on. Sue was relying on him. He couldn't fall to a small stomachache like this. Yuga ran out of the doors as quickly as he could, thankful that the signal blocker and the people controlling the outside gates weren't locking the inside doors too. Yuga makes a beeline for the shipwreck zone, averting his eyes from the scene of his teacher fighting for his life. Yuga's life, Sue's life, his classmates. Suddenly, or maybe it had been the whole time. His stomach didn't only churn from quirk overuse. Yuga runs around the plaza, hiding where he can, as he makes his way to the large lake. It wasn't all that far of a walk, but he was trying not to draw attention to himself, so he took longer than he would've. He couldn't get caught, not by him. He'd most certainly tell. As Yuga dropped to one knee to let Sue down, the water went from slightly disturbed by the villains on the other side of the ship to turbulent, with a ship flying over Sue's and his heads. Yuga gaped at the hulking boat as it flew for a few more meters before landing not far away. Sue worked her hands out of the death grip they'd had on the edges of his armor, and she lowered herself into the water, sighing when the relief of being rehydrated and cooled down hit her. Thankfully, the villains were all still in shock and several meters away. "Thank you, Aoyama." Sue was cut off by a scream, so full of pain and shock that Yuga couldn't help but turn. He whirled around, crouching protectively in front of his vulnerable friend, to see the Nomu, that abominable creature, grinding Sensei into the pavement. His arms were clearly broken, and Yuga thought he saw blood pooling around his head. What has he done? Katsuki didn't scream as he fell away from Izuku, but he came darn close, and it would have been out of frustration not fear like some weak coward. The only person who could plan an attack so fast was dead, his butt. It's clear that that supposedly dead guy was either not dead or there was someone just as smart. You'd think the smartest creature in Japan would consider the idea that maybe the guy wasn't dead, or there was someone else who had a quick mind. Guess not. Arrogant rat. Katsuki shook himself out of his angry internal ranting and surveyed his surroundings. He was on some sort of mountain thing, which wasn't great considering that it's likely that this was to prepare his class for landslides. Landslides can be set off by large, loud noises or large concussive forces. He'd have to use his quirk sparingly. That's fine. He didn't need it anyway. He saw two of his classmates fall a bit further away from him. What had Izuku said their names were again? It was the one who could use sugar to buff himself up and the guy who could talk to animals. Kota. Bakugo. Sugar guy called urgently, scrambling to his feet. Katsuki looked around at all of the villains that were standing warily at a distance. They must not know his and his classmates' quirks. Calm down, idiot, Katsuki huffed, walking to Kota and Sugar Guy. He would not admit that he didn't know his name. See how they're not attacking. They don't know our quirks or strength. We have a bit of time until those extras get impatient. Katsuki can almost hear Izuku in his head lecturing him about calling people extras. Darn nerd, he better be okay. Kota spoke up quietly, wincing when his voice came out. What do we do? Katsuki broke into a feral grin and answered, we engage first. Sugar Guy nodded seriously while Kota shifted nervously. If Animal Guy wouldn't step up and fight, Katsuki would be happy to fight enough for the both of them. Sugar Guy downed a pack of sugar and threw himself at the villains, startling them. Katsuki took a split second to appreciate Sugar Guy's initiative before he grinned and launched himself at the other side of the weird circle of enemies, shouting, "Die, you extras." Kota stood in the center, trembling when it looked like someone had broken through the pair. Katsuki knocked them out, left and right, careful to use force that wouldn't scar and wouldn't set a landslide on them. Katsuki watched as one of the extras on Sugar Guy's side broke through, launching himself at Kota with a malicious grin. Katsuki was preoccupied with a large villain, and he couldn't break away in time to intercept. Kota closed his eyes in fear and lashed out, punching the villain and knocking him out. Kota gaped at the prone figure before getting a determined look in his eyes as he joined the fray. It wasn't unlike the one Feathers got whenever he was set on something. The reminder of Izuku's uncertain status and how he wasn't with Katsuki spurred him on. In minutes, all of the villains were knocked out and groaning. Katsuki smirked as he turned to face the other two, but his smile fell as he heard the sound of electricity humming and crackling. Kota whirled around and froze at the sight as well. Some lowlife with a discount version of Pikachu's quirk had a threatening grip on their other classmate and an electrically charged hand dangerously close to Sugar Guy's head. I'd hate to hurt someone so unaware, but I need to kill you, the villain apologized insincerely. So, it's your choice, you or him. Katsuki growled as he watched the villain warily. Sugar Guy was still buffed up, but his eyes were almost completely white, and he didn't look all that aware of what was going on, much like the villain had pointed out. Suddenly, a loud boom echoed through the area, originating from the shipwreck zone. Katsuki took this opportunity to ask Kota, "Hey, Animal Whisperer, can you talk to bugs?" Kota nodded rapidly, but he continued, too scared. "Well, so is Sugar Guy up there, and I'm pretty sure it's our best shot of getting out alive," Katsuki scoffed, not in the mood to soften his words for the other boy. "Sato," Kota corrected near silently as he nodded firmly and crouched low to the ground to talk to the critters beneath. Katsuki remained silent, but he stepped slightly in front of the boy to shield him. "Hey, cut that out," the villain spat, waving his charged hand threateningly. "I'll do it, I swear to you, I will." Katsuki would have taken that opportunity, but it was a miracle that a landslide hadn't been prompted by the ginormous explosion before, and he didn't want all of them to die. Kota raised his hands above his head and stood up fully again. Katsuki hoped the boy had finished whispering his commands. Katsuki's palms crackled frustratedly. Izuku had better be okay, or Katsuki would send him 6 feet under for worrying him. That stupid feathered jerk would deserve it for attracting trouble wherever he went, not that it was his fault. Whatever. His hopes were fulfilled as he watched a spider crawl up the man's pant leg. He held back a smirk. They'd be all right. The spider crawled up the man's shirt, and Katsuki could pinpoint the moment the man felt it on his neck. His face paled significantly, and his body lit up with electricity, thankfully having let go of Sato in his panic. Katsuki took the advantage and launched himself forward and into the man. The villain fell backward, still scratching at his neck in terror. A good hit to the head was enough to knock him out cold. Kota and Sato both stared at Katsuki, who rolled his eyes. "What are we waiting for, idiots? The nerd's probably got himself in trouble, and that villain trash won't stay knocked out forever." That spurred them into gear, with Kota guiding Sato gently toward the exit. Katsuki kept watch for them, making sure another ambush like that wouldn't happen again. He refused to get taken by surprise like that. Another boom echoes through the facility as they make it to the plaza. Katsuki gapes at the hero's silhouette standing in a hole in the entrance. Katsuki realizes that something's different about him. All Might wasn't smiling. "It appears that I didn't catch everyone," Kurogiri hissed, glaring at the remaining students. Izuku glared at the indifferent villain, standing protectively in front of his peers. "Stay back. As if the protests of a child would stop me from following Shigaraki Tamura's orders," the villain huffed with emotionless exasperation. How he did that, Izuku didn't know, and now wasn't the time to ponder. "Hagakure," Izuku whispered, "I know you still have your phone with you. I heard it go off earlier. Kaminari and I will distract him. Tokiyami and Ojiro will hold the door open for you. You need to run." Hagakure started, her gloves rising to flail in protest. "I couldn't. I can't leave you all here." "Yes, you can. You have to. We can't contact anyone outside, and you're the only one stealthy enough to slip away and who has a way to contact the school as soon as you get out of range," Izuku refuted. "Stand back, students," 13 ordered, pausing their conversation as she popped the cap of her costume and directed her quirk at the misty villain. Izuku cried out in horror as her attack was caught in a portal and used against her. The back of her costume was destroyed, beeped into her destructive quirk. 13 let out a wordless shout of pain as she closed the cap. Not a moment later, 13 collapsed to the ground, her own quirk incapacitating her. "Black hole is such an interesting and powerful quirk," Kurogiri hummed, and Izuku didn't like the way it seemed as if he was genuinely interested. "Yet you are still a rescue hero. Your combat prowess is far less than a normal pro." Izuku took the self-inflicted distraction as an opportunity. He could worry about 13 later. Hagakure needed to escape. "Go, Kaminari. With me. Ojiro, Tokiyami, open the doors. Hagakure, run." Immediately, like Izuku, taking the lead was a natural and unquestionable thing. Everyone did as they were told. Izuku shot into the air, darting toward the purple mass. Kaminari snuck around the villain, preparing his quirk for when there was an opening. Izuku struck fast and hard, his feet landing on the brace and shoving the villain back as he sprung off of it, doing a backflip to land on his feet. Kurogiri cried out in surprise, and Izuku darted in again, rolling under a portal. Hagakure made a break for the doors, and Ojiro and Dark Shadow held them open, with the former huffing and sweating as he struggled to force them open. It is foolish to discuss your plans in front of the enemy, even if you have no other options, Kurogiri lectured condescendingly, and he turned toward Hagakure as she bolted for the exit. I cannot let you escape. Hagakure yelped as a portal opened in front of her, and she immediately stumbled to a stop. She darted to the left, skirting around the warp, but Kurogiri began to advance, expanding and circling around her. If the other teachers arrive, we will have more trouble. Izuku watched as Kaminari lunged forward, seizing the brace in his hands before discharging a non-lethal but high voltage. Got you, Hagakure. Go. Hagakure nodded, or Izuku thinks she did, and she ran out the door, sprinting toward the main campus. Izuku hopes that her phone was charged so she could call someone. So, Kaminari looked down at the unconscious warp villain before turning his gaze to 13 with a worried jerk of his head. What do we do now? Tenya stifled a yelp as gravity's pull on him changed, no longer stable on his feet but instead falling through the air. He tried to see what was below him, but a surge of water enveloped him before he had the chance to prepare himself. Tenya thrashed instinctively, floundering in the unexpected environment. Suddenly, a memory surfaced in his head, startling him out of his shock. Tensai, what are we doing here? Tenya asked, looking confusedly at the pool. I can't go fast enough to run on water. Yeah, that is one of our greatest weaknesses, Tensai answered with a chuckle. I'm here to teach you how to swim so you won't be stranded when you inevitably face a situation like this. Tenya stared up at Tensai with awe and admiration. Brother is so smart. To look at yourself, identify your weaknesses, and work to cover them. You're so great, Tensai. I'm not as great as you say, Tensai snorted. You're way faster and smarter than I was at your age. You'll be a great step up from me when you become Ingenium. Tenya righted himself, calming his movements and treading lightly. He swam towards the surface, his lungs burning from the lack of oxygen. He needed to breathe. As his head broke the surface with a loud gasp, he saw Kirishima floundering nearby. He began to swim over, expert strokes cutting through the water. Tenya was about halfway to his classmate when a shark fin cut through the water toward Kirishima. There was no way for Tenya to get there in time, but he sped up regardless, fueled by adrenaline and terror for the red-haired boy. He wished he could use his quirk, but water was a complete counter for him. Did the villains know their quirks? It turns out that Tenya didn't need to fear so much, as Kirishima stuck a hardened arm in the jaws of the villain. Well, the terror was still warranted, and it was written all over Kirishima's face. Tenya was almost there, readying himself to launch a strong but quirkless kick at the adversary, when Kirishima scowled and punched the shark villain in the nose with a hardened fist. Kirishima, Tenya called, getting the boy's attention. Tenya pointed to the ship, saying, "We need to board." Kirishima nodded firmly, and they both swam toward the boat. Tenya got there first, as he had lots of swimming experience. He floundered, seeing that there wasn't a ladder or anything to assist in boarding. Kirishima smiled assuringly at Tenya and scaled the boat with hardened fingers. He didn't puncture any holes in it, thankfully, but dents followed his path. It wasn't a long trip, and the boy was hanging from the railing in no time. "Come on," Kirishima shouted, still hanging from the railing. He held a hand out and looked at Tenya expectantly. Tenya didn't hesitate to take his classmate's offer, helping as much as he could. "Thank you, Kirishima," he said as he grabbed onto the railing himself. Kirishima grinned at Tenya and replied, "Of course, Iida. It'd be unmanly of me to leave you behind." Tenya nodded uncertainly and peeked over the side of the boat. The villains were surrounding it, but they weren't trying to board. "What are they doing?" "It seems that they are uncertain of something," Tenya answered, studying their expressions. "How are we going to get back to the entrance?" Kirishima asked with a slight waver in his voice. "We need a plan," Tenya said, looking around for any kind of clue. "Something to distract them or throw them off." "I could distract them. I have the ultimate defense," Kirishima suggested, hardening his arms and face to prove his point. "No, that won't work," Tenya hummed, unaware of how it could come off as rude. Water displacement. That could work. But how? Water displace, oh, I've got it, man. Kirishima declared, grinning victoriously. We can knock them back with a huge wave. How? Tenya asked, entertaining the idea. How powerful are your kicks, Iida? This is incredibly risky, Tenya pointed out, dangling from the railing by his fingers once more. It's the best thing we've got, man, Kirishima said, a bit of hesitance in his voice. I'd say it's worth the risk. Once the villains are out of the way, we make a break for it. I'll take up the rear. Tenya sighed and accepted that this was the best plan they had with the limited time they were given. Are you ready? Heck yeah, Kirishima answered, grinning again. Tenya admired his light spirit in the face of danger. Tenya shook out the last drops of water in his engines and evaporated the rest as he warmed up, preparing to fire away. 3. Tenya tightened his grip on the railing. 2. Kirishima grabbed onto the railing as well. 1. Tenya's engines flared as he started his quirk up. Now, Tenya's legs swung down, his engine spitting out bright blue fire. This was the most power he'd ever put into his quirk. It might be the adrenaline or the fear, or who knows. As his foot made contact with the water, a large boom erupted from the lake, startling the boys and the villains. A column of water shot up, taking the boat with it. Tenya squeezed his eyes shut against the spray and buried his nose in his bicep. Tenya is not ashamed to admit he screamed, gripping onto the railing like it was his last lifeline. For all he knew, it was. It would be almost irrational to not find something about this situation worth screaming about. The villains were thrown back in all directions, flailing and screaming as well. Tenya felt his body go up, and over the railing, and he prepared to hit the deck when two hardened arms circled around him and he felt Kirishima hold him protectively. Suddenly, a huge crash sounded, and Tenya went down with Kirishima, both of them getting thrown off the ship like dolls. Tenya had never felt so helpless, being thrown around by forces he had set in motion but couldn't control. He heard a grunt from his classmate as they hit the ground, with Tenya being clutched to Kirishima's torso as the latter's back was slammed into the ground. Tenya opened his eyes to see a pained look on Kirishima's face and the wreckage of the ship behind them. Tenya shot up, rolling off of his classmate and jumping to his feet. Are you all right, Kirishima? He asked, holding a hand out to help him up. Ah, Kirishima groaned, but he sat up and accepted the assistance. Yeah, my back's a bit scraped up now, though. I'm getting my costume updated after this. Ow. It is commendable that your first instinct was to assure that I would take little damage from the fall. Tenya complimented him. Thank you. Of course, bro, Kirishima chirped, perking up. That was so manly. We blew up a ship. Yes, Tenya agreed hesitantly. We had little other choice. It was an eye-opening experience. We should go meet with the others now. Kirishima nodded, and the two of them made their way around the lake. Tenya could see the commotion in the plaza somewhat clearly now, and as Kirishima and Tenya got to the edge of the lake nearest the plaza, a pale-haired villain with weird hand decorations all over him lunged at their teacher. Tenya stifled a warning shout, confident in his teacher's, Uncle Shou's, ability to defend himself. He'd only startle his teacher and become a distraction. He was wrong too. Tenya slapped a hand over his mouth to muffle a shout as Sensei's arm began to decay in front of their eyes. And then the hulking monster in the middle of the plaza attacked. Ochako bit back a scream as she went from standing to falling in an instant. She slapped her arm, halting her descent and allowing her to survey her surroundings until she grew nauseous. She realized that the ground was beneath her head and she was upside down. She felt grateful that her quirk saved her from suffering a potentially lethal injury. A yelp to her left sounded just as she reoriented herself, and Ochako barely reached out to smack the source before the anonymous person hit the ground. She sighed in relief as she saw Jiro floating beside her, looking terrified. It was then that she realized that they were both dripping wet from the pouring rain that crashed down on them from the dome's ceiling. Another cut-off yelp to her right wasn't enough warning for her to catch their third classmate, but thankfully Ashido could take care of her own landing. Ochako lowered Jiro and herself down to stand by their friend. Guys, Jiro's trembling voice interrupted Ochako's train of thought. There's a lot of villains. Ochako looked around and saw that, yes, that was a metric ton of villains. She involuntarily squeaked, which seemed to amuse the sick guys around them that thought attacking children was okay. "Sorry, ladies," one of them purred, a mocking expression on his face. "We've got orders to follow." Suddenly, the villains surged forward, laughter and mocking echoing through the zone. Ashido scowled and released a surge of acid right back, causing the villains to jump back. Those who got hit started clawing at wherever it landed, pained shouting escaping them. "Anyone else?" she growled, her hands curled into fists. Ochako took the distraction for what it was and ran forward, startling the villains. She tapped one and threw him like a ragdoll into a building, releasing almost immediately. She didn't have to get height, unlike in the entrance exam. Jiro started releasing sound waves to knock the villains that Ashido and Ochako weren't already taking care of. Ochako grunted as a villain's quirk grazed her shoulder, leaving a gash behind. She quickly knocked them out, but she was getting hit quite a bit. It wasn't anything too bad, as she wasn't getting hit directly, but she'd have a few bumps and bruises. Ochako had just thrown another villain through a window when a large explosion echoed through the dome. Everyone froze, looking around for the source. Jiro recovered first and launched a huge sound wave, knocking the remaining villains out. Ochako ran back to the pair, trying not to aggravate her injuries. Ashido surveyed her, and she must have deemed Ochako okay for travel because she said, "Come on, guys. We've got to go." The others might not have been so lucky. Who knows what that explosion was? And ran off. Jiro and Ochako ran after her, and the latter admired her quick thinking and courage. Ashido was really cool. It took a bit of searching, and they got lost pretty often, but the trio managed to make it out of the downpour zone. Jiro threw the doors open irritatedly only to freeze in the doorway. What is it?" Ashido asked warily, peeking over the girl's shoulder. Ochako watched as she froze too and stepped out of the dome to see a huge crater in the side of the USJ. She stared, shocked, at the hulking figure standing in the midst of the destruction. It was All Might, which would normally give her hope, and it did, but he wasn't smiling. Momo choked back an ungraceful yelp as she tumbled out of a portal. She saw a flash of ice to her left before she was tucking into a roll to save herself. She finished in a defensive crouch, surveying her surroundings as she manifested a staff. She was in the ruins zone of the USJ in the middle of the street, and she was surrounded by villains. She eyed the unstable buildings warily. She hoped Todoroki would be careful with his quirk. A strangled cry from behind her caught her attention before she could properly panic about the hordes of villains surrounding them. She whirled around to see Zero hanging onto a lamppost by a string of tape. Seeing that her classmate was all right, she turned to make sure Todoroki was okay. Her friend had formed an ice ramp to catch himself, she noticed. Thankfully, the boy looked fine, if not a little annoyed. Todoroki looked at the two of them and the villains before suddenly activating his quirk. Momo bit back another yelp as her footing was destabilized and she was raised on a platform. She slammed her staff into it to keep herself upright. "Hey, man," Zero protested from the lamp post. "Careful, you could have hurt our VP." Todoroki eyed him disdainful before turning back to the frozen villains. Zero huffed and lowered himself down carefully. Momo slid off of the platform she'd been raised on, suppressing a shiver at the chill. She needed a better costume. Or at least to stop being in close proximity to Todoroki when he used his quirk. She quickly made a jacket for herself and slid it on. She refused to be unintentionally weakened by someone who was supposed to be on her side. "These villains aren't doing this on a whim," Todoroki's voice startled Momo. "They have a plan. A reason that they think they can take down All Might." Zero and Momo nodded, following their classmate's train of thought. "We should find out what that reason is," she finished. Todoroki nodded. Suddenly, a villain rushed at her friend from behind, and before Momo could lash out with her staff, Todoroki froze the criminal in place. Momo looked behind herself to see Zero binding a villain to the ice. She felt a little useless, admittedly. "Isn't that Endeavor's brat?" one of the villains asked fearfully. "He's a monster," another agreed. "He took us all out so easily." Momo winced as murmurs of Todoroki's strength rippled through the crowd of villains. She could feel irritation rolling off of the boy in question too. He walked up to the villain who'd tried to attack him and froze the rest of his body too. He glared menacingly at the criminal before starting, "At this rate, your cells will slowly begin to die. I'm training to be a hero, so I don't want to have to kill you, especially in such a tedious and painful manner." Momo beeped in a sharp breath, and she heard a gasp from Zero next to her. It was an unexpected approach. Why does this League of Villains think they can defeat All Might? Todoroki demanded. He brought his right hand threateningly closer to the man's face, the only part of him that wasn't iced over. I don't know," the villain stammered, trying to squirm away from the threat. "I don't know anything, I swear. I can't tell you anything. They didn't tell us stuff." Todoroki glared harder and brought the hand closer, and ice began creeping up the villain's chin. "Why do they think they can defeat All Might? They have a superweapon," the villain cried, tears leaking from his eyes. Momo turned away from the blatant cruelty with a grimace. "They have this big monster or something. Said it was made to kill All Might. Please, that's all I know, really." Todoroki melted the ice off of most of the villain before heading toward the exit. "We should go inform Sensei," he said, and Momo and Zero stumbled after him. It was disconcerting how cold and ruthless their classmate had been. As they scrambled after him, a large explosion ripped through the facility. Momo gasped before speeding up into a run with Zero not far behind. Her classmates could be in trouble. Todoroki glided on an ice trail he was forming, determination set into his features. Yaoyorozu formed roller skates under her shoes, though it left her soles a little torn, and caught up with him. Zero easily compensated by swinging from the more stable structures. When they finally got to the plaza, Momo couldn't hold back a scream. Zero looked sick to his stomach, and Todoroki looked more disgusted and scared than Momo had ever seen him. Because a horrifying, hulking monster was pinning their teacher to the ground, and it looked like both of his arms were broken. Izuku kept an eye on Kaminari as he tried to figure out what to do about 13's injury. He had nothing material-wise to work with, as all of his classmates' quirks available to him didn't produce anything useful for this particular problem. Izuku pulled out the first aid kit that was in one of his pockets and started bandaging 13's wounds. It was a shoddy job, but it was all he could do. It might even save her life. Izuku had told Kaminari that if Kurogiri woke up, then he was to shock him again. They couldn't afford for the portal user to come back into commission. A groan came from the villain, and the glowing eyes flickered to wakefulness. Kaminari reacted immediately, sending a shock through the brace again. The lights flickered out again, and they had a bit more time. "What do we do?" Ojiro asked, panic evident in his trembling hands and shaky voice. "Our teachers are either incapacitated or fighting. Hagakuri's gone. Our classmates are scattered. What do we do?" Izuku took a deep breath, trying to still his own trembling hands as he ties off the bandage. "I don't know. We've taken one of the lead villains, but Sensei is still fighting. How can we take some of the pressure off of him?" Suddenly, a column of water shot up from the shipwreck zone, taking all of their attention. Izuku watched in horror as the ship was hurled through the sky and two people were thrown off of it. He hoped that whoever they were, even if they were villains, ended up okay. Unfortunately, that moment of distraction was all the warp villain needed, and a startled and distressed cry from Kaminari brought all of their attention back. "I'm so sorry, guys." Kaminari apologized, looking down at his hands with a betrayed expression. "I'm so sorry. The explosion distracted me, and now he's gone. He got away. What if?" Izuku ran over to him once he saw the tears welling in his classmates' eyes. It was a high-stress situation, and everyone was scared. It was normal to cry. Hey, it's okay," Izuku soothed him, taking his wrists and squeezing them comfortingly. "It's all right. The villain might have disappeared, but that's fine. We were all distracted. You just happened to be the one guarding Kurogiri. It would have happened with any of us." A startled cry from Tokiyami and Ojiro took their focus. Izuku's head shot up to see Aizawa-sensei with his arm in the other lead villain's grip. He watched in horror as the sleeve followed by the skin beneath started flaking off. "Sensei!" Izuku cried, and for once he was thankful that he wasn't capable of being loud. He would have drawn so much attention to them. Izuku watched as Kurogiri materialized next to the villain and muttered something. He couldn't hear much over all of the noise, but he thought he heard something like, "escaped," and "student." Sounds about right. The villain, who Izuku figured was Shigaraki, scratched furiously at his neck, growling angrily. Suddenly, he stopped and said something in a smoother, more malicious voice. The villains had quieted, seemingly waiting for something. "So, you're the boss, right?" Sensei asked, still fighting, even with an injury like that. Shigaraki started laughing at that, and Izuku felt a shiver go down his spine. "No, Eraserhead, I'm not the real boss. Nomu, attack." And then the hulking monstrosity that hadn't moved an inch since the villains had invaded did just that. Izuku stifled another distressed cry as Sensei's head was seized in a crushing grip, and he was thrown to the ground. When Sensei tried to fight back, his arms were seized in painful grips and twisted until they broke. Izuku didn't think he'd ever forget the sickening cracking sound they made. Heightened senses felt more like a curse than a blessing right now. Izuku watched in horror as his head was slammed into the ground, and the Nomu lifted it up. Sensei's eyes didn't open again. Just then, Iida and Kirishima stumbled up the stairs, looking just as scared and sick as Izuku felt. They were also dripping wet, so Izuku figured that they were coming from the shipwreck zone. Izuku spots two more figures, who he quickly identified as Aoyama and Asui, working their way around the lake. He hoped they also got to the entrance safely. Izuku's hope died when he heard Shigaraki mutter about killing some kids to lure All Might out. Suddenly, the villain lunged toward Asui, his hands splayed out threateningly. Suddenly, all Izuku could see was Asui's face getting seized and flaking. She'd disintegrate and cover Aoyama in her blood, and it would be because he wasn't fast enough. Then there'd be an empty seat in the class, and maybe they'd make a shrine there, but the hero Asui would have made would be gone. Asui would die and whoever she'd become would never exist. And his body moved on its own. Izuku hadn't even realized he'd moved before he felt the villain's body give beneath his feet. He had probably even topped the speed he'd reached in class on orientation day. Izuku looked up to see Sensei staring in shock at him from the Nomu's grasp. His eyes were red, and he'd been about to cancel the villain's quirk. Well, it was assuring to know that even if Izuku had failed, Asui would have been okay. Izuku's attention switched back to the enraged villain that was picking himself off the ground. Izuku's wings flapped furiously as he lifted himself into the air again, hovering above his classmates protectively. Izuku could move even faster if he was diving, which had probably been a factor in his speed earlier. "You brat," Shigaraki hissed, scratching at himself again. "How dare you get in my way? Run!" Izuku barked, startling his classmates into fleeing, but not without a reluctant glance from Asui. "You shouldn't be able to move that fast," the villain grumbled, and Izuku thought he might draw blood with how violently he was scrabbling at his neck. "That's near Hawk's speed." Izuku refrained from informing him that that speed might have won Izuku a couple of races with his mentor. He was also sure that he'd flown faster just now than he had in those playful games. However, in the races Izuku had won, Hawks had encountered multiple villains and/or civilians in need of a hero. "This rogue is unexpected," the villain muttered to himself, his scratching easing slightly. "An unexpected mini-boss. No matter. My Nomu can easily catch him." Nomu. Izuku tensed, and he prepared to dart left as fast as he could. Then, he'd fly back and over the water. Hopefully, the Nomu would be deterred by that, but something told him that he wouldn't be so lucky. Catch the winged brat. Izuku moved, and he was just fast enough to avoid the attack. However, the following wind sent him out of control. As Izuku regained stability, he immediately darted for the water, hovering above it nervously. How high could it jump, he wondered. If Izuku flew high enough, then the villain might grow bored and pick another, less mobile target. Or Kurogiri would force him down to earth. Izuku couldn't let that happen. If only he'd brought Hawk's feather with him. He knew now that he'd never leave without again. Bothering Hawks with a slight tickle every time he moved was an okay price for someone's well-being. Even his own. Izuku barely reacted in time the second time, sprawling again when the Nomu clipped his shoulder. He fought for control again, and he couldn't react in time to avoid the third attack. Izuku felt two hands wrap around his waist, fingers digging painfully into his stomach. He squeaked as he was forcefully brought to earth, holding his wings in a way that wouldn't get caught in the painfully tight hold. Small mercies. Midoriya. Izuku barely heard a couple of voices cry, watching as he was captured. He scratched and clawed at the hands keeping him trapped, but nothing worked. Izuku noticed that in the rare instance in which he did cut through skin, the wound was gone just as fast. Regeneration. Did the Nomu have more than one quirk? Impossible. Kill him, Shigaraki commanded, and Izuku saw a grin under the hand covering his face. He suppressed a shudder. Izuku fought valiantly before he remembered the pressure point that most people had in their wrists. Thankful for his unnatural grip strength, he squeezed both of the Nomu's wrists, feeling the monster's grip loosen. He wrenched himself backward, stifling a yelp as the Nomu darted forward to attack again. He didn't notice the trail of ice that was rushing toward the Nomu nor the hurried footsteps of his friend rushing toward him, but he did hear the boom as the front wall of the USJ burst open. All Might, Izuku breathed, relief flooding his system despite the bruises he could feel he'd gained from the Nomu's suffocating grip. All is well, the hero stated. Why? Because I am here. All Might wasn't smiling. Get away from him, you idiot. Izuku's head snapped around to see Kacchan blasting toward him. Before Kacchan could reach him, though, Izuku was knocked back and the Nomu was shoved back and into the water. And by knocked back, he means that he was launched toward the ruins zone on the opposite side of the USJ. His wings were snapped open and the air from the collision of the two superpowers filled them and dragged him away. Izuku felt helpless as he struggled to maintain balance and control and failed. Safety came in the form of an ice ramp cushioning his fall, allowing him to slide somewhat safely to the ground. Thank you, Todoroki, Izuku muttered dazedly, his arms shaking as he struggled to his feet. Dude, don't get up. Shiro cried, running over to him. Izuku blinked up at him, freezing in place. You were just crushed, man. I'm fine, Izuku assured him, fully standing now that he knew it was just out of concern for his injuries. He stumbled a bit, but he regained his sense of balance quickly. The Nomu didn't break anything. That isn't a very high standard, Yaoyorozu murmured, worry evident on her face. You could still be injured. I'll be fine, Izuku huffed, waving her off. He shook his wings out, sighing in relief when it didn't hurt them to do so. We should get back to Sensei. All Might has this covered now, right? They started slowly heading up the stairs. They couldn't move well with all of the wind from All Might and the Nomu's fight. Todoroki and Shiro had positioned themselves to block the majority of it, which Izuku appreciated. Apparently, when All Might had burst in, he'd put Sensei near 13, so they didn't have to retrieve the heavily injured man. Sensei, Yaoyorozu cried, running over to the prone forms of her teachers. 13 still hadn't woken up, and Sensei was barely conscious. Izuku sighed in relief as Yaoyorozu began to make medical supplies for them. He hoped they'd be okay. He turned to watch the battle, careful to make sure that none of the wind caught on his wings. He knew from experience how unpleasant it was to get thrown around by turbulent gusts. Storms weren't fun when he needed to fly somewhere. Kacchan was just trying to stay on his feet by the shipwreck zone, grabbing onto anything he could to anchor himself. Izuku almost went down there to try and help, but he saw All Might suplex the Nomu and that distracted him. Not the suplexing part, no, the portal that opened beneath the Nomu to allow it to grab his injury. Izuku hardly heard the screams of his peers over how loud his heart was beating in his ears. The Nomu pulled the hero down, much to Izuku's dismay. Izuku didn't want to know what happened if All Might was in the portal when it closed. Suddenly, a layer of ice locked the Nomu in place while leaving All Might unharmed. Izuku sighed, relieved, as All Might twisted out of the monster's grip. Kacchan launched himself forward and pinned the mist villain, pinning him with an unspoken threat. Izuku rushed forward to join him, ready to protect if he had to. You absolute dimwit, what are you doing down here? Kacchan spat, both of them ignoring the irate mutterings of the lead villain. You were safe, right? Yeah, well, Izuku shrugged. The last thing I saw of you was you rushing Inomu to save me before I was tossed. I get worried sometimes. Kacchan huffed, but he didn't argue. Suddenly, the sound of cracking followed by a horrible ripping sound filled the air. Both boys stared in horror as the Nomu tore itself out of the ice, leaving 3 of its limbs behind. From his classmates' expressions, Izuku could tell it was a unanimous feeling. Nomu, free our exit gate. Izuku couldn't scream as the Nomu launched itself at them, but his body once again moved without permission. Izuku was about to stand in front of Kacchan when he felt a hand grab the back of his hero costume, and suddenly he was back by the entrance. Kacchan and Izuku gasped at the sudden movement. Izuku stumbled as he was set down, and he watched Kacchan also lose his balance. Did you guys just dodge that? Izuku turned to see an awestruck Kirishima with a shocked Todoroki behind him. Ah, no, Izuku chuckled, wringing his hands together sheepishly. All Might pulled us out of the way. What are you doing over here? I was looking for a way to help out, Kirishima admitted just as sheepishly. You guys had most of your bases covered, though. So manly. Suddenly, a huge gust of wind nearly knocked them all over. Todoroki made an ice wall behind them to keep them grounded, and Kirishima hardened his legs to stay standing. Izuku watched in shock as All Might punched the Nomu so fast he couldn't track the motion. Suddenly, with a cry of the school's motto, the Nomu went soaring up and through the ceiling. No, the lead villain growled. No, that can't be it. That Nomu was designed to kill you. Did Sensei lie? He's no weaker than before. Izuku eyed the steam billowing off of the hero and silently disagreed. In my prime, that would have taken 5 hits. It took 300 to do so just now. Guess I've gotten rusty, huh? All Might chuckled, staring challengingly at the other 2 villains. Well, are you ready to fight me head on? He was bluffing. Izuku stiffened, noticing the steam rolling off All Might in waves. He was bluffing. Super strength does little against decay, Todoroki muttered. That was the tipping point as Shigaraki rushed at All Might, his fingers outstretched threateningly. Izuku rushed forward again, too fast for the average eye to see, and plowed into the villain once more. Izuku landed, standing defensively in front of All Might. He could have sworn he heard Kacchan shout, "You idiot!" behind him, but Izuku couldn't focus on that right now. "You," Shigaraki growled as he stood. As he rushed Izuku, he declared, "I'll kill." Suddenly, gunshots rang through the building. The villain fell hard, clutching his hand. Izuku looked over to see Snipe and the other teachers standing in the entrance. "We're okay," Izuku cheered, grinning at the sight of backup. "Tamura, I suggest we retreat," Kurogiri said, and, without further delay, the villains disappeared. "Izuku, you reckless dingus, what were you?" Whatever else Kacchan was going to say was cut off as a large concrete wall sprung from the ground, blocking him and All Might from the others. A frustrated scream echoed from the other side, and Izuku giggled at Kacchan's dramatics. When Izuku looked over to see a deflated All Might sagging against the wall, he understood. He went to fly over the wall, but it only got taller in response. "Did you see anything?" Smentos asked, startling Izuku. Where had he come from? "See what?" Izuku replied, feigning confusion. "Is there something I should have seen?" "No, go meet your friends," Midoriya, the hero sighed, allowing Izuku to soar over the wall. When Izuku touched down, he was immediately enveloped in a bone-crushing hug that was uncomfortable on his bruised ribs. He hugged back, burying his face in his friend's shoulder. "We almost died." "Speak for yourself," Kacchan huffed, but Izuku felt the tension in his shoulders and heard the slight quiver in his voice. "Keigo's going to kill us," Izuku chuckled, tears leaking from his eyes. "Oh my gosh, we almost died, Kacchan." The hug tightened in response. They stayed like that for a long while. Neither of them mentioned the matching wet spots on the other's shoulder. None of their classmates did either. Izuku blearily opened his eyes to see an unfamiliar ceiling above him. He didn't have time to think about the where before 2 concerned red eyes were boring into him, scrutinizing his groggy state. Kacchan. You're finally up, you darn nerd, Kacchan sighed, but Izuku saw that he visibly relaxed. Took you long enough. Izuku sat up, reveling in the painlessness of the action. Hadn't the Nomu bruised his ribs? Was this recovery girl's doing? How long was I out? Izuku asked, reaching for his phone to check for himself. 6 hours, Kacchan sighed. I've been waiting in this room for too dang long. I'm going to go get the old lady, and we're going to go make sure Auntie's okay after receiving the news. Izuku gaped at the answer to his question, his hand going slack and dropping the phone onto his lap. 6 hours. Are you deaf? Kacchan grumbled. You were so gosh darn tired because you didn't sleep that you had no energy. Honestly, you were pushing it in that last half, dweeb. Izuku shifted, his wings tucking in closer, and replied, sorry. Huh, Kacchan exclaimed. What for? You saved several people's lives today. Are you upset that they're okay? And no. Izuku immediately blurted. Well. It was my choice to wait for you, Izuku, Kacchan growled. Don't hold a stupid pity party because I didn't ditch you. Izuku smiled at Kacchan, prompting an exasperated huff, and his friend left. Izuku quickly pulled out his phone and scrolled to Keigo's contact. He opened their private chat messages and texted the hero. Fellow bird bro, 6:32 p.m. Me, do you think we can meet up to talk? Apt the villain attack. Fellow bird bro, OFC, chickadee. How apt TMRW. I've got a day off. Wrangled it from the HC winking face. Izuku closed the chat with a sigh. He was still really tired from Recovery Girl's quirk. He was glad that his mentor hadn't asked for them to meet today. He's not sure he had the energy to cope with a concerned Keigo. Izuku ran his finger down the shaft of Keigo's feather and back up again, quietly and softly fidgeting with it without hurting it. Kacchan must have brought him the feather that Izuku kept in a shoebox under his bed when it wasn't on him. That shoebox wouldn't be used for a long while. Izuku was far too paranoid that something else would happen to hide away his line of communication with the number 3 hero and his mentor. Keigo said that the distraction wasn't too bad when Izuku fiddled with it, so Izuku would continue to keep it on his person and guiltily fiddle with it when he had nothing better he could do with his hands. Mido. Uraraka's voice startled Izuku out of his thoughts, so he quickly shoved the feather out of sight and looked up to see wow, that's a lot of his classmates. Izuku counted them all, barely able to wrap his head around the fact that over half of his class had come to visit. You guys, Izuku's voice was choked up as tears rolled down his face, unbidden. You. What, did you think we wouldn't come? Kaminari snorted as he leaned against the left side of Izuku's bed. Dude, you were awesome. You were so manly, Kirishima said as he clenched a fist and a tear rolled down his cheek from the sheer manliness his class president exuded. Your wings of light shielded the rest of us from the unwelcome darkness, both physically and mentally, Tokiyami nodded, and Izuku's pretty sure he was getting better at deciphering what his friend means when he says things like that. Yeah, you beat up that hand villain like boom. How, ka blam. And the villains were like oh no. Dark Shadow pitched in. Yes, it was frightening and exhilarating all at once, Yaoyorozu agreed. Your bravery and boldness really stood out today, Midoriya. Your exemplary showing at the USJ was just as expected of a class president, Iida grinned. His friend looked so proud of Izuku that he almost burst into happy tears again. Beyond, even, since we were never supposed to be shown that side of heroics so early. You were outstanding, Midoriya. Yeah, Mido, Uraraka cheered, swinging her fist into the air. You really set the tone for the year, huh? The way you organized all of us so Hagakure could escape, Ojiro continued, that was amazing. It's like you were unfazed by the fact that villains were attacking. Yeah, that was cool. Kaminari agreed, and Izuku spread his wings just a little to see Tokiyami nodding along. A beacon of light in the panic shrouded in darkness, Tokiyami hummed. I didn't get to see what happened, Hagakure admitted, and Izuku turned to face her properly, but I know that it was probably really scary for all of you. I'm sorry I wasn't there, but when you made a plan just so I could escape that was awesome. You've amazed all of us, Midoriya, Jiro said. Just accept that we're probably not going to let this go for a while. I'm glad you're our class president. Izuku burst into tears again, curling into himself as his friends comforted him. I wasn't all that, right? Izuku asked, hiding his face in his hands as his wings drew around him like a curtain as he flushed from the positive attention and compliments. Surely any of you would do the same. Not everyone could do the same, Hiro, Asui pointed out. Not all of us could rush halfway across the USJ to save someone's life in time, but you did. Mon Ami, you really are magnifique, Aoyama added. I was standing next to Sue, yet even I was not fast enough to save her. Don't work yourself up over it, Aoyama, Asui assured him. You already saved me in the conflagration zone, Hiro. Izuku must have imagined Aoyama's breath hitching because he couldn't imagine why it would hitch there. He'd look into it later. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Opening parenthesis ... closing parenthesis. Maybe he shouldn't have. The next day, Izuku checked the time as he and Kacchan approached the warehouse. 6:30 in the evening. It was later than he thought it'd be. What had held them up for so long? Oh, wait, that's right. Kacchan and Izuku had helped a woman across the street. She'd been using crutches, but she still had groceries in her hands. It was slow going, naturally. Anyway, Izuku felt unnaturally nervous. He was almost never nervous, at least not like this, when he came here. The USJ was just such a raw and new topic and unlike anything Izuku had ever experienced before. Being crushed by the Nomu made his reaction to his mother's hug a bit embarrassing. He felt awful for having to restrain himself from lashing out at the tight hug, but when he'd felt the pressure against his ribs, all he could see were those dead eyes and unnaturally large hands, and he swore he could hear Shigaraki laughing at him in the background of his own mind. Izuku shook his head to clear it from that train of thought. He shouldn't go down that rabbit hole and worry about how he'll react to hugs for the foreseeable future again. It didn't end well, typically. Izuku, Kacchan called, and Izuku's head snapped up to meet his friend's eyes. Are you sure you want to do this now, nerd? Feathers will get it. Izuku sighed, his shoulders forcibly relaxing. No, it's fine, it's fine. I'm just a little nervous, that's all. Kacchan stared at Izuku contemplatively, but he was interrupted in his thoughts by the warehouse doors swinging open. That was quickly followed by a strong arm wrapping around each of them and pulling them into a fierce hug. Thankfully, the arm was around Izuku's shoulders and not his ribs. Just as quickly as it was there, though, it was gone. Izuku blinked and saw Keigo standing in the doorway. He looked embarrassed. Izuku had never seen Keigo look embarrassed before. The hero was usually shameless and kind of a sarcastic jerk. What, you ashamed of being worried about us or something? Kacchan huffed, narrowing his eyes at the sheepish hero. Keigo didn't look ashamed, though. He looked confused and conflicted and maybe a little surprised. Brother Bird, Izuku squeaked just above a whisper, and that seemed to be the deciding factor in whatever decision the hero was trying to make as he surged forward and hugged them again. His embarrassment and confusion weren't enough to stop his worries, it seemed. Izuku felt something soft wrap around him and realized that it wasn't only Keigo's arms that were around them. Izuku hugged him back just as tightly as the hero held them. Izuku snorted as he heard Kacchan grumble about clingy, feathered losers who won't leave him alone. All three of them knew he didn't mean that. Do you want us to make every news station in the country, or can we go inside? Kacchan demanded roughly. Izuku chuckled and pulled back, his heart tugging painfully when he heard Keigo's soft, disappointed chirp. When the doors closed behind them, Keigo once again seized them in a hug, albeit a bit gentler than the last. Do you know how worried I was, fledglings? Izuku tightened his own hug around his mentor in response. I saw on the news that you guys were attacked. Why didn't you break your feathers? We assumed we'd be safe at Ua, but no, Kacchan growled, tolerating his mentor's need for physical assurance that they were both okay. Goodness knows Kacchan and he were no better after Izuku had been discharged. That stupid rat decided that he was going to dismiss Izuku's concerns and send us on a field trip anyway. Arrogant fool. It wasn't that bad, Kacchan. Izuku withered a little under his friend's harsh glare, and he elaborated, and not the attack, of course, but Nezu-sensei's reaction. He said that the only guy who could plan an attack so fast is dead, so he had no way of knowing, really. "Huh, you really believe that?" Kacchan demanded. Keigo remained silent, but Izuku could feel him tensing. "There are several possible reasons for the attack being so soon after the break-in, idiot. That guy could be alive, another strategic villain could be out there, they could have been planning this for months, and more. He was short-sighted, and it put his charges in danger. This is on him, Izuku." Izuku mulled Kacchan's harsh but ultimately true words. Of course, the only fault should fall on the villains who attacked them, but they'd had warning that someone had certainly broken in with evil intentions from Izuku. They weren't acting on speculation but instead witness testimony. This could have potentially been prevented if Nezu-sensei had only shifted things around slightly. It wouldn't have had to be by much, just a little swapping of lessons and days, to be effective either. "I admit that there are some things to fault Nezu-sensei for," Izuku conceded. "But everything turned out okay, thankfully. Hopefully, he won't underestimate the League again, and there won't be a repeat of this. I'll have a few choice words to say to UA's principal if there is," Keigo claimed, much to Izuku's alarm. Izuku went to pull back and stare incredulously at his mentor, but the arm around his shoulders tightened and the wings blanketing both Kacchan and Izuku pressed firmly against his back, so he relented. "So, tell me how much I want to beat up the idiots who attacked you," Keigo said conversationally, surprising Izuku. "What does that mean?" Izuku asked, peeking up from the hero's shoulder to look at him. "He wants to know about the attack, idiot," Kacchan huffed. "Let's go to the stupid lounge room, though. It's a long story." It took them a little bit to get situated in a comfortable way on the seats, but when they did settle themselves, Izuku and Keigo were sharing a beanbag, the latter with a wing wrapped around the former and Kacchan sitting backward on a chair, leaning against the back of it. He was close enough to touch if either of the other two needed it. "All right, start from the top," Keigo ordered lightly. "If you're comfortable, that is. I won't ever force you to do something." It started in the middle of 13 Sensei's lecture, Kacchan began after a few seconds of contemplation. The nerd suddenly started covering his nose and whining, so something was clearly up. Not even a second later, some stupid portal opened up in front of the fountain in the plaza. "Yeah, I smelled danger. A lot of it. It usually isn't so overwhelming, but I'm not exaggerating when I say there were hundreds of villains in the facility," Izuku elaborated, fighting a wince at Keigo's concerned frown. "The guy who made the portal, Kurogiri, teleported up to us and asked where All Might was. He didn't even show up for class. Doesn't take his new side job seriously." Kacchan rolled his eyes. Izuku hummed in disagreement before continuing. "Anyway, when he realized that none of us had an explanation for why he wasn't there, he sent out portals and teleported a lot of us away after saying he'd kill us all." Keigo's frown deepened, and his hand twitched. Izuku nudged him to reassure him that they were all right now. "I was taken to the mountain zone with Kota and Sato," Kacchan carried on, and now both Keigo and Izuku were learning of what happened. "We beat up some villains, and when we thought all of them are conked out, some knockoff Pikachu guy showed up to take Sato hostage." Izuku couldn't suppress a gasp. Considering the drawbacks of his quirk, he'd be the perfect victim, too. Sato had likely been unaware of what was going on around him when it happened. "Something caused a huge explosion, and I told Kota to call up some bugs to freak him out under the cover of the noise, but the idiot told us to stop talking," Kacchan huffs. "However, it had been too late when he said that, and he freaked out when the bug crawled on him. I used the opportunity to take him out, and we all left the zone." "This is when you saw me," Izuku said. Kacchan nodded his affirmation, and Izuku pressed on my side, while the portals were taking people. I grabbed Hagakure and Kaminari and flew above them, and Tokiyami nabbed Ojiro and did the same." "That's what you meant by most of," Kacchan muttered, but Izuku ignored him. "When Kurogiri stopped teleporting everyone away, he saw that we were still here, and I made a plan for Hagakure to escape. Before we could act on it, though, 13 Sensei unleashed her quirk on him," Izuku continued. "Kurogiri used a portal to turn her quirk against her, and she collapsed. Ojiro, Kaminari, and I started attacking Kurogiri to distract him while Hagakure got away with the help of Tokiyami and Dark Shadow. Why didn't you run? Kacchan asked, frowning confusedly at Izuku. You're a heck of a lot faster than Invisible Girl. Izuku considered this. Why didn't he run? I don't know if Hagakure, Kaminari, and Ojiro could have distracted Kurogiri long enough, Izuku answered. Also, Hagakure had her phone, so no matter how fast I flew, she'd probably get outside of the signal blocker's radius before I could reach the school. I was also acting as the leader in the group I was left with, so I couldn't just leave. How did you know Hagakure had her phone? Kacchan huffed a reluctant laugh. I thought they were confiscated by Hobo-sensei for the duration of the trip. I heard it vibrate in her boot during 13-sensei's lecture, Izuku replied with his own chuckle. Anyway, Hagakure was stopped by Kurogiri, but Kaminari knocked him out before anything bad could happen. Hagakure got out, and Kurogiri was incapacitated. Kaminari had to knock him out a couple more times, but he got away when the lake exploded. Kacchan hummed, and Keigo looked very concerned. Then, the Nomu attacked Aizawa-sensei, and Shigaraki tried to kill Asui. Now Keigo looked even more concerned. He blinked out of it and asked, wait, what's a Nomu? Some bioengineered superweapon with multiple quirks or something, Kacchan huffed dismissively. Super strong, super fast, could regenerate himself, and he could withstand All Might's attacks. We don't know if they're all like that, though. Keigo nodded and gestured for Izuku to go on. I kicked Shigaraki away, and then he ordered the Nomu to kill me because he was mad. Izuku immediately continued, not even allowing Keigo to brace himself for the shock of learning such a thing. Keigo choked on nothing at the admission. What, Chickadee, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine, Izuku assured him, knocking his shoulder against Keigo's with a wry grin. I just had some bruised ribs. Keigo wasn't assured by this for some reason. Odd. Anyway, I dodged the Nomu's first attack, and I flew to hover over the lake so I could maybe deter it, Izuku soldiered on. I dodged one more of its attacks, but its second one clipped my shoulder and I couldn't stabilize myself quickly enough to avoid the third. Kacchan scowled at the ground by Izuku's feet, clearly upset over the incident still. Izuku didn't blame him. They'd all be plagued by thoughts of the USJ for a long time. I started running over to save you, but you broke out on your own. Yeah, Izuku grinned. I used the pressure point you taught me, Keigo, to break out of its hold. Then, All Might showed up and I was launched across the facility. Then, Kacchan and Todoroki helped All Might out, and I rushed to meet Kacchan. The Nomu tried to attack us again after it broke free from Todoroki's ice, and All Might saved us. All Might launched the Nomu out of the USJ, and the villains were teleported away after the teachers got here. I don't have anything to add, Kacchan shrugged after Keigo stared at him expectantly. He told it like it happened. Keigo sighed. I'm just so glad you two are all right. Are you usually this worked up when your friends get hurt, Feathers? Kacchan snorted, accepting another brief hug from the hero. They were all standing now. Do you guys have your feathers? Keigo asked instead of answering Kacchan's question. Never letting it go again, Kacchan answered as Izuku replied, yeah. Good, Keigo sighed. Please, don't let them go. Okay. Got it, Izuku agreed, and Kacchan just nodded. Okay, Keigo muttered, half to himself. You're okay. Izuku's eyes didn't stay dry for long. The next day. Did you see the news? Kaminari asked, brandishing his phone to Jiro. All of us were on there at least once. No duh, Jiro snorted, looking at the newsfeed images. We're the big thing right now. The #1 ranked hero school, got attacked by villains. Of course people are freaking out. Especially since they attacked the hero course. Yeah, I guess you're right, Kaminari shrugged. I look cool in this shot, don't you think? Kaminari showed his phone to her again, and Izuku barely made out the grainy picture of Kaminari taking down Kurogiri before he turned away, embarrassed. He shouldn't be eavesdropping or looking at his friend's phone without permission. That's rude. You don't look terrible, Jiro conceded. Izuku had to agree, still staring resolutely out the window. From what he'd seen, Kaminari had been lit up with electricity, and in the photo, it had made him look almost ethereal. Some of us didn't get to stand out so blatantly. Midoriya was the real star, Though, Shiro added, leaning back in his chair. He played such an active role in everything, and the reporters ate it up. That explains the weird looks I got on the train, Izuku mumbled into his palm, prompting a snort from Kacchan. Everyone, please quiet down. Homeroom begins soon, Iida shouted, standing at his desk. You're the least prepared right now, man. You're not even in your chair, Shiro pointed out good-naturedly, grinning at Iida. No, Iida grumbled, curling one of his hands into a fist as he shook frustratedly. Who do you think will sub for us? Izuku heard Ashido ask Asui, leaning back in her seat. Unfortunately, she leaned a little too far and almost fell over, thankfully being caught by Asui in time. Aizawa-sensei probably can't teach since he got so injured, so what do you think? Midnight, present mic, Snipe. I think Snipe will sub, Kaminari answered with all of the confidence of someone who knew for certain. I don't know why, but I do. Their conversation was cut off by a surprised squeak from Izuku. Izuku had a hand on his nose, which was eerily reminiscent of the USJ. So similar, in fact, that a few of his classmates were tense and battle-ready in seconds. The room got a couple of degrees cooler as Todoroki's quirk activated, and Izuku spotted a sugar packet in Sato's hand. Ah, no villains, guys. Izuku assured them, and the class settled again. We don't have a sub today. Surely you don't mean. Ojiro was cut off by the door sliding open. The room's attention was immediately directed to the front, and lo and behold, Aizawa-sensei walked in wrapped in bandages everywhere they could see. Good, you were quiet immediately. That's an improvement, Aizawa-sensei grumbled, taking his place behind the podium. Ashido raised her hand with an uncertain and concerned expression and, without being called on, asked, Sensei. Are you sure you're fit to teach right now? Not that you're a bad teacher. Kaminari interjected, and Ashido nodded rapidly in agreement. But, you don't look so good. I can stand and talk, so I can teach, Aizawa-sensei replied. Now, even though you were exposed to villains so soon, your fight's not over yet. Immediately, everyone in the room tensed, and several people had their quirks buzzing beneath their skin. The room grew colder, Hiroshima's arms hardened warily, Kaminari was sparking, Sato had sugar packets in his hands again, and Izuku himself had a hand on Keigo's feather. The sports festival is in 2 weeks, their teacher announced, and the room deflated with an inaudible sigh. Well, that was before the news caught up to them, and the class swelled with activity again. Wait, that's a normal activity, Hiroshima cried, indignant at the miniature heart attack their teacher had given them. Wouldn't it be dangerous to hold a public school event after a villain attack? Kaminari asked, and Izuku couldn't help but agree. What if we're attacked again? Izuku shuddered at the thought, his wings fluffing up apprehensively. Publicizing our quirks when it was our only upper hand back then seems foolish as well, Iida added. Please explain, Aizawa-sensei. Apparently, the higher-ups think that UA needs to show that our crisis management isn't overestimated, Aizawa-sensei sighed. Don't worry about being attacked, though. The security during the festival will be 5 times more than it usually is. Villains would be outright foolish to attack during the festival this year. You'd think they'd feel that way about attacking UA in general, Izuku heard Kacchan grumble. Not quietly enough, it seems, because Izuku saw Aizawa-sensei's eyes flash to Kacchan before returning to the general scope of the room. Izuku could swear he saw something akin to sympathy or understanding pass through their teacher's gaze. He wasn't upset at the skepticism. Either way, it's still too important of an event to pass up regardless of images to uphold, Aizawa-sensei continued. You kids are scouted by heroes during the festival, and they can make requests for our internship program which starts for you all right after the festival. Murmurs of excitement rippled through the room as they heard this. You get 1 chance a year for 3 years to show your skill to the pros and the world. It's not something for you or UA to just throw away at the first hint of danger, Aizawa-sensei encouraged them. Be careful and meticulous in your training, and give it your all in the sports festival this year. Homeroom is dismissed. With that, Aizawa-sensei walked out of the room, leaving a clamor of excitement and nerves in his wake. Izuku started packing up his things as he heard the lunch bell ring. He was eager to talk with his friends about the sports festival and what that meant for everyone. I'm really excited even with all of the scary stuff that happened, Kirishima said to Tokiyami. Izuku thought it was an odd friendship, but he didn't read into it. He knew Kacchan and he were worse, if anything. I'm going to do my best to really stand out. Yeah, I think my quirk will really set me apart, Kaminari agreed, sparks dancing around his fingers. I'll do my best. It might be hard for someone like me to stand out, Hagakure admitted, but that doesn't mean I won't try. That's the spirit, Ojiro agreed, pumping a fist into the air. They're so intense, Izuku remarked, watching his friends encourage and excite each other. Ha, Kacchan huffed. Are you not? It's the sports festival, dingus. This is important. Indeed, Iida agreed, walking up to them. It is a deciding moment in our futures, so we must take this seriously. Of course, Izuku nodded. I'm just surprised that everyone's so cool with this even after, he trailed off, looking down at his tacky red trainers. We're a strong class, Iida hummed. It is impressive that we've managed to push our way through such a harrowing event and come out better for it, but that just means we'll stand out more. It is natural that we are so enthusiastic to prove ourselves, no? I guess, Izuku agreed softly, smiling up at his friend. Yeah, that makes sense. Mido, Iida, Bakugo, Uraraka interrupted. Something about her voice put Izuku on edge. Let's do our best. Uraraka, your aura, it's so unlike you. Iida cried, Uraraka's competitive determination shadowing her face. I'm going to do my best. Uraraka declared as she raised a fist into the air. Plus ultra. Heck yeah, Kacchan agreed, his fist rising into the air as well. Yes, Iida followed with Izuku quickly following, both of them raising their fists. I'm going to do my best. Uraraka repeated, facing the others in the classroom. They responded with their own cries of agreement. What's up with you? Kirishima asked, a nervous sweat breaking out on his face. You're so different. Izuku stared at Uraraka, lowering his fist as he realized something. He had no idea why she wanted to become a hero. Why do I want to become a hero? Uraraka echoed, staring at Izuku. It's a bit embarrassing. Surely there are no embarrassing reasons to devote your life to saving others. Iida declared, his hand swinging down in a chopping motion. Are you sure? It's a bit shallow, Uraraka mumbled. Spit it out, Bubbles, Kacchan sighed, rolling his eyes at her hesitation. Izuku jolted at the nickname before grinning at his friend. Bubbles, Uraraka exclaimed, staring at Kacchan. The boy in question glared at her, which prompted her to explain, I'm doing it for the money. The money, Izuku repeated, blanching a little. Wanting to support yourself is in no way a shallow thing. Iida proclaimed, easing the tension slightly. Well, Uraraka stammered. My parents run a construction company, you see. We're not rich people. You could save a lot of money with your quirk, though, right? Izuku asked. They wouldn't have to pay for heavy machinery and stuff. That's what I said, Uraraka blurted, pointing at Izuku. She lowered her arm before continuing. But my parents said that it'd make them so much happier to see me achieve my dreams than spend my life helping their company. So I vowed that when I make the big leagues and have a huge salary, I'll take them on a trip and support them just like they supported me. That's not shallow, Bubbles, Kacchan huffed. That's admirable. Indeed, Iida agreed, grinning with awe at the girl. Your motivations are inspiring. To put yourself through such rigor to support your family, your motives aren't shallow at all. Yeah, Izuku nodded, smiling as well. You're really cool, Uraraka. You guys, Uraraka sighed, her own smile growing on her face. You're the best. That's what friends are for, Izuku chuckled. Uraraka lunged forward, enveloping him in a hug and gesturing for the other two as well. Well, two is a stretch, considering that Kacchan had to be dragged into it, and the extent of his hug was putting reluctant hand on Uraraka's shoulder. The group hug lasted about a minute before they realized that they had hero studies later and would probably need the fuel from lunch. Izuku tried to pay attention to his conversation with Kacchan, but he could sense a lot of people in the hallway right now. Kacchan, thankfully, seemed to notice his distraction and the way Izuku's nose was unconsciously scrunching, and he didn't yell at Izuku. "What's wrong now, Feathers?" Kacchan sighed, leaning back in his chair. "There are a lot of people outside the room right now," Izuku answered, covering his nose freely now that he'd been caught. "It's a bit overwhelming." Izuku looked over to see Jiro covering her ears with a grimace as well, and Shoji's arms were all just hands. "Oi, extras," Kacchan called, earning a light kick to his shin for the insulting label. "There's a crowd outside the room right now." "What?" Kaminari exclaimed, rushing to the door. Izuku got up and was right behind him, unwilling to let his classmate throw the entire class under the bus for the sake of curiosity. Unfortunately, he was a tad bit too late, and his classmate threw the door open just as Izuku reached him. "Oh my goodness," Izuku gasped, looking over the large gathering of students. "Why are they all here?" Uraraka muttered from behind him. "Isn't it obvious? They're scouting out the competition," Kacchan growled. "They want to see the class that fought villains and came out relatively unscathed." "You don't know that," Izuku claimed, but he knew that was right. "Maybe they're offering condolences since we were attacked." "That's disgustingly optimistic and you know it, nerd," Kacchan said with an eye roll. "Well, look who it is," an blue-gray-eyed boy greeted condescendingly, prompting Izuku's wings to fluff up. "Class 1A, I bet you think you're so much better than us, huh? Now that you've been attacked by a few low lives, you think you're the real deal." Izuku narrowed his eyes at the boy, trying to discern where the boy was pulling all of this from. He was implying they were, arrogant for dealing with villains. Kacchan seemed to also be bewildered and insulted by the boy's assumptions because he pushed his way in front of Izuku and sneered at him. "Are you stupid, or do you just lack any sense of empathy, huh?" Izuku wanted to hiss at Kacchan to stop provoking the already confrontational students, but Izuku was angry too. "What? We were attacked by villains, yes," Kacchan plowed on, ignoring the indignant boy's attempts to interrupt. "We were divided into small groups of 2 to 3 and dropped into an unfamiliar environment and forced to fight for our lives. We watched as our teacher was attacked by something unnatural and nearly killed. We were helpless as this nerd was also attacked by the dang monster, and he almost died too. If you think that being forced into a dangerous situation makes us arrogant, then maybe you should reevaluate your ability to see 2 feet in front of your own gosh darn superiority complex." Silence. You could hear a needle drop, and it would echo through the hallway. The boy looked thoroughly chastised, which Izuku supposed was a good thing. It shouldn't have taken a lecture to get that through his head, though. He should have known better. Suddenly, another, vaguely familiar, boy pushed his way to the front of the crowd. He had shadows under his eyes that rivaled Aizawa-sensei's, and his purple hair stuck up in all directions. It was messier than Izuku's, which was saying something considering the mess of windblown curls that sat on top of his head. "We didn't come here to insult you, contrary to whatever he made you believe," the new boy assured them, sticking a thumb over his shoulder at the dejected. "But we came here to issue a challenge." Izuku's eyes widened, and he hoped it wasn't as hostile as the other students. "Some of us in the other departments didn't make the cut for the hero exams because of the way they're designed," the boy continued. "Non-physical quirks and quirks that require living subjects are often cast aside in the exam. Useless against robots despite their general usefulness. There's another way in, but it's not talked about often. If we do well enough in the festival, we rejects can steal a chair from one of you hero course kids." Izuku gasped, but it was mistaken for shock and horror. No, it was glee. Pair exercises wouldn't be so awkward if someone filled Minetta's old seat. They wouldn't have to make Ojiro or anyone else go twice like in the battle simulations. "Yeah," the boy huffed amusedly, glaring at the kids in the doorway. "We can swoop in and replace some of you if we're deemed to be more suited for the hero course. Consider this a declaration of war, Class 1A. Izuku couldn't hold it in anymore. He let out a woo, and skirted around Kacchan with a big grin. "Finally, you're saying we won't have to have someone go twice during pair exercises anymore." The boy looked completely thrown off as the other kids in 1A started cheering as well. "Oh, please get in. We need someone to fill that seat," Izuku pleaded, giving the boy puppy eyes. Izuku. Kacchan tried to cut him off, but Izuku didn't stop. You seem interesting. You have so much ambition, too. You're even bold enough to declare war on us in front of all of the first years. Izuku pressed on, his wings fluffing excitedly. Gleeful chirps were intermixed in his rant, which startled everyone the first couple of times. You're going to make it in. I'm sure of it. Nerd. A new classmate would solve all of the group project problems as well. The weird group of 3 nonsense would be over. Not even necessary. Angel boy. Izuku froze then, a smile stuck on his face. Angel. The boy slapped a hand over his mouth, his ears growing an impossible shade of red. Izuku also flushed at the compliment, however accidental. Kacchan burst into laughter, grabbing Izuku's arm and pulling him through the crowd. Uraraka and Iida followed, giving their own wishes of good luck to the boy as they passed him. None of them heard the snickers from Dark Shadow as Tokiyami thought, he got the full brunt of Midoriya's light. Oh, how the darkness flees in the face of it, and it leaves even the most collected of us shadowlings in a daze. As the boy shrunk back into the crowd, Tokiyami continued with no small amount of amusement, and so he retreats until another day. We're just doing a cut and paste activity. Izuku muttered, staring at the boxed kanji in front of him. He considered his scissors before shrugging. It might be a timeline with all of the important pre-quirk era stuff, but it still seemed childish. He hadn't done a cut and paste activity since elementary school. Izuku brought his scissors out of his bag and got to work, careful to keep his wings close. Aizawa-sensei had sprung this on them during Law and Ethics, saying that in order to improve the future, they must learn what not to repeat from the past. So here they were, cutting out important events from one sheet of paper and pasting it to another with a timeline. This seems a bit juvenile, doesn't it? Kaminari asked, but Izuku could hear the excitement in his tone. It was unconventional, and it might just hammer in the lesson for Izuku's friend. Maybe he wouldn't be at the bottom of the list when the test scores were posted a week later. Maybe, Aizawa-sensei hummed. It's a bit better than what I originally had planned, which was to have you watch a slideshow with the dates and events on it and take notes. I think a more hands-on approach was necessary. We'll see if it has results. Kaminari nodded, and he got back to work. For once, he wasn't constantly distracted as he was too focused on making sure the cutout rectangles of kanji fit perfectly into the printed boxes. Shiro, however, was not so focused. Or maybe he had finished early and never bothered to put his scissors back into his bag. Or maybe he got bored halfway through and took a small, chatty break. Either way, he suffered the consequences. Shiro was wrapped up in a conversation with Kirishima. He must have been telling a really interesting story because he was gesturing wildly as he talked. Unfortunately, he still had the scissors in his left hand. Why he had them in his left hand, Izuku didn't know, but he did. And he suffered the consequences. Izuku watched warily, drawing his wings into himself protectively. He tried to focus on his assignment, each little box lining up neatly with the printed lines. He did. But whenever he saw a flash of those scissors. When do you grow a backbone, birdbrain? No. Those wings make you better than us. No. No. How much better will you be when you can't fly, huh? No. No, please. Flight feathers are pretty important, aren't they? No. 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 Sounds like glass bones. Got a mouth on him. Please, stop, just stop. Must still think he can be a hero. No. Crack. Izuku's eyes snapped open, his vision blurry with tears. He felt something warm and wet run down his wing, and he retracted it again, turning to check what it was before the realization hit him. When had he spread his wing? Izuku looked to his right to see a shocked Shiro clutching a bleeding and incredibly crooked nose. He was dumbfounded, at Izuku. So was everyone else in the room. Izuku didn't know what to say. He didn't know what he could say. He felt the tingle of 1,000 eyes on him and, wow, he hadn't realized breathing was so hard before. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't breathe. The air was devoid of oxygen, and it wasn't reaching his lungs, and he was going to die. He curled into himself, his ears filling with a dull ringing that drowned out any other noise. He vaguely saw his desk being pushed away from him before his vision was swathed in familiar greens. His wings. Wait, he couldn't expose his wings like this. He'd clip them again. He couldn't. Don't clip them, please. Am I? Yeah. Izuku flinched away from the voice. He'd hurt him again. He didn't want to have his wings clipped again. Not again, not again, not ag. Familiar. That voice was familiar. Kacchan. Izuku should listen, but it was hard to hear over the ringing in his ears. He felt something that was both hot and cool run down his face. Tears. Why was he crying? Right, Kacchan. Izuku felt really hot and too cold at the same time. He fluffed up his wings, trying to release some of the heat that was overwhelmingly uncomfortable, and he was half surprised that steam wasn't rolling off of him. Kacchan. It was hard to grab onto thoughts. It was also still hard to breathe, but it was getting a little easier. He wouldn't asphyxiate. The ringing was dying down, and he could hear a little bit. Me. What? Can you? Izuku tried to open his eyes, but they were immediately assaulted by the bright lights of his classroom. He shut them again just as fast. When had he closed them in the first place anyway? Can you hear me, Kacchan? Yeah, it's Kacchan. Izuku had said that out loud. He lowered his wings when had he raised them again, and tried to look at Kacchan, but the lights were too bright. A figure sensei moved in the background to turn off the lights. The room dimmed, and Izuku could see okay. Can you name 5 things you can see? Kacchan asked. His face and voice were remarkably not angry. Calm, even. Maybe this wasn't Kacchan. Desk. Wings. Legs. When had he brought those up to his chest? Hands. Good. Kacchan nodded. Okay. 4 things you can hear. Breathing. Heartbeat. Footsteps. Izuku answered. 3 things you can feel. Clothes. Wings. Chair. 2 things you can smell. Marker. 1 thing you can taste. Tongue. Kacchan snorted, and Izuku realized that he'd uncurled a little. You back with us, dweeb? What? Oh, yeah, oh, Kacchan huffed, but he didn't look as lighthearted as his light words portrayed. You freaked out and broke Tape Arm's nose. Ciro's nose. Whatever. Kacchan rolled his eyes. I'm sorry. What was up with you? Kacchan asked. What set you off? That hasn't happened for a while, Izuku murmured. He looked around the room, only to realize it was empty. Where is everyone? Hobo-sensei shooed them off when he saw what was happening, Kacchan answered. The footsteps you heard were sensei leaving. Did you think I'd interrogate you with spectators? Izuku nodded. Scissors. What? Kacchan blinked in surprise. What about them? It's what set me off, Izuku explained. Boulders. Izuku took a steadying breath. He tried to clip my wings. Like he did. Kacchan beeped in a sharp breath at that. When? July, Izuku replied. I scared him off, though. Dang it, Izuku, Kacchan ran a hand through his hair, frustrated by the situation. He had scissors, didn't he? Yeah, Izuku affirmed. I'm going to kill that no good, little. Killing's not very heroic, Kacchan, Izuku chuckled breathlessly. Is Ciro okay? Ciro's fine or whatever, Kacchan huffed. I'm not letting this go, you hear? If something bothers you, tell me. It's not stupid or a waste of my darn time. This is important. And you're insecure about how good of a friend you are, Izuku sighed, a little exasperated. Kacchan looked away, a mix of embarrassed and indignant. You're awesome, Kacchan. Yeah, the snarked. Come on, the dismissal bell rang while you were freaking out. I'm going to call Feathers, and then we're going to get ice cream from that park you love so much. What? Izuku exclaimed, tugging half-heartedly against the grip Kacchan had on his wrist. That place is so expensive. And it's so far away. We can fly, can't we? Kacchan pointed out, and we've got Feathers to supervise, so it's fine. I'm sure his endless pockets won't even take a dent from this. Kacchan, Izuku cried, not fighting anymore. I already texted him, Kacchan said. He's on his way to the meeting place. Let's go, nerd. Kacchan. Izuku was all but vibrating with excitement as he waited for the signal to walk out onto the field. He could hear the excited roars of the crowd as Mike-sensei undoubtedly hyped them up, playing up the enthusiasm. He felt like he had been pumped with Kaminari's electricity, the energy racing up and down his bloodstream and pervading his very being. He couldn't keep still, even if he tried. His leg bounced excitedly. He'd probably be more nervous when he actually saw all of the people out there, but right now he was just eager to start. He ignored the small, anxious voice reminding him he had to give a speech in front of everyone before that could happen. It was fine. Midoriya. Izuku zoned back into the world, as he'd been focusing on not psyching himself out before anything even happened while also trying not to snap the feather hidden in the sole of his shoe, and he looked up to see a blank Todoroki staring at him. Izuku shifted so he was facing the boy and replied, "Yeah. Objectively, I am stronger than you," Todoroki continued, his eyes hardening in challenge. Izuku's own were blown wide, and he stared bewilderedly at Todoroki. This was very out of the blue. Todoroki didn't really talk to anyone, much less Izuku. In fact, the only person he ever really talked to was Yaoyorozu, and that was usually short, stilted small talk that neither of them seemed to enjoy. Izuku opened his mouth to he doesn't even know. Defend himself, maybe. Refute the claim. Todoroki wasn't really wrong, though. But Todoroki pressed on before Izuku could say anything. But the world will be watching you specifically, won't they? Todoroki interrupted. Izuku blinked. Where did Todoroki get that idea from? Izuku was incredibly plain, discounting his wings, and he didn't have any public connections. No one knew about Keigo aside from Kacchan that Todoroki would know of. After such a big showing in the USJ, you're the center of everyone's focus. It doesn't matter though, I'm going to beat you in this festival. Izuku gaped at his unexpectedly bold classmate. Oh, yeah, he had made a pretty big showing. However, the outright challenge dismissed the thought as quickly as it came. Todoroki had just told him he would defeat him on national television in front of all of the boys in Class 1A. Izuku felt a little embarrassed, honestly. He knew Todoroki probably would pummel him in the competition. Todoroki was amazing. Dude, a declaration of war from the number one in class. Kaminari exclaimed, knocking Izuku's thoughts back into the conversation. Hey, man, there's no need to be so mean. Kirishima tried to placate the cold boy, placing a hand on Todoroki's shoulder. We're all friends here. We're not here to make friends, Todoroki cut off, glaring at the red-haired boy and shrugging off the boy's hand. So why bother? Friends just distract you from getting stronger. Todoroki. The classmate in question stopped turning to leave and looked back at Izuku. Objectively, I think you are stronger than me. Probably stronger than most everyone, really. Hey, man, have some faith, Kirishima tried to retort, but Izuku wasn't done. But, that doesn't mean you can disregard everyone else, Izuku declared, staring determinedly at Todoroki. We're all aiming for the top, and we're all going to do our best. We're all threats in this free-for-all, but that doesn't mean a thing. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, even you. I'm going to do my best, and to make it to the top, you'll have to as well. Todoroki's eyes widened, something Izuku couldn't discern flashing in his expression before it turned back to its cold neutral, and he wordlessly turned and left to go sit by himself. That was so manly, Midoriya, Kirishima cried, awed by Izuku's defiance. That was cool, dude, Kaminari agreed. Kacchan slumped down in the seat next to Izuku and leaned in to mutter with clear irritation, does he really think you're the only challenge here? Maybe, Izuku shrugged, wincing when Kacchan grimaced at the answer. But he'll see his mistake, and he'll have to adapt fast. Here's to hoping Todoroki can think on the fly. Kacchan nodded with a satisfied smirk, and Izuku went back to his mental analysis. He'd never know what the events were for certain, but there is a pattern, so he can try to think of some things based on that. And give a warm welcome to the stars of UA, the students WHO faced villains and came out on top, the courageous hero Class 1A. Mike-sensei announced, and his excitement was almost infectious. However, Izuku barely refrained from covering his ears as the crowd roared, and he could see Jiro having no such qualms nearby. Shoji had opted to have 6 hands instead of enhanced senses. Smart guy. Let's not forget their just as impressive sister class, the Hero Class 1B. The crowd wasn't quite as loud as 20 more students filed into the stadium, but it still wasn't comfortable for Izuku. Sometimes heightened senses were more annoying than beneficial. Like right now. Then there's the geniuses and hero hopefuls in general education classes 1C, 1D, and 1E. Mike Sensei continued, and the shouts were even more subdued than they'd been for 1B. Izuku frowned at the clear bias, but he had to admit he was guilty of favoritism as well. He never watched the Gen Ed kids unless they made a splash, but that didn't make them any less impressive. For the hero course, it was a practical and a written exam, but it was heavily based on the practical. For Gen Ed, though, you had to be one of the top 60 students, and hundreds of examinees were trying out for this stuff. They were really smart. Following them are our inventors and mad scientists, support classes 1F, 1G, and 1H. Izuku watched as people clad in devices and metal walked out, and there was one girl who had more metal showing than skin. It was surprising, but not entirely unexpected. The support kids had just as much to show off as the hero course if they wanted to show their talent to customers and support companies. Izuku probably would have settled for support had he been hesitant about becoming a hero. They were innovative, and the idea of creating things to help himself and others who helped more people was certainly appealing. Last but certainly not least, the business and management course, classes 1I, 1J, and 1K. Izuku watched the last few kids walk out into the stadium with bored or impatient faces. They didn't have anything to show off. They'd likely use the first round as info gathering for potential people to sponsor. They didn't really get much out of participating in the festival. There are so many people out there, Izuku murmured absently, surveying the stands filled with people. He could spot a couple of heroes here and there, and he was in a cross of anxiety and excitement and oh my goodness that's. How do they expect us to perform our best under the eyes of so many? Iida wondered aloud. He sounded more curious than nervous, though. It must be part of training to be a hero, as public scrutiny is certainly an aspect of our career. And now it's time for the athlete's oath. Midnight declared, standing on the wooden stage at the front. Could our first-year representative Midoriya Izuku please come up to the microphone? Oh, yeah, that. Izuku's eyes were blown wide, and he was only brought back to the present by Kacchan shoving him forward. Go blow everyone away or something, he huffed, rolling his eyes. Give us a speech, nerd. Izuku swallowed nervously and nodded, taking one shaky step after another to get to the front and up the steps and hey, when did the microphone get in his hand? Izuku cleared his throat, his wings tucking a bit closer into himself self-consciously. Hi. It came out as a squeak, and Izuku could not think of a moment more embarrassing than this. Not even Todoroki threatening to beat him up in front of millions of people not 10 minutes ago could top this. He looked down at his friends, and he relaxed marginally when he saw Uraraka giving him a cheerful thumbs up. Hiroshima gave him a toothy smile and Kacchan rolled his eyes dramatically. Iida nodded confidently at him and Kaminari was grinning excitedly, hanging on to every word Izuku hadn't yet said. He could do this. His friends believed in him, and somewhere out there, so did Keigo. Hi, Izuku repeated with more confidence. This festival is a chance for us to prove ourselves. Not just 1A, or even the hero course, but all of us. The kids who didn't quite make the cut and the kids who have more than combat skills and flashy quirks to show off. The genius inventors and strategists have their time to shine and show the things they spent hours brainstorming and creating with nothing more than ideas and determination. The business kids who can learn and grow from this experience. We're all gunning for the top here, and I challenge you to give it your all. You might not be aiming for the podium, but there's always something you can work your hardest at. The hero course isn't the be-all, end-all of this school, and there are so many cool people here today participating. No matter who you are, what your quirk is, or what course you're in, we can all do our best. So go beyond. Plus ultra. The crowd roared with him, and thunderous applause followed him off the stage. He was clapped on the back and patted on the shoulders as he walked back to his spot in his class. He could see the kids from other courses giving him shocked and appreciative looks, surprised to be acknowledged at all, much less by a hero course kid. "Did I do any good?" Izuku asked, grinning at Kacchan. "You weren't awful," the admitted. "I guess. Thanks, Kacchan," Izuku hummed cheerfully. "Listen up," Midnight shouted, grabbing the students' attention. "We're doing some brand new events this year in light of the way this year took off. We're focusing a bit less on combat and a bit more on some other fun but necessary skills." New events. Izuku stared eagerly at the hero, waiting for her to announce the name of the game. There haven't been new events added since UA was taken over by Nezu. The first round of this festival is called, Find the Flags. Midnight continued, unknowingly answering Izuku's question. The rules are relatively simple. There are 1,000 flags hidden throughout the stadium, which will be morphed by some toss to become a maze. There are 5 different colors of flags, each one assigned a different point value: white, green, red, blue, and purple. Izuku's eyes brightened as he listened to the rules. This was a completely different skill set being catered to than usual. It was so exciting. It wouldn't just be fighting or running as fast as you can. It was more, you can team up, but whoever has the flags on their person gets the points. You can steal flags from other people, but be careful that you don't waste too much time. You will only have 20 minutes to find as many flags as possible. Please return to your waiting rooms until we're ready to rumble. Izuku grinned and cheered as it ended, his voice blending in with the crowd's. He bounced back to the waiting room with his class following behind with excitement and anticipation running through him. He wondered how this festival would play out. "All right, kiddos," Midnight spoke into a microphone, getting the students' attention. They were under the stadium right now, waiting for more information so the festival can start. You will each be assigned a random number, and you are to stand on top of the sticky note that has your number on it. Eyes on the screen. Izuku's gaze went up to the large screen above Midnight to see the names of every single first year crammed on there. He scanned the list for his name, searching for the capital M his last name starts with. It was easier to skim that way. Midoriya Izuku 132. Izuku nodded when he saw it at the far end of the list, walking away to find his sticky note. It was a quick find as it wasn't too far from where people were waiting. He picked the note up and put himself where it used to be. He watched as one by one everyone dispersed to random spots around the room. Uraraka was on the far end while Kacchan was relatively close. Iida was surprisingly close, likely just on the other side of a wall from Izuku. The purple-haired kid from the hallway confrontation was closer to Uraraka. He was jolted out of his observations when Midnight snapped her whip, catching the attention of the kids again. She leaned into her microphone and announced, no doubt heard by the crowd as well, "The first round starts in 10 seconds, so get ready." Just after Izuku had counted to 10, the ground beneath his feet surged upward, and he heard several surprised shouts as everyone else was lifted up. Izuku blinked against the harsh sunlight that blinded him. He hadn't realized that the area beneath the stadium was so dark compared to the outside. "The first round begins now," Mike-sensei screamed, startling Izuku out of his shock. "Go, go, go." Izuku was relieved to know that the maze didn't have a roof, so he could fly over the walls to look for the little flags. Well, that was an assumption. Aizawa-sensei said Izuku needed to work on those. So did Kacchan. They could be the size and weight of weighted blankets, and the challenge isn't finding them but keeping them on their persons. Izuku would be quickly grounded if that was the case. He landed on top of the maze walls, running along the tops in search of flags. Suddenly, Izuku's foot caught on what felt like a random column, and he struggled to maintain his balance on the wall. He didn't want to just fall down, especially when he had wings to aid him. Izuku turned to look at what had caught his foot and saw an innocent, tightly rolled up blue flag sticking out of a little hole in the concrete. So that's how they're hidden. Izuku picked the roll of blue and unfurled it before tying it tightly around his arm. No one would be able to steal it on his watch. "And our first purple flag is found," Mike-sensei cheered. Izuku double-checked the band around his arm. He already knew it was blue, but it had coincided with when he picked it up. "Lucky, lucky, Purple flags are the highest value, after all. Let's see if they can keep that lead, Aizawa-sensei grumbled cynically into the microphone. Izuku continued on his search, scanning the walls he was near, easily picking out the flashes of color among the beige concrete. He found a red one tucked in a shady corner, and it almost looked like it was meant to be harder to find. To be fair, he wouldn't have noticed it if he'd been walking towards it from the other side. The hole it was in was at an odd angle. Izuku stooped to nab a green flag that stood out at the edge of the wall when he heard footsteps behind him. He grabbed it and took off, flying far above the maze to give the assailant little time to react. He counted the flags he had on his arm and sighed in relief when he counted them all present. He had 7 flags thus far, 3 green ones as of now, 3 blue ones, and a red one. Izuku saw that the person who'd run up to him was Tokage Setsuna. He also saw how she had a hand reattaching to her wrist. She'd been trying to steal his flags, but she'd probably been too far away initially, so she had to run a bit closer. Even if she'd managed to grab one, Izuku had all of the knots, which were incredibly tight, in his line of sight, and the pressure from each band would be a noticeable loss. No one was stealing Izuku's flags on his watch. Ooh. Looks like Tokage Setsuna tried to take a couple of flags from our year representative. Mike-sensei shouted with a teasing note in his voice. Better watch your back. You never know when your flags are at risk. Tokage made a good move, but she was only slightly too loud, Aizawa-sensei praised. Midoriya was clearly focused on something else, but he has enhanced senses due to his quirk, so he heard her coming before she could do anything. The commentary drew Izuku's attention to the fact that he should probably change tactics, as walking along the walls was getting dangerous for his ability to keep the flags he found. He spotted Todoroki doing the same, probably having made an ice pillar or staircase to get up, and Uraraka was inspecting the tops as well. She looked faintly nauseous, but she seemed aware enough to search. Izuku didn't land, but he did fly to another part of the maze, one where hardly anyone was on the walls. He noticed that he was above a park-like area now, which was a bit odd but whatever. It's probably for hiding spots and confrontations. It had one way in and consequently one way out. How Smintos had managed to put this here was a mystery since it had grass and a playset and such. It wasn't all concrete. However, it was a good thing that it was almost completely walled off from the people stuck on the ground. It was almost a trap for people who couldn't fly or otherwise maneuver themselves over or under instead of through the maze. It's a good thing that going over things is essentially Izuku's entire quirk. Looks like a few people found our little rooms. Mike-sensei crowed. Midoriya from 1A, Shinso from 1C, Kihon from 1E, Kaminari from 1A, and Shishida from 1B appear to have struck their own jackpots. Better find them quick or else there'll be no more flags for the rest of you. The rooms aren't exactly easy to find, you know, Aizawa-sensei sighed, sounding very tired. However, he always sounded tired, so Izuku didn't give it much thought. Consider if you're willing to waste time searching for these jackpot rooms, instead of searching normally before you run off. Izuku had to be quick. He knew that the announcements brought attention to the fact that there were secret rooms in the first place, and he knew that people would search for them despite Aizawa-sensei's warning. Izuku first searched through the obviously fake tree, scanning its branches but spending as little time as possible doing it. He didn't want to get hung up in catching every little flag in its hold. He'd waste time doing that, and that's something Izuku doesn't have. He'd find more flags looking in places that hadn't been scoured already, even if he was the one scouring them. He snagged a couple of green flags and a blue flag from the tree before moving on to the little playground on the other side. Izuku flitted to and fro, looking for flags everywhere and being as quick about it as he can. He kicked up the sand in the sandbox and came up empty, though it's possible that he had found one and simply hadn't noticed it. He found a red flag sticking out from under a bench leg. He found another green flag against the ceiling of a pointy roof in the playground. He found a few white flags barely hidden from sight, hanging from kid tunnel windows or wrapped around poles and such. And so on and so forth. Izuku smelled the presence of another student from down the entryway. Curious, Izuku grabbed one more red flag from under a loose rock and flew to hover over the wall. The sun got in his eyes, but it was better that his shadow wasn't in the park. Izuku saw a displeased Kirishima trudge in, and he almost felt bad for ransacking the place. He saw that the area around the enclosure was a spiral, and he figured that Kirishima hadn't been slighted but bored instead. Maybe he'd find more flags in the tree or something in the sandbox. He didn't stick around to watch his friend's face light up as he scanned the walls further away. Izuku didn't find any more park-like areas, though the other enclosures, if there were any, probably looked like other things. Izuku counted his flags as he relocated. He had 28 now. 12 white flags, 11 green flags, 4 blue flags, and 3 red flags. 5 minutes left, listeners. Mike-sensei informed them. Just to give you an update on the leaders, Tokage Setsuna is in first with 84 points, Midoriya Izuku is the runner-up with 71 points, and Jiro Kyoka's not far behind with 67 points. Izuku grimaced as the hero drew a target on his back. It shouldn't be as bad as Tokage's, but the point stands. He'd need to be careful now. Izuku tugged his sleeve up past his shoulder and stuffed all the flags around his forearm up. He quickly pulled the sleeve down, and while it didn't sit perfectly, a brief glance would give little information on where Izuku had hidden them. There wouldn't be any drive-bys on his watch. Smart, Izuku heard Aizawa-sensei comment. Don't do it, sensei. Please don't do it. Midoriya's hidden his flags away from sight so no one can steal them. Dignabbit. Izuku's wing twitched. At least his teacher hadn't given away where he'd hidden them, or if they were on his person at all. Small mercies. But still, well, anyone who saw Izuku could potentially assume that he'd hidden them or lost them, and that announcement didn't clear up the confusion. Izuku may have had them when it was made, but there still wasn't a guarantee they hadn't been stolen yet. Izuku saw that there were around 50 students on various parts of the wall, which was both amazing and a deterrent. The others must have seen Izuku and Tokage up there at the beginning of the match. So that was no longer an option. How did they all get up there anyway? Izuku landed on the ground for once and walked through the maze like a normal person. He made an effort to cast a shadow over his upper arms with his wings to further hide the obvious and unnatural flags under his sleeve. Izuku scanned corners and shadows, grabbing green flags left and right. 4 minutes. Izuku found another green flag. 3 minutes. Izuku found a red flag in a little corner and a green one in a shadow. 2 minutes. Izuku barely escaped a confrontation with Kacchan by hiding in the harsh shadows. No flags were found. 1 minute. Izuku was running through the maze, his eyes scanning the walls desperately. Red flag. Izuku jumped and grabbed it from its alcove in the wall, and a flash of purple stopped him from landing. Izuku froze, his wings humming in the air to keep himself suspended. He turned to see a purple flag hidden away in the wall, and he grinned. Izuku snagged one last green flag before the Mike-sensei announced, "The first round is over. Students, please find an empty area away from the walls as they start coming down. Oh, and don't bother stealing other people's flags anymore," Aizawa-sensei warned flatly. The scores were frozen when the timer ran out. Izuku's lips twitched into an amused smirk when he heard several groans from nearby. There were probably more all over the maze. Izuku walked to the middle of the maze passage and watched as the walls came sliding down. He watched them go down in intervals, each section falling when it was clear of students on or near the walls. When all was said and done, midnight stood on the stage again. Where it had come from, Izuku didn't know. But it was still there. "All right, that marks the end of our first event," Midnight declared, sending the crowd into cheering and clapping once more. "Our scores have been calculated, but I'll announce the top 5 myself as a little treat." Midnight ended that sentence with a swipe of her tongue over her lower lip, and Izuku shuddered. He didn't want to be in the top 5 anymore. He kind of hoped he wasn't now, actually. For our 5th place flag finder, Bakugo Katsuki with 100 points. Izuku cheered with the crowd, running over to his friend and sweeping him into a hug. Kacchan huffed and pushed on Izuku's face, but he didn't verbally protest or put that much force behind his shoving. Fourth place was Shoji Mezzo with 104 points. Izuku smiled gleefully at his six-armed classmate, and he heard murmurs of congratulations from those surrounding him. Third place. Jiro Kyoka with 106 points. Izuku cheered outright for that one, and he spotted the hint of a smile on the girl's face. Her face also showed hints of a grimace because of how loud everyone was, though. And in second place with 110 points, Tokage Setsuna. Izuku cheered again, grinning at the girl from 1B. Tokage had a huge victorious grin on her face as well. Izuku's glad that second was good enough for her. And what you all were waiting for. Izuku let go of Kacchan and faced Midnight, leaning forward on his toes. First place goes to Midoriya Izuku with 115 points. Izuku grinned, tears coming to his eyes. He won. It might have only been the first event, but a win was a win. Even if he didn't win the second round or the whole festival, winning the first round wasn't so easily dismissed. The rest of the scoreboard is shown behind me as they weren't announced before. Now, onto our second event. Izuku watched as a second screen, the bigger one right behind Midnight, lit up with the name of the second round. Tag. Izuku remembered playing this with Kacchan and Tsubasa back when he was little. They'd get really upset with him when he used his wings, though, because he was at an advantage then. Even with Tsubasa's quirk, Izuku was still better midair because of his control. No matter how fast Tsubasa could fly, it was easy for Izuku to simply move out of his path, under or around reaching hands. It was a good thing he had no such obligations in this event. The rules of this game are a little more complicated, Midnight admitted, but she didn't sound sorry at all. Izuku didn't figure she would. You all will split into teams of 2 to 4 people. One of your teammates has to be the runner. If the runner is tagged, then the team who tagged them receives the number of points that runner is worth. A runner's point value is determined by what placements their teammates had in the first event. Each placement is reversed. For example, the second place winner of the first event will be worth 41 points, and the 41st placer in the first event will be worth 2. Izuku nodded. That made sense. He wondered how that would work for Tetsu and Kirishima, though. They were both in 26th place, so would they be assigned the point value for 27th or 26th? Would one be worth 17 points and the other 18? The other team members will obviously be taggers. Your goal is to tag as many runners as you can. You can't just taw the same runner over and over again, though. To get points from the same runner twice, you must tag a different runner first or wait 2.5 minutes before tagging the same runner again, Midnight warned. At least they had a heads up. A slow, sadistic smile spread over her face as she added, one last thing. Izuku felt a shiver go down his spine. He could feel something coming. A twist. The runner on the first place winner's team is worth 1,000 points, Midnight said as she grinned at Izuku. Izuku did his best not to glare at her. She probably hadn't made the rules. Maybe. There was a slim possibility. However, Izuku was saved from the glares of his peers as Midnight continued. If the winner of the first event's team's runner isn't tagged once, then their team wins first place, no questions asked. Izuku's eyes widened. That was a huge boon and also a huge target on his back. Who would want to team up with him now? He was a handicap. He was a burden to be on a team with considering the bright neon target on his back now. You have 5 minutes to make your teams. Izuku felt nothing but despair as everyone around him gave him a wide berth. No one wanted to be on a team with someone who had one chance to get in first. Not to mention if multiple people tagged Izuku's team's runner. If it got up to 4 different teams, then Izuku's team would be out of the running entirely. No point in dodging or trying anymore. Why should I? Izuku was pulled out of his thoughts as he overheard the hostile question spat out of someone's mouth. The moment you're out of my sight, you're going to go brainwash some people into carrying your sorry butt. I'm gunning for the hero course. Really, I should be awarded a spot in the 3rd round just for using up my planning time to make sure a villain like you stays in line. Izuku immediately walked toward the source of the noise, oblivious to the brunette with her hand outstretched to tap his shoulder behind him and the walking away angrily. Ochako decided to go find another person to team up with. She didn't have enough time to chase Mido down, and he looked like he was on a mission anyway. She had enough sense to know that she wouldn't be able to do anything but delay him. Izuku saw a tall, broad boy with short black hair staring up at the purple-haired guy from the hallway, but he still seemed to tower over him. The purple-haired boy was tall, but he was thin too. "Why can't you just?" the tired Gen Ed kid tried to demand, but he was cut off with a sharp smack from his classmate. "That's enough." "Hey," Izuku growled, placing a hand on the aggressor's shoulder. "Leave him alone." "Don't bother," the bully sneered. Kihon, Hatsume, or Shinso, if Izuku remembered correctly. They were the only 3 kids Izuku didn't recognize from the scoreboard from the first event. "This freak is a born villain." "Oh," Izuku hummed dryly, still glaring venomously as he wedged his way between the 2 boys. "Because of his quirk or his heritage?" "His quirk," the Gen Ed bully smirked. He looked all too pleased with himself. Izuku was going to report him after this was over. UA had a zero-tolerance discrimination policy, and Izuku suspects that some of the teachers wouldn't hesitate to help out. Particularly Aizawa-sensei. You respond to one of his quirked statements, and you're caught. He's in control. Sounds like a useful quirk. Perfect for a pro hero, Izuku remarked, barely refraining from turning and gushing over the boy behind him. He sharpened his glare and repeated, "Leave him alone." The black-haired student blinked and, seeing as Izuku was in the hero course, scored first in the hero course entrance exam, and scored first in the first event of the sports festival, he knew he was outmatched. He left, grumbling to himself all the way. "Hey, what's your name?" "I'm Midoriya, although I'm sure you knew that already," Izuku chuckled, holding out a hand for the tired boy to shake. The purple-haired kid frowned at him suspiciously, and there wasn't time for this. "Listen," Izuku started, glancing at the clock. 2 minutes to assemble a team. I really wish I had more time to be friendly and stuff, but we have 2 minutes. Will you be on my team? Brainwashing is perfect for tag, and you seem like a decent guy." The boy blinked, shocked, and nodded dumbly. "Shinso Hitoshi," he answered, shaking Izuku's hand. "First place," a feminine voice called, and suddenly Izuku was tackled by a pink blur. Izuku looked up and saw the support student who was either named Kihon or Hatsume on top of him. "Be on my team." "No time to get flustered, Izuku." He reminded himself firmly. He had to find a team. "Of course, we need one more team member." The girl climbed off of him and yanked him to his feet with a surprising amount of strength. They had 30 seconds to find a 4th. "Who's running?" Izuku asked quickly. Shinso blinked and the support girl immediately pointed at him. Izuku nodded. It made the most sense. He had wings, and he was fast without them all the same. Izuku turned and saw Tokiyami standing by himself, looking incredibly panicked as he scanned the teams that were already planning. "Tokiyami," Izuku called, and the boy rushed over, relief painting his avian features. "Be on our team, please." "I accept your offer," Tokiyami nodded, and Dark Shadow popped out as well. "Woohoo, we're on Mido's team." What was it that the tired guy called him before? Angel Boy, Angel's team. Izuku did not have time to get flustered. It was hard, though. "Names," Izuku demanded, pointing at his 3 team members. They already knew his name from his obvious first-place status, but he stated anyway, Midoriya. "Shinso." Shinso followed suit automatically. "Tokiyami," Izuku's classmate introduced himself, nodding respectfully to the other 2. "Hatsume at your service." Hatsume cheered. "Good thing you have wings, because I don't have time to attach a jetpack to you." Izuku nodded. "Sorry, Tokiyami, we decided I'd be the runner for our team. It is a good role for you." "Fitting," Tokiyami said acceptingly. "Time's up," Midnight announced. Izuku walked up to Midnight and listed his team: Shinso Hitoshi, Hatsume Mei, Tokiyami Fumikage, and himself. She winked at him as he left, and Izuku doubled his pace. "Okay, strategy time," Izuku declared as he walked up to his team. 3 heads turned to him. "Shinso, I don't know how much you want to use your quirk, but it would be a great advantage in case I get tagged." Shinso nodded, but he looked uncomfortable. "Tokiyami," You've got incredible offensive abilities, or defensive if you decide to make sure I don't get tagged. Which is really all we have to do considering. Izuku gestured to Midnight, who'd given Izuku the huge advantage. And Hatsume, what gadgets do you have? I was hoping you'd ask. It took them until the end of the registrations, but Izuku, Tokiyami, Shinso, and Hatsume were all decked out in metal tools. Izuku had the least on him since he was going to be flying around, but he had a grappling hook just in case something went wrong. He also had a couple of sticky bombs to drive away or trap people who got too close. Shinso was practically a cyborg as well as Hatsume. Shinso had hover boots on, and he was floating a bit off the ground, trying to work on his balance. Hatsume had a jetpack on as well, and she also had a capture net with an easy retrieval feature. They don't want to leave the runners trapped, after all. That would help other teams. The second event starts in 3. Izuku watched 1,000 eyes focus on him. His wings fluffed in discomfort, but he held his ground. He had to move, and he had to do so fast. 2. Izuku was faster than Kacchan, even with his explosions propelling him. There was little faster than someone who could fly faster than the eye could see. Izuku and Keigo weren't terribly far off speed-wise. Izuku wasn't quite close to the hero's speed, but he wasn't slow for certain. Keigo was still faster, of course, but when they raced, he often had to pause to save a civilian or apprehend a villain. Perks of being a pro hero. Izuku sometimes won in those races where the hero was delayed. 1. Izuku started flapping his wings anxiously, crouching slightly to jump as soon as begin. Izuku shot into the air immediately, and he barely avoided the spire of ice that tried to follow him. He also saw his teammates sinking into the softened ground before it hardened again. Honanuki had probably tried to capture him as well. Did Izuku take the names of all of his class and the other hero class and write their quirks down in his notebook? No, absolutely not. Why would anyone ever think such a thing? Izuku, freaking out and studying over quirks. What? Kacchan definitely didn't avoid Monoma's reaching hands because he knew they could copy quirks from their frequent sleepovers. No, you have no proof. Izuku hovered above the arena, watching the chaos unfold. Several runners were trapped in ice and melted out just as fast as Todoroki tagged them and moved on. Izuku's classmate had tagged every runner at least once, and they were only 5 minutes in. 15 minutes on the clock. Izuku barely dodged as he spotted a hand shooting toward him. Tokage's quirk would be good for catching him, and it'd give him info on how fast she could make the detached parts move. His curiosity about the details of others' quirks would never die, it seemed, even in the second round of the sports festival. Izuku flew around in aimless circles, speeding up gradually until Tokage's hand couldn't catch up anymore. Of course, he still couldn't take his eyes off of the rest of his environment. More than once, Izuku had spotted Tokage's other hand waiting for him to run into it. He dodged each attempt, though, doing increasingly complicated aerial maneuvers to avoid both hands. Izuku would not lose this for his team. Speaking of, Izuku stole a glance at the scoreboard. His team was in first, as Izuku hadn't been tagged yet, but if it was just by tagging points, his team would be in third. Team Hagakure was doing pretty well, as was Team Yaoyorozu. The former was just ahead of the latter. Eventually, Tokage seemed to give up, the hands leaving Izuku be for now. She probably realized that Izuku wouldn't get caught by her quirk. Coincidentally, a few seconds after she did that, Team Saburaba shot up to fourth, steadily gaining points. Izuku snorted. Well, now he knew what team the 1B girl was on. Whoa, Eraser. How'd Midoriya get so good at dodging? Mike-sensei asked, and Izuku felt eyes on him from below. Izuku frowned, upset that attention had been drawn to him again. He managed to evade the girl with the best quirk for this game for 6 minutes. I didn't teach him that, Aizawa-sensei admitted. That skill is of his own merit. Izuku tuned out of the commentary, but he noted that he only had to dodge everyone for 9 more minutes. It felt simultaneously too long and too short. Suddenly, a spire of ice surged up from below, and Izuku easily flew out of its path. He didn't know what Todoroki was planning to do if Izuku was caught by it or how he thought he could catch Izuku with it considering its lack of flexibility. Another shot up, and Izuku dodged it too. A wordless shout from behind him followed by the sound of rapid explosions warned Izuku of Kacchan's presence in this attack. Izuku flew up and away from Kacchan, holding the advantage as he was more used to the air than his friend. "You darn nerd," Kacchan shouted, rocketing toward Izuku. Izuku plummeted beneath his assault, catching himself before he lost too much altitude. "Get over here, and give me the win. We both know you'd hate it if I let you catch me." Izuku retorted with a small laugh, dodging another spire of ice and twirling out of Kacchan's reach again. "I want to win this too. Didn't I say I'd give it my all?" Kacchan smirked ferally at Izuku before he launched himself again. However, before Kacchan could make contact, a frustrated scream from Hagakure distracted them both. "Stupid Monoma," she grunted, avoiding another tag from Tokage. "I almost went the whole game, too." Kacchan stared at the ground level contemplatively, and Izuku dodged another ice spire. However, in his haste to avoid the new one, he almost bumped into another one from behind him. He could feel the cold in his wings and back. "I'll be back, nerd," Kacchan growled before taking off toward Saburaba. Izuku chuckled as he watched the target make a hasty air shield and run away, much to the irritation. "You're trapped." Izuku jolted as Todoroki's voice came from behind him. Izuku flew away from the source, turning away from the uneven circle of ice pillars to see Todoroki perched on one himself. "My plan worked out perfectly." Izuku looked around and, yes, he was trapped in a twisted enclosure of ice spires. The ceiling of the frigid cage was barely curved, but it had a solid roof now that Todoroki could control it better and produce a flat and frigid roof. "What now?" Izuku asked, keeping an eye out for other taggers. As slowly and subtly as he could, Izuku reached into one of his pockets and closed his hand around a sticky bomb. He needed a plan. "I don't have to come over there, and the moment you move I'll escape. Would you prefer to have the bars slowly shrink in on you?" Todoroki retorted blankly, setting a hand on a neighboring pillar. A ring went around the jail, and ice slowly crawled forward, leaving Izuku with little choice on where to go. "I would prefer to not overwork myself so early in the festival. Don't you have a counterbalance?" Izuku wondered aloud, choosing to go below the second platform. It sealed over his head, and Izuku decided that he didn't like to be trapped. "Not like this." Izuku's other hand closed around the handle of the grappling gun. "Like, I don't know, fire." Izuku watched curiously as Todoroki flinched almost imperceptibly at the word. He recalled his classmate's parentage and wondered what was happening there. Why would the son of a well-known fire user flinch at the word, fire? How did Todoroki get his scar? Izuku resolved to consider it later. Maybe after the festival. Izuku would learn the terrible reality of his classmate's situation later. But later is not now, so Izuku moved on. Izuku readied his capture grenade and grinned as Todoroki created a floor beneath him. Todoroki frowned uncertainly at the challenging grin and readied another wave of ice to capture Izuku, and Izuku threw the projectile. Todoroki reared back, shocked, and before he could fall off of the pillar accidentally, the grenade exploded into an odd pink goo. It froze him in an unbalanced and precarious position, and Izuku almost felt bad. Almost. Izuku pulled his grappling gun out and, instead of using it to travel, he shot it at a nearby ice pillar at point-blank range, shattering it. The other pillars supported the roof, even with the pillar that was now broken in two. Izuku carefully maneuvered his way out of the makeshift cage and flew around to Todoroki's side to look at the boy. Todoroki had a grimace marring his features as he stared at the goo that had expanded to his knees. He was frozen diagonally off of the front of the spire he'd stood on, his body angled toward Izuku. Now Izuku definitely felt bad. That didn't look comfortable at all. "All right, listeners," Mike-sensei shouted, catching Izuku's attention. "We've got 5 minutes on the clock, and it's time to introduce a little twist." Izuku's eyes widened, and the sounds of fighting quieted from below him. They hadn't stopped altogether, but people were listening. Todoroki had also stopped trying to freeze his way out of his prison to listen. Every runner can tag one tagger to make them a runner as well. Izuku gasped at the announcement. He could remove one of the big threats after him. His gaze landed on a wary Todoroki staring back at him. This assigns the same amount of points to the new runner as the points their team's runner is worth. However, if you tag a tagger on Midoriya's team, they're assigned the normal amount of points if they weren't worth 1,000. Izuku's smile twisted into a grin. He knew who he was gunning for. The look on Todoroki's face said that he did too. Izuku shot toward him like a green, feathery arrow, and Todoroki tried to move back only to be stopped by the capture goo. He flew into a position where he could tag Todoroki but not the opposite. Izuku reached out for his leg and flames burst forth from the fabric, burning it up to Todoroki's knee before it sputtered out. He reared back, making sure he was out of reach of the flames. His wings were incredibly vulnerable, and he didn't want his face feathers getting torched either. Todoroki's eyes were wide, staring in shock at his left leg. He looked unfathomably angry as well. Izuku just hopes Todoroki does this the honorable way and doesn't pull him aside to beat him up later. Izuku quickly tapped him and fled, happy that the boy wasn't able to tag him anymore. He watched as Team Hagakure slowly fell from second to fourth, barely hanging onto the last accepted place. Looks like Todoroki's the first victim of the twist, Mike-sensei teased, quickly followed by an unsuspecting Tokage. Oh, how the tables have turned. 1.5 minutes. Izuku wasn't attacked by Kacchan again. He was either tagged by a runner or scared that Izuku would tag him and make him a runner. 1 minute. Izuku wondered if Tokage had been tagged at all yet. He then wondered if her quirk would help her at all with running. Could she separate herself into smaller pieces and hide? That sounded a bit odd to witness, but the question still embedded itself in Izuku's mind. 30 seconds. Todoroki still hadn't managed to free himself, but no one made a move to tag him. Izuku was tempted to hover in front of him and check in, but he didn't want to be caught unaware. Todoroki would be free soon. 15 seconds. Kacchan launched himself away from Monoma's reaching hands, sneering at the other. He wasn't going on the offensive at all, so he'd probably gotten tagged by Saburaba as soon as the twist was introduced. 10 seconds. Izuku hovered vigilantly above the cage Todoroki had made, watching the chaos unfold in the arena. He probably wouldn't be tagged. His team would win. And that's time, listeners. Izuku glided to the ground and met his team in front of the stage. He needed to find Hatsume to free Todoroki from his unfortunate situation. Hatsume, Izuku called, jogging up to the inventor. First place. You didn't get tagged, did you? Use my babies? Hatsume quick-fired, scanning him for any missing sticky bombs. She looked delighted when she noticed one of them was missing. You did. When? Where? On who? Did it work? Slow down, Izuku pleaded, raising his hands defensively. Do you see Todoroki up there? He asked, pointing at the boy who was still stuck and looking done with everything. Well, more done with everything. Honestly, that was fair. Izuku couldn't imagine that his position was even remotely comfortable, not even speaking of the potential embarrassment of being so thoroughly trapped. Oh, he needs this to get out, Hatsume said, handing Izuku a solution to either unstick or dissolve the capture substance. Go free him, first place. Izuku nodded and handed over the support items he still had before taking to the sky once more. He landed on the barest edge of the pillar, far away from the goo. Todoroki eyed him warily, frowning lightly at him. Are you here to rub in your victory? No, Izuku answered, taken aback by the question. Why, no, sorry, Todoroki. I didn't mean to leave you like this for so long. I had to get the solution to free you, he explained, raising the spray bottle with the reversal substance in it. Todoroki relaxed minutely and nodded. Can you, Izuku bit his lip uncertainly. Here, can you make a platform so you don't fall? Todoroki nodded again and a platform appeared beneath him. Izuku started spraying the solution on the goo, watching in fascination as it dissolved into a hopefully harmless pink gas. Todoroki slowly sank onto his platform and eventually dropped the rest of his weight onto it as he was released. Do you want help getting down? Izuku asked after he'd cleaned the rest of the goo up. I can fly you down. Todoroki considered Izuku for a moment before nodding once more. Izuku picked Todoroki up bridal style, startling the stoic boy, and gently glided down. "Sorry," Izuku mumbled, flushing brightly, as they descended. "You're a lot taller, so this is the best way to go about this." When they landed, both of them went to their respective teams without another word to each other. Midnight strutted back on stage when everyone was attentive and leaned into the microphone, saying, "You heard Mike. That's it for our second round." The crowd roared excitedly. "In first place, having fulfilled the conditions of one of the rules for our new event, Team Midoriya." Izuku smiled brightly, tears falling freely down his cheeks as Dark Shadow caught him in a hug. "We did it." "Yeah," Dark Shadow cheered, hugging Izuku tighter. "You were really good at dodging." "The wings helped," Izuku huffed, flapping them a little to call attention to them. "I can't believe we got first in the second round," Shinso muttered, staring at the scoreboard. The other team names were hidden for suspense. In second place, Team Iida. Izuku cheered for them too, smiling even brighter than before. He didn't notice Shinso and Tokiyami shielding their eyes from the display. In third place, Team Hagakure. Izuku whooped for that team, knowing it was Kacchan's. His friends were incredible. Finally, in fourth place is Team Yaoyorozu. Izuku's smile didn't wane at the thought of potentially facing Todoroki in the third round. He was excited at the thought, even. However, as a result of there only being 3 people on Team Yaoyorozu, fifth place Team Saburaba gets to pick a member to move on as well. Midnight said excitedly. Izuku heard hushed murmurs between the 4 before Monoma was shoved forward. Izuku hid a smile. He was so adamant that Class 1A was worse than 1B, and his quirk was so interesting. Izuku wondered how his matches would play out. Monoma Nito moves forward. The crowd cheered loudly before Mike Sensei interrupted them, briefly silencing the spectators once more. "Please head to the cafeteria for lunch. Intermission for about an hour until the third round." Izuku turned to regroup with his usual lunch buddies and head out, but he bumped into someone. "If you didn't make it to the third round, we still have recreational games happening. I'd rest up if I qualified, though." "Sorry," Izuku apologized, rubbing his nose. It had squished uncomfortably against the person, so it was a little sore. "Midoriya," Todoroki said in lieu of a greeting. Izuku tried not to feel intimidated, but he was pretty sure his classmate was glaring at him. Fair considering how Izuku had literally left him hanging for a while during the match. Wasn't his dad in the audience? Though to be fair, Izuku's mentor was also probably watching along with his mother. "We need to talk." "Ha." Izuku jolted as Kacchan walked up behind him, placing a firm hand on Izuku's shoulder. "Are you being a sore loser now, half and half?" Izuku grimaced at the nickname. It wasn't a fond one. Dragging the opposition away to go beat him up. "I thought you had a bit more tact, knock off Zuko." "No," Todoroki refuted, narrowing his eyes frustratedly at Kacchan. "I just need to talk to him." Izuku patted the hand on his shoulder and grinned up at Kacchan. "I can handle myself, you know. Get me some Katsudon while we're gone." Kacchan reluctantly removed his hand and stepped back, still glaring at Todoroki. "Whatever, nerd. Don't get hurt." "Of course," Izuku agreed. He turned to an expectant and oddly impatient-looking Todoroki and nervously gestured for him to lead the way. Izuku hoped this conversation wasn't what Kacchan initially suspected it was. He wanted to be at his best for the final event, the one-on-ones. He couldn't get injured before the fights. That's just bad luck. Also, Izuku will need all of his strength if he potentially faces off against Todoroki or Kacchan. The rest of his classmates are strong of course, but he's fully aware that those two were powerhouses if anything. He'd like his reputation to stay intact, thank you. Izuku needed to become a hero. To do good just like they do. Later, not far off now, Izuku will realize that heroes aren't all that the media made them out to be. They aren't all pillars of justice and morality. But later is not now, so Izuku goes into that hallway with that mindset still in place. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.